Hello everyone. Welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Enjoy listening. Next, we invite you to listen to part 1 of the series. Chapter 1. In 3 B.C., during the reign of Emperor Ai of Han, there was a great drought in the world. A mysterious event occurred in the area east of the Hanggu Pass. The people were in a collective panic, abandoning their fields and throwing their hoes, all holding harvest stocks, claiming that they were the plans of the Queen Mother of the West and had to be delivered to the palace. They were all running around in the fields and roads at dawn and night with disheveled hair or naked and barefoot, passing the harvest stalks to each other. Officials around the country either grabbed or pressed or beat them with the intention of stopping them, but to no avail. In the end, thousands of harvest stalks were sent to the capital through 26 counties and countries and finally placed in front of Emperor Ai of Han. After that, the people sang and danced in the lanes and fields to worship the Queen Mother of the West until the autumn of the year, when they first awoke from their dream. Zizhai Tongjian Scroll 34. In Mathik 5 and 18 A.D., the dancing plague broke out in Strasbourg, France, when a woman suddenly danced and partied in the street, attracting people to stop by. Later, people joined in one after another and danced with her, continuing through the night. 1 day later, there were 34 dancers, and 3 days later, there were more than 400. The local officials brought in medical doctors for help, but nothing could be done. Even a number of doctors and soldiers joined the dance, danced for several days, and died of exhaustion. A month later, nearly half of the people in the city died in the madness of the dance. In 1960, the Scarecrow incident in Massachusetts, USA, happened. A scarecrow appeared in a wheat field in the New England Highlands, the maker of which is unknown. Anyone who saw the eyes of the scarecrow stood on the spot, dazed and stiff. Those who saw the people affected by the scarecrow also experienced similar symptoms, which spread to the surrounding area. In 1 day, the scarecrow plague spread throughout the city, and the army and state police were deployed, but the results are unknown. In 2005, a group of students at a middle school in Shibuyaku, Tokyo, collectively dreamed of red-eyed spiders during their afternoon break, causing panic. Later, the students began to show symptoms such as twisted limbs, slanted eyebrows, and tangled arms and legs. Experts understood the phenomenon and called it mass hysteria triggered by symptoms of muscle spasms. The following day, a gas explosion occurred at the school, destroying several school buildings. The number of casualties and survivors is unknown. In 2030, the Red Moon event occurs. Chapter 2. The dark red moon hung low above the city's scattered tall buildings, almost filling half of the sky. A dark rust-covered intercity train flew through the entire city under the red moon's gaze. Inside this train, some passengers dressed in various colors were reading the newspaper, and some were dozing in the dim light. Ding, we have arrived at Moon Terrace Station. Lu Xin woke up from his doze, lifted his bag, and flowed out of the carriage with the surging crowd. He carried his bag, walked past the dirty and worn steps, the platform full of newspapers, and walked to the ground of the city. Looking up, the glow of neon lights around made the streets and the people look colorful and feel strange. But no matter how rich the colors, the red moon still represented the world's base color. Ever since the Red Moon event appeared 30 years ago, the whole world had been like this. Of course, Lu Xin didn't know what difference it made. He was born after the Red Moon event, and the world had always been like this. He carried his bag through an alley, where it had just rained, and ascended to a dilapidated old building. The elevator was broken again, so he had to take the stairs. He slowly came to room 401 on the 4th floor, took out the key, and opened the heavy door. The hallway was quiet and chilly, but the apartment was warm and soft. In the kitchen, Dad was stewing meat, and the pressure cooker was gurgling with heat, emitting a tantalizing meat smell. Sister was lying on the couch, holding a snack and watching a very old cartoon SpongeBob SquarePants. Mum, elegant and modest, was wearing a white wool cardigan and standing by the window talking to someone on the phone. "You're back, brother." Seeing Lu Xun walk in and put down his backpack, his sister looked up and smiled sweetly in greeting. "Were you well behaved at home? I've bought you the teddy bear you wanted." Lu Xun stroked her head and handed her a brown teddy bear. "Ah, thank you, brother. I like it very much." Sister jumped up happily and hugged the bear. "You're back." Mom looked up at him and nodded with a smile. "Sit down and rest for a while. Dinner will be served soon." Lu Xun nodded and sat down next to the dining table. The table had been set with 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks and a few plates of green small dishes. The rice in the bowls was already a little cold. However, the family had no intention to sit down to eat. Mother was speaking gently on the phone. "Sister Zhang, actually, today's matter, it is indeed my fault. Please don't get angry. Of course, my gray wool sweater's style is indeed a bit old, but how could you say it doesn't look good? Yes. I called you because of this matter. You certainly did not say it, but I know you think so in your heart. No. Please don't misunderstand. I just want to ask you to apologize. It's not good to curse. Too uncivilized." Dad chopped bones louder and louder, and his cursing voice could be faintly heard. "Scum, waste, randomly breaking into other people's homes. Damn it, effing eating so much. I can't finish chopping no matter how much I chop. And I can't clean it no matter how I cook it." Sister was happily sitting cross-legged on the sofa at this time, tearing the brown bear apart bit by bit, using both hands to pull it apart and biting it with that mouthful of snow-white teeth. She bit off the brown bear's ears, eyes, and both arms bit by bit. She tore it off and carefully watched the arms separate from the bear's body with an excited and satisfied expression. "We'll have to wait a while before eating." Mom had already put down the phone, and she said gently, "I had a little misunderstanding with my neighbor Sister Shang. I'll go and apologize to her." With that, she smoothly took out the scissors in the drawer and elegantly walked out, taking the door with her. Lu Xun quietly sat next to the dining table and waited. He felt lucky. At the beginning of the Red Moon event, the world had a long period of chaos. In that time, many people died, creating many orphans like him. Among them, a large portion disappeared after adulthood. Meanwhile, Lu Xun was lucky enough to be adopted by Dad and Mom and have a warm home. This was something that would make many envious. Of course, this family and these family members would be a little strange sometimes. But this family, in this shabby and dirty little satellite town, was still very complete. Mom soon came back with a pleased smile on her face, saying, "Sister Shang has made up with me." Lu Xun found an additional inconspicuous fresh bloodstain under the collar of her white woolen sweater. The family began to eat. Sister was still holding her little bear, which she had torn open and then sewn back together. It was a crookedly pieced body, full of rough stitches, but Sister liked it even more than before. Dad sat down at the table, opened a bottle of Baijiu, one, which label had been so soiled that the words could not be read, grabbed some green vegetables with his chopsticks, then finished the glass of Baijiu in one gulp. There was no meat on the table. Dad liked to chop bones and stew meat, but never let anyone eat it or go near his iron pot. He was still wearing his plastic apron splattered with blood, and a few flies swirled around him. Sirens approached outside, and noisy sounds of people talking could be heard continuously, but what they said was unknown. Smack! Dad suddenly put down his glass with force, looking out the window with bulging bloodshot eyes. Noisy! Just effing know how to make noise. Can't even let people eat a peaceful meal. Trash police. Can't find out anything. Trash neighbors. Just know how to peek at people every day. Don't scare the children. Mom picked up a green vegetable and carefully ate it. Her bright red lips were striking in the dim light. Lu Xun remembered that she did not wear lipstick. FK the kids. Damn it. Damn them all. Dad was even angrier. His 5 fingers gripped the bottle tightly and his veins rippled as he cursed. Bitch, you deserve to die too. Yes. In your eyes. Everyone deserves to die but you. Mom smiled gracefully and calmly. Because you're going to stay to collect the corpses at the end. Aren't you like to collect corpses? As she spoke, she put down her bowl and chopsticks, smiled gently, and looked at Dad. Because those people were better off than you. When they were alive, they were more capable than you. So you especially don't like to see them alive. You like to see them unable to talk. Shut up. Shut up. What do you know? Dad was really enraged by Mom. He violently broke the bottle, rushed up, and choked her. Giggle. Mom laughed very happily. Even though she was choked until her face turned purple, her smile was still very elegant. Trash. Smack. Dad finally couldn't help himself and started to punch and kick Mom, hitting her so hard the dining room shook non-stop. Wow, Dad. Don't hit Mommy. Sister cried out in fear, clinging to the bear, then suddenly blushed and giggled wildly. Fun. So fun. Then, she suddenly rolled over and jumped up like a flexible spider, climbed to the ceiling, hooked the chandelier with her feet, and somehow stabilized her body. She twisted and turned her head, looking at the fight below while her mouth gripped the toy bear. She slapped her hands hard and whimpered incessantly. It was like she was laughing, but also like she was crying. Too fun. Dad was getting angrier and angrier, and his body seemed to expand. His muscles burst through his shirt, revealing his green, black hairy back. His features were twisted and big. He waved his fist, punching down hard at Mom, punch after punch. Mom was being beaten by him until her skin tore, but her voice was still as elegant. That's nice. This impotent rage. Lu Xin carried his rice bowl and sat next to the flip-it-over table, slowly eating the rice. After the Red Moon event, a warm family was rare. Although in his own home, his family would also have some minor problems and sometimes quarrel and fight. It was still home. Outside the window, a room directly opposite the living room window of Lu Xin's house was set up as a simple studio. A short-haired woman in a casual suit observed Lu Xin's room through a telescope. Through the lens of the telescope, one could see that in the empty room, Lu Xin was sitting alone in a chair eating. Obviously, he was the only one sitting there, but that room looked as if an earthquake had happened in it. The table and chairs were overturned. The chandelier kept shaking, and on the window glass, a cloud of white flower-like cracks appeared from time to time, as if something had hit it. The 13th Psyche mutation observed entity's numinous power has appeared. One of the two young men beside her, wearing delicate work attire, calculated rapidly while the other recorded the scene. Does he have the potential to be recruited? How big is the potential threat? What are the specific abilities? The short-haired woman shook her head and said, It's not clear yet. He's not like other Psyche mutants who reveal a strong mutant form in the early stages, such as being able to enter other people's dreams or unintentionally release a Psyche plague, etc. He looks normal. He can go to and from work normally every day and can even handle his job well. But his psyche occasionally appears disturbed. Sounds like he has a lot of potential and would be easy to guide. Behind them, a man with a somewhat imposing face said, Have you tried asking a dream maker to enter his dream world to assess him? Yes. The short-haired, red-suited woman nodded gently and said, But after that dream maker entered his dream world, he never came out. Chapter 3. Even in the daytime, the office was lit with a miserable white light. Partition after partition divided most of the office into small boxes. In the middle of each box, there was an unconnected desktop computer and a telephone. Everyone was busy and walking around. Some were typing, some were on the phone, and some were exchanging documents. Lu Xin's workstation was in the very middle, with a best employee reward banner hanging on the partition. The morning's busy work had been dealt with. Lu Xin straightened up and pinched his temples. Staying in this environment for a long time, one would always feel depressed and stuffy. Not to mention there were always so many tedious things to deal with. Are you busy now, Brother Lu? A voice sounded beside Lu Xin. He looked up and found that it was the new young man in the office. LV Cheng. He was well dressed, had short hair, and a sunny temperament. But at this time, he frowned as he said, "The director arranged for me to organize this batch of documents. I've sorted it out, but I can't seem to get it right. The time is almost up. Brother Lu, can you teach me?" "Sure." Lu Xin smiled and agreed to help. "I happen to have nothing to do now." "Thank you, Brother Lu. You're really nice." The energetic chap's expression was grateful as he rushed beside Lu Xin's desk. One taught while the other learned. Many discontented gazes were cast at them from the surrounding partitions, and a few extremely soft whispers were heard. His own work is already tiring enough, yet he still has to teach others. We all have the same job. There's no need to be afraid of getting kicked out after we've taught others how to do things properly. Under many people's unhappy gazes, Lu Xin helped LV Cheng arrange the documents and waved as he thanked him. Although everyone was nervous in this oppressive office atmosphere, Lu Xin had always had his own principles of doing things. When he was able to give others a hand, he would do so. The Red Moon incident had made a change in the world, but one still had to have the character of a human being. "Lu Xin, come here for a moment. The director called you." Someone called out from afar. "Coming." Lu Xin put down his coffee, got up, and walked towards the director's office. There, he saw the director, who was so fat that his cheeks were hanging down on both sides. On the sofa opposite sat a short-haired woman wearing sunglasses and a decent suit. "Little Lu, here's a document. Help me deliver it to the corner cafe on Qingjiang Road now." The director was concise and pointed to the file bag on the table. Delivering documents was the administration team or miscellaneous affairs team's job. It wasn't part of his job scope, but Lu Xin didn't refuse. "Okay, then." He picked up the documents, nodded to the director and the short-haired woman on the sofa, and walked out. As soon as he left the room, the director immediately smiled and attentively said to the short-haired woman, "Team Leader Chen, it's done. Don't worry. I won't ask or think much about it. But that project you just told me about, please rest assured, this project won't be given to you." The short-haired woman stood up, pulled down her sunglasses, and spoke gently. The director froze for a moment, thinking he had heard wrong. Just then, he saw the woman's pupils. Her pupils looked like they were spinning, faintly glowing red, and seemed to turn into two red moons. "Forget about me. Also, forget about arranging for him to do anything," the short-haired woman whispered softly. Then, she put on her sunglasses and turned to leave. The director fell into a moment of confusion. Then, after a few seconds, he sobered up as if nothing had happened and went on with his business. Lu Xin grabbed a handrail in a carriage of the high-speed rail while feeling drowsy. The place he boarded the high-speed rail was near the starting station, and there were still seats available, but he saw a pregnant lady board and gave his seat up to her. He then remained standing for 30 minutes. The light in the carriage flickered slightly, and Sister, holding a patched-up bear in her arms, crawled over along the roof. She hung upside down in front of Lu Xin, swaying like she was on a swing. Lu Xin stared fixedly, pretending to be admiring the beautiful legs of a girl in hot pants at the side. Sister played by herself even more happily. She swayed more and more violently, and a faint sound of distortion appeared in the carriage. Fortunately, the train was moving very fast and swaying, so the distortion sound was masked. Brother, look, that fat man is so silly." Sister suddenly pointed at a fat man standing and sleeping not far away, drooling, and smiled at Lu Xin. "Don't talk to me." Forcing himself to concentrate on looking at the legs of the beautiful woman, Lu Xin squeezed between his teeth. "I can't look at you outside, let alone talk to you. You'll be treated like a psycho." "Tisk. No fun." Sister deliberately provoked Lu Xin, but, seeing he didn't fall for it, she felt a little bored. "Then, take care of yourself. There's something wrong with the place you're going to." As she spoke, not waiting for Lu Xin to ask further, she giggled and fiercely ran forward along the carriage, passing by the fat man, sleeping while standing. She suddenly pinched the fat man's face and then disappeared into the distance. The fat man woke up with a start and shouted, "Who touched me?" People around him looked at him oddly, as there was no one around him in a 1-meter radius. Lu Xin joined the crowd of onlookers, looking at the fat man as though he was nuts. When he got out of the train, Lu Xin found that the place was close to the outer wall. The buildings here had become somewhat dilapidated. One could see that the walls were more than 10 meters high, casting a deep shadow on the buildings. Although 30 years had passed, and those wandering lunatics outside the city had been mostly cleaned up, the people living in the city still didn't dare to be careless. The focus of municipal work every year was to continue to strengthen and repair these tall walls. When he arrived at the corner cafe, he found that the environment here was dark. The old buildings and bungalows around it seemed empty, and no one could be seen. There was a lot of garbage in front of the door, like it was blown there by the wind, and he didn't know for how long it hadn't been cleaned. As he approached the place, he felt depressed for some reason. Lu Xin subconsciously didn't like this place, but he had promised the director, so he still walked in. The 13th observed has entered the target area. On a high building not far from there, more than a dozen observers were present. A variety of instruments had been set up around the high building. Loaded guns and heavily armed warriors were hidden in the shadows, nervously guarding against everything in the surroundings. The short-haired woman was also among the office staff, holding a document with the following black lettering: Target Code Nin Corner Cafe. Purpose of the operation: detect the potential and specific abilities of the 13th observed to become a Psyche Master. Potential risk: the cafe has been confirmed as a level 1 Psyche corruption zone. Specific manifestations are: people who are close to the cafe will be involuntarily drawn into it. People who have entered the cafe will die within 3 to 5 days. And the cause of death is mostly suicide. According to analysis, they were probably corrupted in the cafe to the point of developing a severe depression. She put down the documents in her hands and asked the person beside her, "Is the preparatory support ready?" The staff member nodded and gestured toward the next room. Through the glass partition between the two rooms, a delicate girl in a Western dress, who looked like a puppet, could be seen sitting there. As Lu Xin entered the cafe, he felt warm and lively. Outside the street, as well as inside the house, it was empty and cold, but this cafe was full of people and even felt overcrowded. Everyone was smiling. Some talked intimately with their head down. Some sat alone by the window, drinking coffee while looking at a book. Some squinted and concentrated on a delicious sandwich. Soothing and ancient music floated in the store as sunlight poured in through the window, making people seem to be in a trance, as though they were back in that world before the Red Moon disaster. Lu Xin passed through the crowd and came to the bar, nodding to the waiter behind the counter. "I was asked to send this document over." The director didn't say exactly who to send it to, so it should be fine if it was delivered to the waiter. "Thanks." The waiter didn't care about anything. He just smiled and thanked, then poured a cup of coffee and pushed it in front of Lu Xin. Lu Xin wanted to say that he had no intention of staying for coffee. However, the coffee smelled quite fragrant, completely different from the cheap coffee in the company. "Thanks for coming all the way here. This cup is on the house." The waiter smiled kindly, making one feel comfortable. Lu Xin's heart eased a little, and he couldn't refuse at that moment. Then, just at that moment, his eyes faintly shifted. Behind the waiter's delicate apron, a thick and ugly tentacle suddenly stretched out and slowly reached for Lu Xin. At the top of the tentacle, the flesh slowly cracked. Suddenly, a coin-sized black raid slipped into the coffee. Lu Xin looked down. The raid looked like an egg, but also like an eye. Black pupils looked at him. The coffee instantly became more fragrant. Every wisp had amazing seductive power. The waiter also smiled more cordially and gently pushed the coffee toward Lu Xin, gesturing for him to enjoy it. "No, thanks." Lu Xin politely refused as if he hadn't noticed anything and turned around to walk out. When he reached the door, he looked back. Then, he saw that everyone in the cafe had stopped what they were doing and were staring at him in a daze. He turned around stiffly and walked faster. Chapter 4. He left. On the distant building, all the observers were looking at the monitors in confusion. The fierce conflict they rehearsed did not happen, and the 3 sets of countermeasures they prepared did not need to be used. That was clearly a standard level 1 psyche corruption area. And he was clearly a psyche mutant with infinite potential. When they met, it was originally a good opportunity to stimulate each other and do testing. Taking this opportunity, they could find that cafe's corruption source and remove it precisely. Also, they could judge the potential of the 13th observed and decide to recruit or remove it together with the cafe's corruption source. But in the end, they just saw the 13th observed enter the corrupted area and then walk out again. No abnormalities at all. The staff all subconsciously looked towards the short-haired woman, their leader. She also had a moment of confusion. Then, she firmly ordered, "Continue testing. Immediately make a 4th response plan." Jogging away from the cafe, Lu Xin quickly came to the high-speed rail station. Wanting to return quickly, he also did not know what it was that he saw in the cafe. However, he was finally sure what his sister purposely ran over to remind him of. There was a monster. Although the world had changed radically after the Red Moon incident and countless lunatics were out there roaming the wilderness all day long, they were still people, but what he had just seen was definitely not human. He didn't want to mess with it, so he just ran away. The high-speed rail station was empty. There was only a dozing old security guard in the duty room. Lu Xin sat down on a bench. It was only then that he heaved a sigh of relief. Turning his head to look, his sister's figure did not appear in the vicinity, and it was impossible to ask her what exactly that was. He could only ask at night when he got home. Lu Xin had always known that his family knew something. Row. Suddenly, the sound of the soles of shoes rubbing the ground could be heard. Lu Xin looked up and saw people coming from the high-speed rail station. It was still an empty subway station a moment before. But now, more and more people walked in, wearing different clothes with a hurried gait. They quickly came to the high-speed rail station, but did not walk towards the side of the platform to wait for the train. Instead, they quickly distributed around the surroundings. Realizing that something was wrong, Lu Xin's head jerked as he recognized them from an old man wearing an old sweater beside him. They were the people from the cafe just now. Lu Xin shuddered, stood up, and saw a silhouette appear behind them. It was the waiter. He still had a kind smile on his face, but under the light, it looked a little weird. He was holding a cup. The same cup of coffee that Lu Xin did not drink just now. Then, he turned toward Lu Xin, the corners of his mouth arching to slowly form a grin, his voice extremely soft and slow. "You haven't drunk your coffee yet." Lu Xin felt a little scared and hurriedly got up, wanting to leave. But the people around him followed his movement and moved forward to block his path. These people who were just in the cafe, a warm and happy group of people, now suddenly became unusually weird, like they were sleepwalking. There was no extra movement. In fact, from their pupils, one couldn't see Lu Xin's reflection. They just moved forward slowly, and space became smaller and smaller, blocking Lu Xin inside like a cage made up of people, making it difficult for him to move even an inch. The smile on the cafe waiter's face deepened as he raised the coffee slightly to Lu Xin. Lu Xin was a little embarrassed and panicked. "I have no money. I can't afford it." The cafe waiter's smile became even more bizarre. Suddenly, that cup popped. The egg submerged in the coffee, previously jumped fiercely, cut a black line through the air, and flew towards Lu Xin's mouth. Lu Xin was shocked and pushed outwards forcefully. He was young and strong, so he managed to push down 2 or 3 people at once as he tried to escape. But the surrounding cafe customers also moved with him, stretching out stiff arms and trying to catch him. So many arms were like countless vines trying to trip him, completely unavoidable. Lu Xin struggled less and less, and, before long, he had already been pressed down by them. Someone even tried to force his mouth open. "What's going on?" In the observation office, the short-haired woman frowned. "He's like an ordinary person. Maybe it's because he can't master his powers yet." The staff on one side said, "Do we ask for the support to step in and end this test?" Seeing that Lu Xin was already about to be swamped by the crowd, the short-haired woman nodded slowly and looked at the doll next door. The girl had quietly picked up the umbrella by her side. "Wait!" At this time, a staff member suddenly shouted. Everyone looked at the psyche detection instrument in front of him and found a drastic change in the data. At this time, Lu Xin, who had already been forcefully pressed down by people and even had his mouth forced open, heard a giggle in his ears. Hee hee. As he raised his eyes, Lu Xin saw his sister hugging her bear and swaying as she hung from a display sign. "Help me." Lu Xin, whose mouth was forced open, let out a vague plea for help. "My brother dislikes me and always pretends he can't see me outside." Sister swung in midair and said in a resigned voice. Lu Xin looked at the eye jumping above everyone's head and approaching his mouth and shouted in despair. "Ugh. Then, you have to promise to buy me the best toys." Sister smiled cheekily. At this time, a mischievous expression appeared in her eyes, which didn't show the whites. "No money." Lu Xin was angry. He straightened and shouted. Also at this time, the eye head crawled to the side of Lu Xin's mouth. The pupil rolled in the direction of his face. It shrunk slightly as if revealing a smile and suddenly jumped violently and snuck over. At the same time, the hands of the surrounding people pinched Lu Xin's mouth wide open. He was like a helpless prisoner, watching the thing fly bit by bit towards his mouth. Despair descended. But also at this time, a small, cold hand suddenly held Lu Xin's palm. Sister had jumped down. Slip. In others' eyes, it seemed as though Lu Xin suddenly became a loach. He was being locked tightly just now, and his arms were twisted backward. His mouth was pinched open. But he suddenly became exceptionally bizarre. His arms twisted violently, then flipped over at an incredible angle. Then, he quickly twisted his waist and then shook off several arms holding him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, his mouth was also freed. His head tilted, causing the eye to fly over his head. At that moment, he had used odd and bizarre movements to get rid of all the people controlling him and squeeze out toward the crowd. The surroundings were packed full of people, all rushing toward him, looking completely impossible to escape. But Lu Xin's figure became almost unintelligible at this point, threading his way from side to side through the crowd in an extremely bizarre manner. Precise body control ability spider style. At that time, in the building not far away, the staff members had already seen the scene of Lu Xin escaping through their surveillance videos and gaped in shock. From a complex display screen, they saw that Lu Xin had already been restricted and was about to be forcefully corrupted by a monster. But at that moment, his body became dexterous and agile in the blink of an eye, allowing him to escape. Facing the countless monsters in the high-speed rail station, he actually seemed to be in no man's land, and his body was so agile that he could even create some unimaginable angle changes. He was obviously squeezed in by the people in the cafe, but he could use a posture beyond the normal dodging and moving around. Without the use of any tools, he could climb on the vertical walls on his hands and knees. What's the percentage? It's not possible to draw a conclusion yet. But, looking at this speed, the initial estimate is above 50. Then, isn't the initial potential almost catching up with the lizard? The staff in the building were surprised and delighted, excitedly looking at the monitor as Lu Xin quickly rushed towards the door. Not good. Suddenly, someone noticed a change and shouted in surprise. Meanwhile, in the high-speed rail station, Lu Xin pulled his sister's hand. He seemed to be about to break out of the encirclement but the cafe waiter standing outside the crowd looked at his bizarre and agile figure, and the weird smile on his face became deeper and more bizarre. It seemed to become stiffer and froze, and the waiter seemed to become an empty shell. At the same time, 7 or 8 huge tentacles suddenly flew out from behind him. Each tentacle, all as thick as a bucket, was covered with inverted bone spines and bizarre eyes. Swish swish swish. These tentacles flew towards Lu Xin and stabbed at him. Beside Lu Xin, who was escaping on the wall, Mudflowers exploded and countless mud chips fell from the wall. Under this violent bombardment, the entire high-speed rail station trembled and seemed to be about to collapse. However, no matter how fast the tentacles grew out of his body and how frightening they were, Lu Xin's body shape was incomparably grotesque and weirdly natural. He sometimes slanted and sometimes twisted his body in ways that defied the laws of physics. Dodging the tentacles one by one, it seemed like he was actually dancing on the wall and ceiling under the tentacles' attacks. In just a few seconds, he had already crawled dozens of meters away and was near the exit. Seeing this scene, the short-haired woman in the observation point took a deep breath and turned to the girl in the other room. Prepare to wrap up. That girl got up with no expression, picked up her umbrella, and slowly held it open. But just at that moment, a staff member in front of the screen shouted in surprise, "You guys! Look!" The people in the office all turned their heads in shock. They saw that in the high-speed rail station, Lu Xin, who had already escaped the tentacles through his ungodly speed, was just a few meters away from the exit and was about to escape from the high-speed rail station. When he suddenly stopped, he didn't escape directly. Instead, he hung upside down from the roof, turned his head slowly, and gestured with his finger towards the front. The short-haired woman was taken aback. What is he doing? He seems to be provoking them. How can this be? The atmosphere in the observation point seemed a little tense, and the staff all looked at each other. From the time Lu Xin showed his spider-style ability, they were ready to start the final cleanup. They understood how terrifying the speed of the spider style was. Under such circumstances, the source of corruption in that coffee shop definitely had no way to trap him. Or, rather, in this world, there weren't many places or people that could trap those with the spider style. But what they did not expect was that the one who possessed the spider style actually did not escape. Instead, he turned around and provoked the monsters. What kind of person wouldn't immediately escape when facing those monsters, but instead turn around and provoke them? "Sister, what are you doing?" At that moment, Lu Xin also shouted in surprise. The exit was obviously right before him, and he could escape as soon as he turned around. But his sister, however, pulled him hard. Sister pouted. "Then, what are you going to do?" Lu Xin was angry and anxious. "Run away, don't you see the monsters?" "Brother, why are you so scared?" Sister laughed in a low voice while provocatively hooking her finger at the cafe waiter. Underneath her dirty hair, her eyes looked unusually bright. It's obviously him who should be scared. Chapter 5. Sizzle. That cafe waiter smiled when he saw that Lu Xin did not escape and turned around to provoke him. When the smile on his face twisted to a certain extent, the skin and flesh ripped open violently, revealing a black muscle that rolled and extended outward, turning into a line of twisted and thick tentacles. Some bore a huge mouth with short sharp teeth popping out of it, while some rolled up and down, revealing a huge eye. Then, all the mouths opened wide with fury, spewing out a stream of sticky liquid. Lu Xin's whole body shivered. "Run away, sister." However, just looked at the monster excitedly. "I'm not running. Look how cute it is." Before sister finished speaking, the monster hissed and fiercely waved its countless thick tentacles towards Lu Xin. Lu Xin was shocked and frightened, and he couldn't help but shout, "Aye!" But then, his sister suddenly pulled him and quickly rushed toward the monster. Psyche power fluctuation has reached the limit value. In the observation point, a staff member tapped his keyboard quickly and shouted in a low voice, "The level 1 Psyche monster has appeared." On the display, the entire empty high-speed rail station was trembling like an earthquake had happened. With the cafe waiter as the center, huge cracks and craters appeared on the ground around them, and the people around them, including the cafe customers, were torn apart. It was as if an invisible force field had warped and destroyed everything. A high-speed rail will enter the station in 3 minutes, with at least 30 passengers on board. Another staff member also shouted nervously, turning to the short-haired woman. "What should we do?" The short-haired woman took a deep breath, unable to decide for a moment. According to common sense, Spider-style mutants can't deal with this kind of psyche monster without a systemic weapon. But, on the display, where the image kept shaking, the observed person was actually flying straight ahead to meet the cafe waiter, who had distorted countless force fields around him. With a flash, a deep crater created by his numinous power appeared in the surroundings. He suddenly shrunk his body back, and holes appeared on someone 7 or 8 meters away from him. And in this extremely dangerous situation, he actually rushed to the cafe waiter's side. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the cafe waiter's arms. Kai! At this moment, the screen suddenly turned dark. That was because the cameras in the high-speed rail station had all been completely destroyed by that invisible numinous power. The short-haired woman took a breath and suddenly shouted, "Hurry!" Everyone moved nervously, including the little girl in the next room. At this time, in the high-speed rail station, Lu Xin felt bitter, but he let out a burst of smug and playful laughter, and a frenzied and excited light flashed in his eyes. Countless eerie and horrifying tentacles slapped in front of him. Instinctively, he felt like so long as any tentacle touched or brushed against him, it would cause irreversible and exceptionally horrible damage to him. But amid this danger, he only seemed to feel the excitement. He rushed forward, making various twisted and grotesque poses, dodging the tentacles, and arriving at the monster's side. Swish! He reached out and grabbed a piece of flesh on the monster, and with a twist, pus burst forth. One of the monster's tentacles was actually directly torn off by him. The monster was frantic with pain, and countless mouths hissed at the same time. But Lu Xin looked even more excited as he circled the monster continuously. He was obviously not as strong as the monster, but he also could feel that once the monster caught him, he would probably die instantly. But he actually felt no fear. Instead, he felt like it was very fun, as though he was a cat teasing a mouse. He moved rapidly near and away from the monster. Whenever he went close to the monster, he would pull out one of the long tentacles. He was disassembling it. The number of tentacles on the monster's body was decreasing, and it seemed furious, but also scared. But no matter how intensely it reacted, it only made Lu Xin more excited. His body blinked around the monster like a ghost as he tore off the monster's tentacles one by one. The monster hissed lower and lower, surrounded by limbs and blood everywhere. But the limbs and the blood slowly disappeared as time passed after landing. In the end, the monster was powerless to resist. Despairing, it crawled toward the exit. But Lu Xin jumped to the wall in its pursuit and pulled off a thin iron pipe from the top of the wall. Laughing loudly, he jumped down, aimed at the monster, and ruthlessly thrust the pipe down. Poof! The monster was pierced through the head and nailed directly to the ground. The monster struggled desperately, unconsciously flapping its few remaining tentacles, and Lu Xin crouched not far from it, remaining alert as he watched the monster hiss and struggle with unusual satisfaction. The countless eyes on the monster's tentacles were all fearful. Suddenly, all the tentacles tensed up. Then, with a pop, they turned into a mass of blood plasma. The moment the plasma burst open, it spread in all directions, like a fog of blood. Fortunately, Lu Xin was extremely alert at that moment and instantly dodged, avoiding the writhing flesh. But the surrounding customers who chased him from the cafe were instantly engulfed by the flesh and suddenly came to their senses. In the battle just now, the cafe waiter almost indiscriminately attacked, so there were heavy casualties, but they didn't move, as if completely unable to feel pain and fear. Then, they suddenly awakened as if from a dream and ran in all directions. Some rushed to the entrances and exits on both sides, and some even jumped down the high-speed rail passageway. Every one of them seemed to be crazy, not afraid of being crushed into a pulp by the high-speed rail that was about to enter the station. Want to run? Lu Xin's eyes were wild with excitement. His eyes turned as his body darted, and he threw himself at the person closest to him. It was an obese, limping woman. This woman was just swept by the cafe waiter's tentacles. Her whole left leg had been folded into a bizarre angle, but she was still fighting to run out. only very slowly. Sensing him approaching from behind, she suddenly turned around and fiercely opened her mouth. Her mouth actually opened from ear to ear, and her yellow, greasy teeth looked much sharper than usual at this moment. At this time, she didn't look like a human being at all, more like a senseless beast. Swish! Lu Xin dodged her bite with a flash and then, stretching his arm, he broke her neck. Then, he leaped, flying towards the other fleeing figures. His eyes were strangely frenzied, and his speed was indescribably bizarre and swift. In just a few moments, he had already killed 4 or 5 customers. But there were too many of them, and they were all escaping frantically. When he caught up to and killed 4 or 5 customers, the others had already escaped in all directions. The high-speed rail station platform was already empty. Creak! Suddenly, a slight movement in the high-speed rail station caught his attention. Lu Xin jerked his head around and saw an old security guard standing in the security booth. Looking at him in horror, the old security guard had good luck. Obviously, the entire high-speed rail station had been affected by the battle, but this pavilion actually remained intact, and he was also unharmed. But it was at this time that he moved a little, which attracted Lu Xin's attention. Lu Xin looked at him. His eyes looked dark and deep, and then his expression turned twisted and excited. The next moment, he had suddenly moved and rushed to the front of the security booth. With his fingers taut, he grabbed the old security guard's head. The old security guard hugged his head with both hands in horror. But the expected attack did not come. That's enough. Lu Xin shouted in anger and pulled his sister violently. Sister's slender fingers stopped a few centimeters away from the guard's face. Sister was crazy, but Lu Xin was able to stop her. At the time, he especially wanted her to stop. In the battle just now, he would have been caught by the monster if he made even the slightest mistake. So, Lu Xin didn't dare to stop his sister, even under the situation where he wanted to escape and sister wanted to return. He didn't dare to force her, because they had different intentions. Their actions and reactions would be slowed, possibly putting them in danger. Those customers were also not normal, so he was okay with them being killed. But this old security guard was a normal person. Lu Xin certainly couldn't let his sister hurt him. Okay. Sister was forced back by Lu Xin, seemingly angry. But when she turned her head and saw Lu Xin's face slightly distorted due to anger, she suddenly became well-behaved. Her slender arms wrapped around Lu Xin's neck as she laughed. Don't be angry, brother. Weren't I trying to protect you? Look at those monsters. They are all so fierce and scary. If they are scary, we could have escaped. Veins bulged on Lu Xin's temple. He wanted to continue, but sister's expression changed. Oops. Those people are coming over. Let's get out of here. Lu Xin was startled. He hurriedly flipped his body, landed on the wall, and quickly crawled away from the station. The entire empty high-speed rail station was left with nothing but bloodstains all over the floor and the trembling old security guard. Rumble! The high-speed rail suddenly entered the station, shaking the station so much powder fell. At the same time, a white shadow flashed by, and a Dalek girl appeared. She held an umbrella in her hand and was actually floating in the air. Following closely behind her, a motorcycle's rumble sounded and the short-haired woman appeared. Looking around, they didn't see the presence of the Psyche monster or even felt any residue of Psyche power. They also didn't see the previously observed person. In the entire subway station, there were only the mutilated corpses, the bloodstains all over the ground, and the cafe waiter nailed to the ground turned into a puddle. An unexpected and somewhat frightened expression appeared on the short-haired woman's face. How did he do that? She muttered in surprise. A spider-style Psyche mutant, without a manufactured weapon and the cooperation of an armed squad. How did he get rid of a corruption source properly? Her heart was filled with doubt. And when she slowly turned her head, she saw the old security guard in the security booth. The old security guard was already scared silly, and the fear in his eyes seemed to be overflowing. In his trembling hand, he was holding a digital camera from the old days. Chapter 6. Clatter. When Lu Xin escaped from the high-speed rail station, he saw that the surrounding area was in chaos. The desolated neighborhood was suddenly filled with countless black jeeps and many people in uniform as if they suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They were loaded with guns and approached the neighborhood with their heavy military boots. Meanwhile, they quickly set up roadblocks and sealed all the roads. The sound of chasing, capturing, and shooting could faintly be heard. Lu Xin was slightly shocked and did not dare to move slowly. He quickly jumped, moved in the corner near the walls, and escaped after climbing over an apartment wall that had broken windows. Fortunately, no one seemed to think that someone would escape from the wall. Moreover, he was fast and did not attract the attention of the bystanders. Lu Xin used both his hands and feet and was like a flexible spider. He managed to climb to a dozen-story building located a few hundred meters away. He squatted on the edge of the building and turned his head to look in the direction of the high-speed rail station. Every road was filled with people, including the cafe and the high-speed rail station. The whole area was packed with people. This caused him to feel slightly scared. "Brother, how are you going to thank me?" His sister's voice was heard. She was holding a teddy bear and squatting near Lu Xin. Her messy hair was down, and her eyes were lit up slightly, a sign of unusual satisfaction. "Thank you." Lu Xin was frustrated. "I would hit you." However, when the words reached his mouth, he thought about the danger earlier on and couldn't help but let down his fierceness and say, "Thank you. You're my elder brother. I'm your sister. Why are you thanking me?" His sister smiled, and her hair covered most of her face. She looked eerily cute. Lu Xin was about to praise her when she suddenly looked up expectantly. "You'd better give me toys." "You want toys again?" Lu Xin looked at the bear in her arms and said helplessly, "Don't you already have one?" "The bear is very cute." His sister hugged the bear tightly and said, "However, the bear doesn't know how to speak." Slightly excited, she described it in detail. "I want one that can speak." Lu Xin said perfunctorily, "I will buy one with electronic sounds for you." "Those aren't fun." His sister's smile was a little weird. "I don't only want it to speak. I want the kind that can scream. The more tragic the screams, the better." Lu Xin said, "Have you heard about the screaming rubber chicken?" She seemed stuck at this question. She kept silent for a moment before suddenly saying, "I don't want to play with you anymore." "Sigh. You." Lu Xin was just about to speak when he saw his sister suddenly jump up. Her small figure made her look like a flexible kitten which jumped down directly from the building. When he hastily reached out to see, he saw her landing on a horizontal wire outside the building. The wind blew, and she gently swayed with the wires, shook her head, and laughed at him. "Brother, you have to be careful. Someone is watching you." Lu Xin was cautious. "Who?" "I won't tell you." His sister smiled cheekily and climbed along the wire to the opposite side, quickly disappearing into a broken window. "This girl." Lu Xin looked down from the tall building and felt dizzy. "How should I go down now that you are gone?" Still alert, Lu Xin jumped from this apartment building to the building opposite. Then, he followed the dilapidated building and went down, floor by floor. When he was about to reach the bottom, he intentionally rounded a few more bends and followed the crooked poles and dilapidated buildings before walking out sneakily onto a street a few hundred meters away. He deliberately tidied his clothes and tucked his hands in his pockets, ready to blend into the crowd. "Hop on. I'll treat you to coffee." However, he had merely taken a step when someone called out. Lu Xin was shocked. He instantly turned around and saw a woman leaning against a jeep. It was a short-haired woman wearing a casual suit and a large pair of teal sunglasses. She was lean and athletic with a wild temperament. Under this temperament, even her high heels seemed sharper. Even the dark jeep behind her looked like an iron monster, tough and fierce. "Drink coffee." Lu Xin was shocked and immediately recalled what his sister said. He was already 23, but no woman had ever asked him out for a date. The woman in front of him was definitely not someone who would like him. "So she's one of those people who surrounded the subway station earlier on. Maybe she's been eyeing me for a long time, asking me out for coffee. She doesn't seem to be hostile." Although it didn't seem normal to run into a woman asking him out for coffee, Lu Xun didn't dare to refuse. Therefore, he replied softly, "Can we change to something else? I don't feel like drinking coffee now." The short-haired woman seemed surprised by Lu Xun's calmness. However, she had met many people like him. Thinking about what happened to him earlier on, she smiled. "All right, let's go to the bar." Then, she opened the car door for him. Lu Xun sat on the passenger seat. Although he didn't take many car rides before, he didn't fiddle around in the car. He sat quietly on the passenger seat and did not even peek at the woman. The woman also did not speak and instead focused on driving. They drove for about 20 minutes before going into a sparsely populated street. The woman stopped the car, led Lu Xun through a dark, underground passage, and reached a bar with iron bars in front of the door. The bar hadn't opened, so it was dim and quiet. After the sleepy waiter opened the door, he immediately put a bottle of wine and 2 glasses on the table without asking a word. Then, he went back to sleep. The large bar was only left with Lu Xun and the woman. "My name is Chen Jing. I don't have any ill intentions. But I will admit, everything you encountered today was planned by me," the short-haired woman said frankly, placing a green leather document in front of him. Lu Xun took a look and learned that she came from the main city of Qingsheng and was the highest-ranking officer of the Qingsheng Inspection Department. He couldn't help but look up at her. The people of the main city were beyond the imagination of the satellite city residents, especially for someone with such a high status. Like her, it was strange for her to invite him for a drink. Thinking of the documents the director asked him to send, and the strange object he encountered in the cafe, Lu Xun knew everything was odd. He was suddenly being plotted against and had encountered such a horrible thing. It seemed infuriating. But Lu Xun saw a bulge at the woman's waist and knew that it was a gun. Nevertheless, he still lowered his head and said, "Why? Let me explain first." Chen Jing didn't elaborate on this issue. She bit off the wine stopper and poured 2 glasses. "I belong to a department that deals with abnormal affairs, specializing in managing corruption incidents within High Wall City." Lu Xun blinked and didn't know how to react. Chen Jing placed a glass of wine in front of him and said, "You can view us as the officials." Lu Xun immediately figured it out. Chen Jing continued, "Ever since the Red Moon event, the reorganization of the main cities and satellite cities, the handling and hanging of the madmen outside the city, the resistance of the wilderness knights and the psyche sects, as well as the construction of the high walls and the usual repairs, were all handled by our people. Yet now, what we are mainly dealing with is the corruption incidents in the main city and the 5 satellite cities." "Strange incidents?" Lu Xun looked up at her. "Yes. Strange incidents that are beyond one's imaginations. For example, the situation you encountered in the cafe." Chen Jing nodded and took out a document. She pushed it in front of him and said, "You can take a look." Lu Xun looked at the title. It was printed with the word confidential. He slowly opened it and saw the printed words on the first page as well as many statistics. Target number Class D Special Corruption Source 036. Target level First Class. Corruption level Low Contact Corruption Rate 90 Deep Corruption Rate 70. Growth Potential High. Danger level Low. Target characteristics: the target is a level 1 psyche monster that can corrupt any lifeform that it has come into close contact with. Des. Not of airborne corruption ability. It can be eliminated by eliminating the psyche monster parasite. The parasite remains in the normal, human category and can be harmed by physical attacks. According to current observations, the corrupted source does not possess higher intelligence and will only repeat everything it did before being corrupted and simply communicate. Special cleansing means none. While Lu Xun was looking at the document, Chen Jing slowly lit a cigarette. She slowly spoke. "The Red Moon event caused more than 70 of the people in this world to turn crazy. We survived, but we can only live in the high wall protection of the main city and satellite cities. However, even if we survived, we aren't necessarily all normal. Many are born mentally unsound and affect the people or things around them. We term this corruption. Corruption Lu Xun lifted his head as he listened to this familiar, but at the same time, unfamiliar word. After the Red Moon event, due to the collapse of civilization, the fracture of order, the destruction of countless chemical plants, power stations, and so on, the leakage of waste caused this world, especially the area outside High Wall City, to have traces of corruption. Even after 30 years, many places had not improved. The residents of High Wall City were certainly not unfamiliar with corruption, but the corruption that this woman was talking about did not seem to be quite the same. Indeed, corruption, Shen Jing nodded. Just like a source of corruption in the ordinary sense, it will radiate and affect the people around, making them also have the same symptoms, similar to the plague. However, this kind of corruption is much more mysterious and terrible. The cafe you entered today is one of them. Before today, it had already corrupted 52 people. If Lu Xun was a little shocked by this number, he tried to digest Chen Jing's words and gestured with his hand. What would happen if one gets corrupted? The person would get the disease. Chen Jing answered very simply, as if she had already answered the question too many times, seeming somewhat robotic. Ordinary corruption would make one physically sick, but psyche corruption would make one mentally ill. The consequences of getting ill vary. Some will cause severe depression and cause people to commit suicide after not being able to take it. Some will cause people to lose their minds and attack those around them. Some will make people lose the ability to communicate with everything around them. There are also some that will cause a person to develop a strong intention to hurt themselves. To put it simply, the corruption will result in a psyche disease that can be transmitted. Chapter 7. Psyche diseases can spread too. Lu Xun listened to Chen Jing's words, thought of his own state, and his heart suddenly began to race. Indeed, this is the definition of corruption. Depending on the source of corruption, the symptoms also vary, but each of them is scary and tricky. On the surface, they may look no different from normal people, but internally, an irreversible change has happened, and more importantly, they are different from the crazy people outside the walls. They live with us, but nobody knows when they will break out and corrupt others around them. Shen Jing nodded and slowly explained. Just like the people you saw at the cafe, the initial mutation time of the psyche monster in the corner cafe could not be determined. When found him, 15 people had developed extreme depression after being corrupted by him and had chosen to commit suicide. These suicides allowed us to detect the existence of this monster. However, when we found him, 37 people had already been deeply corrupted. These 37 people were severely corrupted. If they were given a physical examination, you would find that all their vital signs are normal. However, if a psychological assessment is done, you will find that they have all suffered serious to irreversible damage. They are alive, but they are completely different from normal people. Therefore, we have no choice but to seal this street to prevent them from corrupting others. Lu Xun was slightly shocked when he heard this. So, their fate is death. Chen Jing said softly. If they were only corrupted slightly, they would fall into depression and might be able to notice that something is wrong occasionally. Although the mortality rate of such a degree of corruption is still very high, after all, there's still a chance of recovery. For the people I mentioned earlier on, they are too deep in contact with the monster and have completely lost self-awareness. So there's absolutely no possibility and need for treatment. The plan is such that they are all targets to be cleaned up. Lu Xun said in shock. We can't even solve it by killing the monster. Eliminating the source of corruption does not mean that those corrupted can be immediately cured. Shen Jing paused and looked at him. The psyche monster is merely the source of corruption. All other corrupted people or things have the risk of being corrupted. The thing you killed in the high-speed rail station earlier on is the original source of that corruption, and after its death, those deeply corrupted will flee in all directions. As long as one managed to escape, that person may develop into a new source of corruption. By then, the source of corruption will still exist, which makes no difference whether the psyche monster died or not. Shen Jing smiled and said, however, rest assured, The residents around the area have already evacuated. Moreover, we have arranged for a large number of armed forces and guarded every major road. None of the severely corrupted have escaped. As compared to the original form of the psyche monster, their power is insignificant and can be killed by ordinary weapons. Similarly, it's harder for them to corrupt others. Lu Xun finally understood why. After the waiter's death, the other customers suddenly realized the need to run. Could it be that the psyche monster realized that it was bound to die? So it let the other corrupted individuals escape so that they could prepare for rebirth. If that was the case, why didn't it leave an corrupted individual outside to help him with the rebirth when necessary? The intelligence of a level 1 psyche monster is not that high. Shenjing seemed to know what he wanted to ask and explained while smiling. They will only subconsciously corrupt others, and the heavily corrupted will also subconsciously gather around him, like a whole, governed by his consciousness, until the main body is killed. Only because of the loss of the main body's influence, they develop a certain amount of autonomous consciousness. However, by then, it's often too late. I see. Lu Xun nodded and calmed down gradually. However, he couldn't resist the temptation to ask something he had always wanted to know. Since it's so dangerous, then when you arranged for me to enter, weren't you afraid that I would be corrupted too? Faced with this question, Shenjing wasn't surprised at all. In fact, she was a little surprised that Lu Xun only asked it now. You won't be corrupted? She extinguished the cigarette and looked at him. Or rather, you've already been corrupted. Lu Xun was instantly confused. What? Our test was not to send you to your death. We had 2 motives. Shenjing answered carefully. First, to determine your ability. Second, to see if you will lose control. The Red Moon event brought about some psyche mutations, and the psyche mutation led to 2 consequences, one of which is the emergence of psyche monsters. They cannot control their psyche power and will affect the people around them. They threaten the tall walls and the surviving humans. The second consequence is that the mutants who have mastered psyche powers possess psyche abilities. Then, she took the document over, flipped a page, and shoved it back at him. Lu Xun saw a large pile of complicated data on the document, as well as the assessment of various matters. In this confused state, he looked through the document and could only see his own photo, address, age, and huge words such as spider style. Shenjing lit another cigarette and waved her hand to disperse the smoke in front of her. She said, "You're a psyche mutant. Amongst the analysis of the abilities you possess, the first ability is the precise control of the mind over the body. After the Red Moon event, some people's minds became more powerful. With this powerful force, they are able to control their bodies better and can control every single muscle and bone in their bodies. This is a terrifying ability. Before the Red Moon event, the best athletes in the world had only about 10 of body control. However, now, there are more people who can better control their bodies. Among our team, there's a person with the alias Gecko. His body control has reached 80, which gives him strength beyond the ordinary. He can dodge bullets and can almost perfectly control all kinds of firearms. He's able to pass through a hole as big as a teacup, and can also climb the wall while defying gravity. After observation, you also possess similar abilities. Shenjing explained, pointed to a part of the document, and said to Lu Xun, this ability is termed the spider style. Individuals with this ability can control their muscles like a spider and their bones, enhancing their speed and reaction, doing things that ordinary people can't do. With this ability, your ability to deal with crises and abnormalities will be greatly enhanced. And since all of you are mentally abnormal, you also tend to detect the presence of psyche monsters easily, avoiding danger. After saying that, she looked at Lu Xun seriously and said, therefore, you are very suited for the job of corruption cleanup. Chapter 8. Psyche corruption. Psyche mutation. Lu Xun remained seated, showing some surprise and confusion on his face. Since he grew up in the city, he knew how different the world was after the Red Moon event. He also often heard colleagues or other people mention a variety of mysterious and unpredictable events or ghosts. about the crazy people outside the city, the vicious wilderness nights, and so on. However, to him, those things were still mostly rumors. His life was depressing, but still stable. Although he had a family around him, it seemed abnormal. Although his sister often crawled around like a ghost and brought strange events to him, he never thought that the world had become so abnormal that psyche states could be transmitted and corrupt people like diseases. Looking at Lu Xin's expression, Shenjing gave him a certain amount of time to digest the information. Amongst those she had seen, the young man in front of her was one of the calmest and most normal, although she had already seen the craziness within him under the calmness. However, she had met many people like him. As long as one could maintain sanity in normal communication and in the face of psyche monsters, it was considered good enough. Previously in the test, although we assessed you and were certain that with your psyche power, the level 1 psyche corruption source can hardly hurt you, we still prepared a contingency plan. In the event that you cannot take it, someone will help you resolve the problem. However, before our people took action, you managed to solve the incident by yourself. Your performance was beyond our expectations. We now need people like you to help solve the corruption incidents between the main city of Qinggang and the 5 satellite cities. Shenjing finished her explanation, leaned back slightly, stretched her chest, and looked at Lu Xin with a calm and appreciative posture. And that's why I'm sitting here, ready to recruit you. Her movement caused Lu Xin to subconsciously glance at her chest and think to himself, big breasts. Shenjing noticed the change in his eyes and thought to herself, slightly perverted. Danger index reduced by 10. They decided to recruit me just because I dealt with the monster in the cafe. Do they have other criteria? Moreover, is the corruption she mentioned the cause of the problems I'm experiencing today? In that case, will they be able to help me? Lu Xin carefully asked. What are the criteria for passing your test? Shenjing did not expect Lu Xin to ask so many questions. She was a recruiter and did not intend to talk so much. However, since he asked, she answered, to see if you will lose control. It has been confirmed that there's a certain connection between psyche mutants and psyche monsters, as well as those wandering madmen outside the city. It can be confirmed that the source of this connection is the red moon in the sky. Since there's a connection, it's necessary to be careful of it. So, our test is to see your control of your power. If you're able to control it, we will recruit you. Lu Xin thought about it and asked, what if I lose control? Shenjing was silent for a moment. She looked at him and said, then, you will become the new source of corruption. Lu Xin was slightly shocked. Shenjing quietly observed the young man in front of her and caught every expression on his face. This should be a very suitable recruitment target. His initial potential was not the strongest, but from the outcome of the cafe incident, he was the best at making use of his abilities. With spider style, even without other help, he managed to deal with the psyche monster alone. Although he seduced the psyche monster when he almost escaped and it looked a bit grotesque, everyone else acted the same. Most importantly, he seemed to be interested in these things, which meant that it was easy to convince him. I'm quite curious about what you're talking about, and I've really been looking for a part-time job too. At this moment, Lu Xin, who had been in deep thought for a while, slowly shook his head and said, but there's a problem that I have to tell you. Actually, I'm not capable. Shenjing couldn't help but frown. At this point in time, he still denied it. This showed that he was not as honest as he seemed and was somewhat difficult to deal with. Then, Lu Xin said, actually, my ability was lent to me by my sister. Shenjing's gaze sunk slightly. She kept quiet and gently knocked on the table. Your sister is? Lu Xin looked at her and answered slowly. My sister was the one who helped me escape earlier on. She has always been with me. Shenjing seemed slightly choked. A trace of gloom appeared on her face. Not only my sister, Lu Xin added seriously, and my dad, my mom. We have always lived together. Shenjing's goosebumps raised. At this moment, a tiny metal silver piece inside her left ear emitted an anxious voice. Major Chen, you must make a final assessment of him. If he really has serious split personality symptoms, It means he's likely to be on the verge of losing control. We cannot accept him. We must get rid of him as soon as possible before he creates a huge disaster. Shenjing remained expressionless for a while. However, no one knew that all the muscles in her body had been tensed, and even her hand was subconsciously pressed on the gun. She knew that Lu Xin had a lot of secrets. In her satchel, there was an old digital camera that captured many images of the high-speed rail station. Thus, she understood it deeply that the harmless-looking young man in front of her was hiding his craziness. Moreover, even in the background, the assessment of this young man was not optimistic. For the cafe incident, he showed the ability of the precise control of his body in the face of the corrupted people, but not the observed perseverance. This might be him trying to hide it intentionally, but it might also be because he wasn't trained enough. Most importantly, there was something very strange based on their observation of him. A dream maker entered Lu Xin's dream world and tried to make a reasonable assessment of his psyche state. However, the dream maker never woke up again. He died in his deep sleep and was unable to detect any remaining psyche residue. According to past experience, even if he was killed, when he entered Lu Xin's dream, some psyche residue would be detected. However, he disappeared so cleanly that even Professor Bai couldn't be sure if the dream maker's death was related to the harmless-looking young man. After all, the current research into the abilities of psyche mutants was not deep enough, and it was not uncommon for accidents to occur. However, no matter what, because of these problems, the level of danger among the assessment of Lu Xin was high. Moreover, he revealed a propensity of split personality. But they finally found a potential psyche mutant. Shenjing couldn't bear to get rid of him so soon. However, she knew that the greater his potential, the greater the disaster he would bring if he lost control. Therefore, after a long silence, she slightly adjusted her sitting posture. Her gaze was a little sharp. After taking a deep breath, she suddenly looked at Lu Xin and said, "Then, do you know that I have read your details and observed you? You have been living alone since the moon orphanage was destroyed. Your parents and sister do not exist. They are characters from your imagination. Even the old building you were living in was recited by you alone." After saying that, she was slightly nervous. Her pupils turned red as if they were about to turn into red moons. Directly puncturing some of his delusions could likely cause serious problems. She knew that individuals at risk of losing control were the most dangerous when they were told the truth. 80 of them would lose control. She was prepared for that. However, to her surprise, Lu Xin sat there quietly without any semblance of nervousness or surprise. "I know." Facing this question, Lu Xin calmly replied, "I found out long ago that others can't see them." Shenjing's expression became a little odd. Then, Lu Xin suddenly smiled and said, "But you cannot see them." "I can see them. Not only can I see them, but I can also talk to them, communicate with them, and touch them. When I am alone, we will eat together and watch television shows together. When in danger, they will also appear to protect me. Tell me, how can such a family not exist?" Shenjing opened her mouth. As experienced as she was, she didn't know how to answer that. Chapter 9. For those whom others could not see and hear, except she herself, who could see, hear, talk, communicate, touch, and would even be protected by them, should she consider these people to exist or not. Shenjing had seen and dealt with many psyche mutants. The crazy ones, evil ones, she had seen them all. However, at this moment, she felt very strange. She felt that Lu Xin, who said these words, appeared to be very serious and sober, calm and madness, normal and strangeness. These completely contrasting feelings appeared on one person at the same time. The voice urged again from the earphones, "Team Leader Chen, armed and ready. You should make a final assessment of him as soon as possible." Shenjing kept silent. Lu Xin, sitting opposite her, was also silent. Both of them seemed to have thought about many problems. Shenjing soon had an idea. She had seen many psyche mutants and dealt with many similar incidents of getting out of control. She was very experienced in this. Therefore, After thinking seriously for a while, she looked at Lu Xin and said, I only have one question. If all your abilities came from your family, can you guarantee that they will not affect you? She did not deny Lu Xin's question about the existence of family members, but only asked whether these family members would affect him. Lu Xin looked up at her and said, You're worried that they will take control of my body, right? Shenjing did not deny it. To her, the most dangerous thing about the person in front of her was that no one knew if he would suddenly become another person. Lu Xin thought seriously about this question. In fact, he knew his current state very well. When this symptom first appeared, he went to the library for a long time. He read all the books about mental illness. From these books, he learned that there were many problems with the human psyche and mental state, be it the personality transformation disorder, Capra's delusion syndrome, Angelman syndrome, Alice in Wonderland syndrome, claustrophobia, and more. He could understand some of them based on their names, but he did not understand some of them and had to analyze the symptoms carefully. From what he had read, he made a diagnosis for himself. Family members were created by himself. It was similar to that. But Lu Xin also vaguely felt that he was not considered a normal person suffering from a split personality disorder. He had been quite interested in figuring out what was going on with him, and whether he could get his symptoms cured. Therefore, when he first saw the woman and heard her mention things like psyche mutation and so on, he looked forward to it. Maybe they could cure themselves. Or perhaps his state was explainable in their view and was not considered a mental illness, but was normal in another point of view. However, after seeing her reaction, Lu Xin knew that his hope was dashed. If it was normal in her opinion, why would she be so wary? He didn't like to be looked at with such wary eyes. So, he just deliberated and slowly replied, Actually, you don't have to worry about it. My family members are all nice people. My sister is a lovely child. She loves toys and likes to run and play. Father likes to cook, is very honest, and always stays in the kitchen. Mother is gentle, never argues with people, and only likes to reason with them. Shenjing looked at his serious expression and felt extremely complicated. This person was too normal. He was able to describe a few people who actually did not exist at all with a very serious and normal state of mind. The clearer the description, the more nervous Shenjing felt. She lit a cigarette to hide her emotions while the voice in her earphones rushed her. There were also many options in front of her. She could immediately withdraw the decision to recruit, or she could raise the level at which this person was being monitored. She could even use her ability to kill him in this small bar with few people. However, thinking about his performance and the current situation in the High Wall City, she hesitated for a moment. In the end, she came to a decision. She took out an envelope beside her, pushed it in front of Lu Xin, looked him in the eyes, and said, The test against you was arranged by me because the test results are the most objective when the person being observed is unaware. That's why the test was hidden from you before. Nevertheless, you passed the test and also helped us to get rid of that level 1 psyche monster. So, you can be regarded to have completed a mission. This is your payment. Lu Xin froze for a moment, picked up the envelope, opened the bag, and took a look. Rolls and rolls of paper bills were inside. The denomination of each bill was 50 yuan. Lu Xin's initially disappointed face brightened up suddenly. There's 10. Yin. Shenjing said it directly, so Lu Xin did not have to count individually. 10. Yin. Lu Xin's face changed. After the Red Moon event, the monetary system reshuffled. And now, he was in a company with a monthly salary of 1. He was still the company's model employee. It's what you deserve. Shenjing looked at Lu Xin's slightly surprised face and smiled. And with these abilities, it shouldn't be hard for you to make money. It's still pretty hard. Lu Xin thought about it silently, took the paper bag over, clutched it, and said, I happen to be short of money. Shenjing was deep in thought. He likes money. The danger index can be lowered a little more. Lu Xin obviously looked a little nervous. He hesitated and asked softly, Do you always award so much money? It will be more than this. Shenjing said, This time the psyche monster has been investigated and blocked well. Prevention and control have been done well. Even if you didn't strike, we could have easily eliminated it. That's why we only gave you 10. However, under normal circumstances, when an action team member has completed the investigation and finished the task, we usually pay him about 30 yuan. 30 Lu Xin didn't take note of the rest. He was evidently shocked and excited. Looking at him, Shenjing was even more relieved. She replied with a smile. You won't be short of money afterward. Lu Xin loved that sentence. When they came out of the bar, it wasn't dark yet. The red sunset was spread over the abandoned city. In the southern sky, the faintly red moon was already hanging in the sky. 10. Just like that, Lu Xin still felt that it was unbelievable. Previously, he didn't know that he already could earn so much money at once. However, he liked the money and needed it. With a gentle sigh of relief, Lu Xin picked himself up and went to the bus stop sign, and waited for bus number 2 to come. Then, he wandered around on the bus and sat for an hour, arriving at the east side of Satellite City, in front of a low and dilapidated building. After walking through several streets and alleys, passing by the tired and emotionless vendors around him, and the drunken men leaning on the corner holding bottles of wine, he reached a house. Compared to the surrounding dilapidated buildings, the house looked very eye-catching. Perhaps it was because its walls were blue and yellow colored, and it was spray-painted with many cartoon images. It was a small orphanage. The rusty iron sign on the iron door read Red Moon Elementary School. Lu Xin untangled the barbed wire and entered the elementary school. The security guard sitting in the security booth reading the newspaper heard the movement and saw Lu Xin, but he didn't stop him. He only nodded and lowered his head to continue reading the newspaper. There was only one classroom in the elementary school. The other rooms were dilapidated and piled with miscellaneous items. In fact, it was just a small orphanage, but it used the name of a school. Lu Xin entered the classroom and looked around. He saw a girl sitting in a wheelchair, wearing a white sweater, playing games with a dozen children. Amongst the children inside, the oldest was 7 or 8 years old while the youngest was only 2 or 3 years old. They were dressed in plain clothes, but their clothes were very clean. They also had bright eyes. They were playing eagle and chicks. How childish. Lu Xin didn't interrupt them, and placed the paper back into the rusty mailbox in the classroom, worried that the girl in the wheelchair wouldn't be able to notice the bag. He took some flowers growing in the wild and placed them on top of the mailbox to catch her attention. Then, he left the classroom silently. When he passed the security counter, the security guard said without looking up, "Why can't you just tell her directly you always put flowers on top? Do you think it's easy for me to grow flowers? Almost all of them are gone because of you." Lu Xin laughed awkwardly. "I will drop by again on the weekends to treat you to a drink." "It's fine," the security guard said without looking at him. "When you come, I will treat you to a drink. We also have peanuts to go along with it." "Alright." Lu Xin laughed and walked out of the school to the bus stop. "Come, he'll give you a ride." A jeep stopped by beside him, and Shenjing opened the door for Lu Xin. "Sure." Lu Xin agreed. Or else, he would take at least 30 minutes to get back home. After getting in the car, Shenjing threw him another bag. Lu Xin opened it excitedly. However, to his disappointment, it was filled with documents. Shenjing looked ahead and said to him naturally, "From now onwards, the action group will accept you." Okay. Lu Xin froze for a moment and did not manage to react. Meanwhile, Shenjing, who was driving the car, did not bother explaining too much. The first thing that people who got an enormous sum of money did often reflected one's nature. If Lu Xin took the money to eat and drink, her assessment of him would be a very ordinary one. If he did something more indulgent, her assessment of him would be reduced to a very low one, and she would have never accepted him. However, he gave the enormous sum of money to the elementary school. Shenjing couldn't imagine how he would be like if he got out of control. Chapter 10. On his way back to his apartment in Shenjing's car, Lu Xin skimmed through the document she gave him. Name Lu Xin. Age 23. Ability Assessment Grade C. Psyche Mutation Spider Style. Patrol Area Qinggang 2nd Satellite City. Lu Xin finished reading the documents. Generally, it mentioned that he was recruited by the Qinggang City Security Department. He was considered as a supernumerary, and his scope of duties included cooperating with the Special Operations Team to deal with some psyche, corruption investigation and removal work. Accordingly, the team would be responsible for guiding him, training him, and helping him to better control his abilities and prevent him from getting out of control. The most attractive thing was that, although he was a supernumerary, his salary was extremely generous at 5 a month. For each field trip, you would get an additional allowance, which was determined based on the task of the assignment. If you agree to be recruited by us, then you need to sign this document. Shenjing, with one hand on the steering wheel, handed another document to Lu Xin and said, after signing the document, you will be one of the members of our action group. You'll be directly under me, and I will arrange for you to carry out some psyche mutation cleanup work. Of course, this is only considered temporary recruitment. The real recruitment will require you to pass the examination. I can't be considered as an officially recruited member yet. Lu Xin subconsciously felt insecure. However, after thinking about it, he eventually took the pen. What comforted him was that the document did not say that only 50 of the salary was given before the transfer, which was good. Although Lu Xin decided to sign on with this treatment alone, before signing his name, he still couldn't help but ask, generally speaking, what's the main task of our work? The investigation and cleanup of special corruption sources. Shenjing replied seriously. After the Red Moon event, many corruption events occurred due to the psyche mutants. Some have already erupted while some are still under supervision. Some have not yet been discovered by us. Your work will be to head over to these corrupted areas after being notified by us. You have to investigate the source of corruption or get rid of it immediately. Of course, there might be other sub-tasks, which will be determined based on the general situation. Lu Xin asked cautiously, can I reject under special circumstances? This question caused Shenjing to fall silent for a moment. You're still considered a non-official member. You can refuse or accept others' commissions, as long as it does not conflict with our interest. She thought about it before continuing. However, I would prefer you to be prepared, because some of the problems that we need to step in to solve include vicious and terrifying events. In that case, for us, these events have some risk and uncertainty. For ordinary people, these could be considered to be disastrous and at risk of death. Not to mention resistance. When they encounter these problems, they wouldn't even have the opportunity to call for help. Unknowingly, they would be killed by the corruption, and even more terribly become a monster. And for Qinggang City, after the Red Moon event, every ordinary person is worth cherishing and protecting. Lu Xin's expression turned serious after he heard her response. He lowered his head and signed on the paper. Shenjing was a little shocked. After hearing about the danger, you signed on more firmly instead. As much as I can. It's right for me to help others. Lu Xin smiled embarrassedly. When I was in the orphanage, the dean said to me, after that event, many lives were taken from the world. There was a collapse of order, a regression in civilization. Everyone experienced a nightmare. If the surviving people continue to focus on non-stop fighting and killing, then we may never go back to the life in the past. Although I don't know what life was like in the past. I think he's right. Shenjing looked at Lu Xin strangely. Although his words meant well, it seemed a little out of character for him to say so. However, in the end, she smiled and spoke no more. She collected the signed document, then took a box and passed it to him. Inside the box was an identification document, a black satellite phone, and a revolver, as well as 2 boxes of bullets. What's this? Lu Xin was slightly surprised. Shenjing then calmly introduced. The phone is used to facilitate our communication. In the future, if there's anything, I will inform you. Through this phone, you can also find me through it. The only number saved is mine. The document will allow you to get the cooperation of some departments if necessary, and help to make your work more convenient. The firearm is for your own self-defense. It's also the weapon for members of the Level 1 Special Operations Group. Lu Xin glanced at the gun, and his heart skipped. He knew how strict the gun ban was in the city now, and this action group actually directly issued him a gun. Moreover, Shenjing told him that the gun was used for his self-defense. In other words, this gun wasn't meant entirely for work. At first thought, it seemed a little unbelievable. After all, he was a psyche mutant in their eyes. Moreover, Lu Xin knew that, although Chen Jing was very restrained and knew how to deal with people, from her subtle expressions, she still treated him as a person with several split personalities and had the risk of losing control. Why did she issue him a gun? Before you officially join the Special Operations Group, I need to tell you something serious. Chen Jing turned around and looked very serious. In addition to the usual corruption incidents, it's also very important to protect yourself in your normal life. If you encounter any difficulties or trouble, I give you 3 kinds of advice. First, report to the guard office in the second city. Second, call me directly. Third, use firearms to deal with it. As a matter of principle, unless it's a last resort, we don't recommend you to use your abilities. Lu Xin slowly figured it out after hearing what Chen Jing said. Perhaps she gave him a gun as she thought he had the risk of losing control. Because at some point, if he was forced to resolve the problem with it, the damage caused by the disruption would be much lower than if he used his own ability. It would be much easier to control too. They gave him a gun because they were afraid of him. That's right. People should usually be wary of me. Meanwhile, a sound was heard in Chen Jing's earphones. Information shows that since the Moon Orphanage was re-established, he has been funding it. Perhaps because he's also an orphan. He's very sympathetic to those children. However, Team Leader Chen, accepting and guiding the observed into the action group is very risky. Are you sure you want to do this? Chen Jing didn't bother explaining. She took the risk to personally interview the observed individual to make some judgments up close. And she trusted her instincts. Major Chen, isn't this a little too hasty? The voice in the earphones was still a little hesitant. At the very least, we should bring him down to the main city for a final assessment, to determine the chances of him losing control. After all, he is. I will make a separate report to Professor Bai after I return, Chen Jing said firmly and took off her earphones. Looking a little annoyed, a bunch of people full of talk and no action. Before determining his stability, how could she risk bringing him to the main city? As for determining his risk of losing control, were they trying to say that he was a schizophrenic and prone to problems? Yet, which individual they recruited was normal? If he was considered crazy just by the basis that he was found with schizophrenic potential, then if she showed the video of the people hiding and doing the evaluation, they would definitely freak out. On a document which she didn't show Lu Xin, his risk assessment was 75. According to the standards of the existing world, anyone with an assessed risk of 80 would not be recruited. If the risk reached 90, one would have to be prepared to deal with the cleanup. If the risk reached 95, even if the person didn't do anything, he would be released to the wild or simply killed. If the camera was handed over to those people, she was sure that Lu Xin's risk assessment would exceed 80, or even 90. However, Chen Jing knew that she made the right choice. The obstacles in the reconstruction of civilization were beyond imagination. Ambitious mining companies, technological churches, knights that roamed the wilderness, and the psyche monsters that hid in the crowd. All of these unstable elements might bring a great threat to the high city walls at any time. With King Geng's army, it would be impossible to defend against them. It was very difficult to convince someone without using their abilities. It would be more difficult to convince a group of people. Therefore, Chen Jing didn't intend to convince them but do what she thought was necessary. She always firmly believed that the problem King Geng was facing was not about who to choose, as there was no choice. Only a madman could fight a monster. Chapter 11. The salary is really high. Though I'm not sure when I will be receiving the official work contract. A fixed salary of 5 yuan per month and a bonus of 1 yen, which means I can earn up to 6 every month. Moreover, there are additional rewards for completing tasks like investigations or cleanups. I can get 30 for eliminating a level 1 psyche monster, and 300 for a level 2 monster. Even if I don't do the tasks, the 2 jobs can give me 6 in a month. That's more than enough. I'll need around 500 yuan for food, and that leaves me with 500 yuan of savings every month. That's 66 yuan a year and 660 in 10 years. Besides, we'll need to relocate the primary school soon. The current place has unstable water and electricity supplies, and it's too close to the high wall. That's too dangerous. I've heard that it costs about 1 million to get a house big enough to accommodate a teacher, a security guard, and a dozen kids far away from the high wall. If I can save $500 every month, I'll have enough money in 15 years at most. Lu Xun calculated. Feeling hopeful, he was still young. He could afford to wait for 15 years. Besides, he could earn even faster if he did some tasks. But that was not guaranteed. He wasn't an official member yet, so he risked getting fired at any time. Therefore, he had to get officially contracted as soon as possible. If everything went well, not only would he be able to buy a big house faster, he could also afford to spend more on his food. Moreover, he might be able to bring a Miss Xiaolu to the main city and find a competent doctor to cure her leg. Having thought through that, Lu Xun was in a good mood. He got off the bus and slowly strolled home with his hands in his pockets. When he was reaching his apartment building, he suddenly stopped walking. He wasn't in a rush to go home. Anyway, what are you doing? Brother Mom and Dad are waiting for you to have dinner together. Someone called him from the top of the lamppost by his side. Lu Xun looked up and saw his sister sitting on the lamppost railing, hugging the bear that she had pieced together. Her slender legs were swinging in the night breeze, and she was smiling mysteriously. Sister, I've something to discuss with you. Lu Xun pondered and slowly raised his head to look at his sister. He said, I've just got a new job offer which can give me much more money than before, enough to rebuild our old home. I really want to do it, but it may require abilities to do it well. I was wondering. He paused for a second. Before continuing, would you mind lending me your abilities? You want to borrow my abilities? The girl was initially smiling, but her expression started to look somewhat eerie now. What do I get in exchange then? Brother, Lu Xun thought for a moment and asked carefully, how about the screaming rubber chicken? The girl's smile disappeared. Her figure turned blurry as if she would disappear at any moment. Lu Xun called out at once. Hold on, let's talk. The new job could give him lots of money. He certainly wanted to do it well, and the first step in doing it well was to work with his sister. Apparently, the girl was still upset. She simply looked at him quietly. Lu Xun didn't know what to do. He asked, what kind of toy do you want? Exactly. You know what I want. Seeing that Lu Xun was serious, a mysterious smile emerged on the girl's face. She stood up, jumped off the lamppost, and gently landed before Lu Xun like a featherlight spider. She squatted on the ground and looked up at him. I want fun toys. Lu Xun frowned slightly. Suddenly, excitement flashed across the girl's eyes as she looked forward. A drunk man was relieving himself in a corner under the dim lamplight. Her eyes were bright with excitement, and her smile was strange and cruel. I like toys that move and talk. Whole, complete toys. If they're complete, I can tear them apart and piece them back together again. Brother, can you give that toy to me? If you give it to me, I can lend you my abilities. Don't harm people without any reason. Lu Xun looked at the man, who was now kicking dustbins and swearing. He whispered to the girl, it's against the law. The girl's smile was almost vicious now. She murmured, then, why are they allowed to hurt me? Lu Xun didn't know how to respond. He looked at his sister's small, delicate face. At that moment, he noticed an uneven crack and the bitterness in her eyes. If you don't want me to harm others, You can lend yourself to me for a while as my toy. The girl stared straight into his eyes. Her smile was spine-chilling. Lu Xin remained silent. He didn't accept nor reject. He watched as his sister's sharp fingers reached out toward him. Her fingertips were as sharp as daggers, as though surrounded by invisible powers. Unfathomable consequences would result when she touched humans. However, as her fingers inched closer and closer toward Lu Xin, she suddenly slowed down. She didn't carve into his body. Instead, her fingers slid across his back, brushing against the long, sinister scar from outside his shirt. It wouldn't be hard to imagine how much pain that scar had caused him. My brother has always been a fool. His sister lowered her voice and whispered, when I was being harmed, only you came to my rescue. Her strange smile suddenly softened. At that moment, she looked like a normal, vulnerable young girl. She reached out, but, instead of hurting Lu Xin, she hugged him, burying her face into his chest. Her tiny body was shaking. She must be crying hard. But there was no sound in this quiet, empty alley. Lu Xin looked at her as she cried for a long time. Finally, he let out a soft sigh. Sometimes, as dreams and reality intertwined and fantasies and truth overlapped, he could no longer tell them apart. After a while, he gently held his sister by the shoulders and asked with a smile, Sister, do you know that I'm no longer my old self? There were still tears on his sister's dirty face, but her curiosity couldn't be hidden. What? My new job? I'm rich now, Lu Xin said in a serious tone. Although I can't give you the kind of toys you just asked for, I can buy you other toys. He pointed at the bustling street in the distance and said, There. Just tell me what you like and I'll buy them all. All right. His words seemed to have washed away his sister's sadness. She smiled and nodded firmly. Earlier, Lu Xin had earned some money from cleaning up the corruption caused by the level 1 psyche monster at the cafe. But he had left all of it with the Red Moon Orphanage. Thankfully, his years of hard work had allowed him to save more than 2. Lu Xin found an old ATM and withdrew all his savings. Then, he held his sister's hand and brought her to the busiest street in the old city district. It was fine to spend all the money because he would be able to earn more with the new job. Anyway, Barbie dolls and fancy dresses, cute, fluffy teddy bears, movable puppets, and soft toys that would say hug me when pressed. Lu Xin bought lots of toys in one go. He visited all the toy shops from one end of the street to the other. Some of the toys had been made before the Red Moon event and were later returned to the shelves. But there were also new ones recently produced after the event. He received strange stares. But he didn't care, nor did he care about his money. He was planning to spend all of it. After all, as long as his sister said or expressed some slight interest, he would buy it. He knew that other people couldn't see his sister. Therefore, when he talked to her or held her hands, other people would always look at him as if he were a lunatic. He might be self-conscious on other days, but he didn't mind that today. He only wanted to satisfy his sister's wishes as much as he could. In the end, he left the street with 5 bags of toys in his hands, several bears on his back, and lots of toys under his arms. Under other people's strange stares, he brought his sister to the river bridge and piled all the toys together. His sister sat in the center, surrounded by all the toys. Her eyes lit up. She plucked off the Barbie doll's head and legs, dug out the teddy bear's eyes, and tore it in halves. She switched the position of the puppet's arms and legs and emptied the battery container of the soft toy that knew nothing more than hug me. She destroyed the toys to her heart's content, looking so happy and satisfied as if she had never had such fun before. Meanwhile, Lu Xin leaned against the railings beside her with a cigarette between his fingers, looking at his sister quietly. I'm so happy, brother. Finally, the girl raised her head and looked at Lu Xin. Her smile was adorable. Lu Xin was relieved and smiled. Do you agree to lend me your abilities now? His sister stood up from the pile of destroyed toys. She smiled, her eyes beaming with joy. My silly brother, have you not noticed that you can forcefully use my abilities even if I say no? Lu Xin paused for a long moment before answering. But I still want to ask for your approval. A cheerful smile blossomed on the girl's twisted face, and she reached out her slender hand toward Lu Xin. I will be by your side whenever you need me. Looking at his sister's eyes, Lu Xin reached out his hand firmly. Under the red moon, he gently high-fived his sister, as if it was a promise. Chapter 12. Be it day or night, the lighting in the house had always been pretty bad. At night, the environment might look somewhat homely under the dim, orange lamplight, but it was gloomy in the day. However, Lu Xin was in a good mood. His mom was a graceful lady. She had finished preparing the breakfast and brought 3 bowls of porridge to the table. There was a salted egg on the plate. But his mom only took a tiny bit of egg white and left the savory egg yolk to Lu Xin and his sister. However, Lu Xin would often give most of the egg yolk to his sister. Their father didn't eat with them. He seldom stepped out of the kitchen. Anyway, things would turn messy every time he came out. Is your new job starting today? Lu Xin's mom asked him in a gentle voice like she always did. Are you ready for it? Although he hadn't mentioned it after coming home with his sister the night before, it was as if his mom knew about everything. It had always been like that. Lu Xin nodded. Yes, I'm ready. My boy is a grown-up man now. His mom looked at him with a hardened smile. She picked some egg white and put it in his bowl. It's hard to juggle between 2 jobs. Eat more. Damn it. Useless, you're a piece of trash, you know you're being used. Yet you're happy being their dog. It was his father cursing from inside the kitchen, but all of them pretended not to hear him. You're the most useless one of you lot, you don't even know you've been scammed. His father raised his voice as his anger grew. But no one responded. They continued to eat breakfast in silence. I'd say you should chop them all into pieces. The man pulled open the kitchen door and appeared in the living room. He stared at Lu Xin and shouted, You almost died yesterday. Thanks to them they don't even value your life. They won't even care if you die, and they may even be planning to kill you. Have you not seen that? You'd be a corpse now if not for that damn girl. Why do you still work for them when they almost killed you? As he spoke, he walked toward Lu Xin threateningly. It looked as if his bloodshot eyes were going to pop out of his eye sockets. You're right. They didn't do it right at the corner cafe incident. Lu Xin sipped on his porridge. Having realized that he couldn't ignore his father any longer, he explained in a low, timid voice. But they paid me. His father was visibly stunned by his answer. Piece of crap, how can you be so useless? Exploding with fury, his father cursed loudly and reached his hand toward Lu Xin. When he was about to grab Lu Xin's shoulder, a bowl of porridge splashed onto his face. How dare you? The man's anger was redirected at his wife at once. He wiped off the porridge from his face and shouted, You're the most useless one. Here. Lu Xin's mom sat elegantly in her chair and looked at her husband with despise in her eyes. There was a cool air around her. If you were slightly more capable and less bad-tempered, we wouldn't have been trapped here in the first place. UBTCH, go to hell. As if she had triggered his greatest insecurity, the man roared like a beast and clawed at his wife. But this time, Lu Xin's mother didn't seem to be in the mood to fight. She looked at her husband coldly and extended 2 fingers. The man suddenly stopped short, as if fear had gripped him at the sight of the hand gesture. What do you mean? Why are you showing me this? He lowered his voice and shot her a fierce yet fearful look. You know it well. The woman smiled gently. If you're scared, go back to where you belong. Now. Useless. Useless, you're all trash. The man exploded with anger. He seemed to be on the verge of losing his sanity. However, Lu Xin's mom simply looked at him calmly with that hand gesture. In the end, the man took hold of his temper and did not harm his family. Instead, he started hurling curses, flipped the dining table, ripped off the ceiling fan, smashed the cupboard, and crashed a glass with his hand. Then, he stared at Lu Xin, his mom, and his sister fiercely, with his bulging bloodshot eyes before finally going back to the kitchen while swearing. All right now, everything's okay. His mom stood up gracefully and tidied Lu Xin's shirt. She said gently, It's very important to follow your heart and do what you want to do. After a moment of silence, Lu Xin said in a low voice. Thank you. My silly boy. We're a family. You don't have to thank me. His mom gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder and smiled. But do remember to be polite and respectful toward other people then. She gently brushed his hair and smiled again. Of course. We should expect others to treat us with respect too. You're a good boy. And you don't want to harm others. But if you're bullied. Lu Xin looked at his mom cautiously. Her smile was gentle and heartwarming as usual. Your family will go and find that bully together. Lu Xin felt a chill down his spine. But he could only sigh in response. He had to make sure he didn't get bullied out of concern for other people's safety. As usual, Lu Xin arrived in the office 40 minutes before the official start time. That day, he finished all the reports and files assigned to him with great care. Moreover, he intentionally sped up his work and even skipped lunch. When it was time to end work, he had completed all his tasks and was the first to leave the office. He didn't volunteer to stay for overtime as he had before because now he had other matters to attend to. On the night before, he had carefully read through the files from Chenjing, which gave him some basic understanding of his new job. The part of the agreement he cared about the most was the salary and subsidies. He knew that he had to head to the designated location as soon as Chenjing summoned him. There, he had to follow their instructions and clean up the corruption. However, if there was nothing that needed his attention for the whole month, he would still receive the usual salary. Most importantly, he would receive some subsidies every time he took care of a corruption incident. That would be the main source of his income. It ranged from 10 to 30 and some tasks were even worth 100 Lu Xin felt motivated by the money, so he decided to do his best. He would actively look for opportunities and treat the work with his best attitude, hoping to get the official contract soon. With his documents, satellite phone, and a gun in his backpack, Lu Xin arrived at the streets. He had come to patrol with his sister. Chapter 13. Walking along the rundown streets aimlessly, Lu Xin realized that he hadn't looked at this place carefully for a long time. The surface of the roads was riddled with pits and cracks, and wastewater from days ago was still retained in the hollows. The blinding neon lights intertwined together to form blots of messy bright colors. After the Red Moon event, the survivors inside the high wall had separated into two distinct groups. One group was super busy. They hurried around with no time to glance at anything unnecessary. The other group wasted their time away. Some sat by the sides of the streets and lay a piece of cloth or a table before them, upon which wild vegetables, meat of unknown sources, or crudely made knives were placed. Others, called hunters, would venture into the abandoned city outside and bring back some low-quality jewelry or tech products. But most of the people would simply group in 3s or 5s, smoking and whistling at women on the streets. Lots of them had gone mad too. When the high wall had just been built, there was a period of time of famine. Perhaps it was due to the drastic decrease in the global population, which resulted in lower pressure on natural resources, or the fast pace of redevelopment which had exceeded everyone's expectation. But few people starved inside the high wall in just 30 years' time. Simply put, it wasn't that difficult to fill your stomach in High Wall City now. But how to improve your standard of living was the big issue. That was the case for those wasting their time away on the streets. They hadn't even been granted citizenship in the second satellite city, and they weren't allowed to study at educational institutions either. Moreover, they would never have a chance to live in the main city. Therefore, they had given up all their hopes. They didn't work and didn't want to worry about tomorrow. They became the walking dead, loitering on the streets day after day, watching as the world changed before them with empty, distant eyes. No one knew what was going on in their heads, or if anything was going on there at all. Lu Xin walked along the streets, studying everyone he saw. He was trying to see whether there was a dangerous being like the corner cafe's waiter. If he caught one successfully, he would save lots of people while earning himself a huge sum of money. His sister casually appeared and disappeared beside him. Sometimes, he would see her at the top of a tall building, crawling along the electricity cables on top of his head, or on the shoulders of a bald old man. The siblings patrolled the streets carefully, but they couldn't spot anything unusual. This city is huge. Having walked through 8 streets, Lu Xun squatted by the roadside to rest his legs. He lit up a cigarette and opened his dinner box. He thought to himself, although the total population was small when the high wall was just constructed, more and more babies have been born in the recent decades. That has resulted in a population explosion. Currently, there are at least 1 million people in our second satellite city alone. The police are complaining about the lack of manpower all day, so it's perfectly normal that I didn't run into anything fishy by walking around aimlessly. I'm sure he'll find something after a few patrols. After he had finished eating dinner, Lu Xun patrolled for a while longer before returning home to sleep. He had to go to the office the next day. That was his daily routine in the following days. However, the peace in the city came as a disappointment to Lu Xun. He was expecting something strange, but the city was just too normal. If this place is so safe and I'm not needed here, will Major Chen withdraw my deployment? Lu Xun was worried. However, he didn't expect that something acted up with his other job first. Little Lu, you don't have to come to work tomorrow, the director said as he pushed a termination letter to Lu Xun. He was half bald, but he still took the effort to tidy his remaining hair. Why? Lu Xun was shocked. He couldn't understand. He had been fired before receiving a formal contract on his other job. How could he possibly accept the termination? After the Red Moon event, the global economy had been suffering. Therefore, it was actually normal to be retrenched now. Besides, all Lu Xun did was sit in the office and use his brains. He didn't have to go to the war for work day and night, which made his position a highly sought after one. But Lu Xun still hadn't expected to be fired. He had been very careful with his work. For years, he hadn't made any mistake at all. He was actually one of the best employees in the company. That reward banner was still hanging on his partition. Even if the company had to retrench some people, why would it be him? Well, I hope you can understand. Little Lu. The director forced a faint smile. He passed a cigarette to Lu Xun and smiled, flashing his smoke-stained teeth. You see, our company isn't doing well financially. We can't afford to have too many people in one position. If I were to compare you with little LV, you two are about equally capable. But little LV's attitude toward his work is much better than yours. Look at you. You always end work so early in the past few days. You're nowhere to be found even though it's not the time to go home yet. LV Chang. It was the young man who had always ingratiated himself to Lu Xun, asking him about tips on coping with work. Lu Xun fell into silence. He also knew what the director meant by ending work early. In fact, he didn't leave early at all. He simply didn't volunteer to work overtime. Director, could you please give me a second chance? Lu Xun wanted to explain himself, but all he could manage was that simple and soft request. The director sighed, and his expression turned uncomfortable. You've been with us for so long. To be honest with you, I don't want to let you go either. But you know, we don't have extra funds for someone who doesn't do his job. When our employees are equally capable, it's the attitude that matters. Lu Xun didn't pay attention to what he said next because he knew it was all lies. When he left the director's office, he noticed that all his personal belongings had been packed nicely into a box. He wondered who did it. LV Cheng packed it for you. He has been eyeing your workstation for so long. MS. Sun's workstation was right next to Lu Xun's. She was a middle-aged lady with curly permed hair. She lowered her voice and said, Little Lu, I'm not saying you were wrong, but you're too kind-hearted. I told you before that you shouldn't teach other people everything you know. See, now he's taken your job. I heard that this young man has a few cards up his sleeve. He's dating the director's daughter. The director isn't stupid. How could he not give the job to his own family? Lu Xun stared at his reward banner in the box. He reached into his backpack for his gun. However, he didn't pull it out. He headed downstairs, lighted himself a cigarette, and started pacing around. Chen Jing's words came across his mind. If you ever get into trouble, I have 3 pieces of advice for you. Firstly, call the cops. Secondly, call me. Thirdly, use your gun. Chapter 14. Lu Xun pondered for a while and thought that for such a matter, calling the police seemed inappropriate. As for shooting, of course, he could not. He wasn't crazy. It seemed that only the second way was feasible, but Lu Xun also felt a little worried, although Chen Jing was very serious when telling him that it wasn't very appropriate to trouble the leader about another job. But after pondering for a while, there was no other way, so he could only bring up that number and dial it. The phone only rang twice before it was picked up. Chen Jing, on the other end, sounded sober and calm, but she weirdly seemed a little nervous. Colonel Chen, sorry to call you, Lu Xun said as politely as possible. It's mainly my side. There's a problem. What kind of problem? Lu Xun heard some subtle movement like countless people suddenly stopped their work at hand. It was extremely quiet. He also couldn't help but feel a little nervous because of this atmosphere and quickly spoke. You see, because I knock off on time every day, and then go patrolling on the streets, I really didn't leave early. I just knocked off on time after finishing my work. The company suddenly wants to sack me. There was dead silence at the other end of the phone. After a while, Chen Jing's voice rang out. Patrol, Lu Xun said. It's to see if there's that kind of spirit monster on the street, just in case. In fact, I didn't take up working hours. I always go after work. Really, but the company still fired me, and the director wanted to give the job to someone else. He didn't know whether Chen Jing's voice was relaxed or helpless. You called me because of this, Lu Xun carefully replied. Yes. Chen Jing seemed to have a lot of things to say, but in the end, she only sighed slowly. Then wait for a while. Since she wanted him to wait for a while, that meant it could probably be resolved. Right. Lu Xun had no choice but to wait patiently downstairs, silently smoking a cigarette while waiting for the satellite phone to ring again. Let me make them into toys, please. Sister appeared at some point, crawling around Lu Xun anxiously. Her body seemed more twisted than usual, and her hair hung down, covering most of her eyes, but also making them brighter. She was a little excited as she looked at Lu Xun and asked, Brother, they actually dare to bully you. Should we not kill them all? Mom must be very willing to help with this. Maybe Dad would come to help you too. At this time, pedestrians passed by, so Lu Xun had to pretend not to see his sister and turn his head to look at the legs of the women passing by. After another minute or so of waiting, Lu Xun suddenly saw the director hurriedly coming down the stairway. Behind him, 2 panicked figures followed, wiping his sweat while rushing down the stairs. The director saw Lu Xun smoking while squatting by the roadside and hurriedly went toward him. He grabbed his hands while exclaiming, Aya, little Lu, why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Xun didn't know what the director was referring to, so he just let him shake his hand. Since you know Director Liu of the main city's Bagu technology, why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Xun still didn't know what to say, because he didn't know any Director Liu. Seeing Lu Xun remain silent, the director seemed a little guilty. He smiled as he said, Director Liu just called and said he admires your work ethic a lot. He's preparing to give a cargo transportation project to us and specifically named you to be in charge. The chairman called me too. Look at this misunderstanding. Ha ha ha. Come back to work soon. He'll treat you to dinner after work. Lu Xun still didn't know what to say, but he knew his job was saved. At this time, the 2 young people who followed the director down also came forward. One of them was wearing a pearl shirt and looked very unhappy. It was the director's daughter, Zhao King, because her eyes usually grew on top of her head and she usually bossed people around in the office. Everyone secretly called her Princess Xiao King. The other one was LV Cheng, who often pestered Lu Xun to teach him something. LV Cheng also smiled, holding Lu Xun's hand. He apologized. Brother Lu, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to steal your job. It's okay. It's okay. Lu Xun hastily drew back his hand and said, I understand. In this world, We all have a pretty hard time. LV Cheng didn't expect Lu Xin to be so magnanimous. His eyes lit up. And he said, Brother Zhao Lu, can I follow you on this new project? Lu Xin gave him a look. Judging from the director's performance, this new project should be big. If it was completed well, the bonus should be big. So, he seriously answered, No. LV Cheng's smile froze on his face all of a sudden. Princess Xiao King on the side seemed to want to lose her temper, but she couldn't figure out Lu Xin's background now. So, she just rolled her eyes and did not say anything. People with ties to the main city had very deep backgrounds. After Lu Xin repeatedly assured them that he would go back to work in a while, the director finally wiped his sweat and trembled as he took his daughter and LV Cheng back to the company first. Then, also at this time, Lu Xin's satellite phone rang in a very timely manner. Chen Jing's voice came out from the phone. Is the problem solved? Lu Xin nodded, thinking that Chen Jing couldn't see him. He added, Solved. That's good. Chen Jing paused for a moment before adding, You've been recruited by us and have enough subsidies. Yet you still want to do this job. Lu Xin whispered, In your code, it doesn't say that you can't do other jobs. Chen Jing was silent for a moment and then suddenly asked, Why do you want to patrol? Lu Xin was surprised at this. Aren't you paying for me to do that? Chen Jing seemed to sigh. And Lu Xin felt as if she was somewhat distressed. Since you're so enthusiastic about your work, then there's actually one thing that you need to take care of. At the other end of the phone, there was a subtle ringing, like she was holding down the microphone and asking someone for some information. After a while, her voice rang out, I just asked the branch office below Bagu Technology to provide a project for your company about cargo transportation. Take this opportunity to befriend the owner of Square Transportation Company, Qin Ran, determine whether he has a problem there, and then report back to me promptly. Hearing that Chen Jing actually arranged work directly for him, Lu Xin was both surprised and somewhat happy. The leader began to arrange work for him. This was a good thing. Then, he quickly asked, What kind of problem? Chen Jing said, The intelligence collection service shows that recently, there were at least 7 or 8 murders related to his Square Transportation Company. So, I need you to go over and see if these are simply murders or something else. 7 or 8 murders. Lu Xin was slightly shocked. What if it's related to them? Chen Jing replied, If it's just murder, then we can relax and you can just come back. After a pause, she continued, But if it's something else, then report immediately. You'll feel reassured if it's just murder. Lu Xin froze for a moment before he understood the meaning of her words, and a feeling of absurdity immediately surged from his heart. In the eyes of these people who control psyche corruption, was a case involving 7 to 8 lives considered trivial. After a while, he asked carefully, Is there any danger? Chen Jing said, Yes. Whether it's murder or psyche corruption, that group is dangerous. But that's for ordinary people. With your abilities, you should be able to handle it. When she said that, her voice suddenly had a bit of amusement in it. No matter what you find, you will be paid. Lu Xin agreed to do so. After a few moments, he returned to the company. He saw his things back in their original places, including the banner. The people around him, including Sister Sun, secretly looked at him, and then pretended to be busy. Lu Xin sat for a while and then went to LV Cheng's isolated partition. Faced with his somewhat panicked eyes, Lu Xin said, I thought about it. We should do this project together. Chapter 15. Square Transportation Company is one of the largest freight companies in the north of the city. Their main business is the transport of goods between satellite cities, and they can even pick up transportation orders between the main city and other tall walls. Their boss is a lady named Ms. Shen. I heard their business is very big, and their scope of business is not limited to satellite cities. They even have connections to the main city. Brother Lu, are we sure we want to look for them? LV Cheng looked very grateful to have received Lu Xin's permission to join the project. He knew that with his own qualifications, even if he had been favored by the director's daughter, it was still a very difficult thing to stay in. this company without any achievements. That was especially when he had tried to steal Lu Xin's job and failed, creating a situation where everyone in the office resented him and his reputation had fallen greatly. So, he was very attached to this job and showed great interest. This was also a very important project for the whole company. Their company was a small trading company, and their main business was a trade between satellite cities. But the project Lu Xin was named to be in charge of was related to the main city. To be able to do business with the main city was the dream of all companies. Therefore, he not only quickly helped Lu Xin organize the information, but he also decided to accompany Lu Xin to visit the city early. It was just that when they set out, it became 3 people. Princess Xiaoqing also came along. She seemed worried that Lu Xin would ostracize her boyfriend deliberately while working. Lu Xin didn't mind. After all, Princess Xiaoqing had a car. I'm afraid the Square Transportation Company is not as simple as it appears. Listening to LV Cheng's report, Lu Xin thought in his heart. Although the issue of food for most people in modern society has been solved through the discovery of wild grain species and the recovery of some industries, we're still far from building the previous industrial systems. One of the major difficulties was the transportation of goods. The roads outside the high city walls were badly damaged, and obstacles were everywhere. Countless madmen, stragglers, and knights, surviving on looting resources wandered outside the city, and they couldn't be cleared away no matter what. Moreover, many dangers couldn't be expected in advance. So, those who dared to transport goods outside the city were all tough, courageous, and had certain methods. That was especially because Lu Xin got a lot of inside information from Chen Jing. For example, the woman named Miss Chen was actually a puppet of Square Transportation Company. The real boss was a person from the wilderness, named Qin Ran. It was because those who were born in the wilderness weren't given an official identity before living in a high-wall city for 3 years and had no chance to learn in a school. Before living in a high-wall city for 10 years, they weren't allowed to register a company, let alone work in any administrative department. So, he made one of his lovers act as the boss. As for the business side of Square Transportation Company, it was probably not as simple as just transporting goods. The people born in the wilderness were definitely not simple, and were even less honest. Just look for them. After all, not many dare to take on the business of transporting goods outside the city now. Lu Xin didn't explain much. For his own company, this was indeed the project. But for his other job, reaching out to Qin Ran to see if he had any problems was the real purpose. Princess Xiaoqing, who was driving in front, rolled her eyes through the rearview mirror. She felt that Lu Xin was posing a little too much in front of her boyfriend, but she had already suffered a round of complaints from the director yesterday, so she didn't dare to say anything at this time. The car soon arrived at Square Transportation Company in the north of the city. It was a huge factory, and most of the buildings had been demolished. Neat concrete roads were paved, and spiked pickup trucks with heavy iron plates welded on them were parked in the large yard. All the cars were dirty, like big monsters stained with moss and mud. A call had already been made previously. Seeing Lu Xin and the rest come down, a teenager smoking a cigarette, wearing slippers, and, with a half-shaved head, walked over. He swung his stick then arms at Lu Xin and the others and walked inside. As they walked, grim gazes sized them up from time to time. Among these people were bare-chested gangsterish teenagers and men who looked extremely tough. You guys go in first and talk to the manager. When they arrived at the office door, Lu Xin smiled and said to LV Cheng and Princess Xiaoqing, "I'll be outside. I want to check out their car." LV Cheng and Princess Xiaoqing were a little hesitant, so Princess Xiaoqing tugged at LV Cheng, and the two of them went in with quick steps. Before finalizing the contract, looking at the car the other party used to transport goods was naturally something he should do. Moreover, if LV Cheng finalized the specific terms of the contract, that would also be an outstanding performance in his work. So, Princess Xiaoqing still knew how to see the big picture. After the two of them walked in, Lu Xin walked around slowly outside. In the information Chen Jing gave him, it only said 7 to 8 murders were connected to this company. But it couldn't be confirmed whether they involved psyche corruption. After all, to them, in their mutual strife and some shady business, murders were very common. As for high-wall cities, such cases were actually trivial. To a certain extent, they were simply not worthy of attention. Now, what he needed to do was to determine the truth of this matter. So, he first went around the company to see if there were any strange sights like the ones he encountered in the previous cafe incident. Those who do business outside are indeed tough. Lu Xin went around the company a few times and carefully looked at a few trucks. Thinking inside, on these trucks, various marks could be seen. Some looked like they were caused by rocks. Some looked like they were caused by knives. One could also see some dark red marks on the tires and chassis. It was unknown whether they were blood. Lu Xin wasn't professional regarding such things, but he felt he should try to seem a little more professional. So, he looked carefully, thinking about where exactly it was worth suspecting them a little. Hey, what are you doing? Don't hit people. If you hit people again, I'll call the police. While Lu Xin was watching, a cry suddenly sounded from a row of bungalows used as offices in front of him. He walked over hurriedly and saw a few young men kicking LV Cheng around and cursing. Who does business this way do we run around outside, put our brains on our pants, and fight for our lives to let you pressure us stop acting cultured in front of me or I'll feed you to the madman outside right now. LV Cheng held his head, begging for mercy while Princess Xiao King shouted at the side. But she didn't dare to go forward to stop them. What happened? Lu Xin quickly stepped forward and pulled his backpack to his chest. Princess Xiao King cried. We just think their quote is too high and want to negotiate a lower price. But they started beating us. Also, I saw that their accounts had too many problems. We cannot work with them this way. Working with them will certainly be troublesome. Before she could finish her sentence, a woman nearby rushed over, grabbed her by the hair, and started to slap her hard. Bitch, who are you saying has many problems? If you didn't talk so much, why would I hit you? Ah, say, why did I hit you? Princess Xiao King's face was swollen from being smacked, and she didn't dare to speak anymore, sniffling and crying. Looking at the way she was slapped, Lu Xin withdrew his hand from the backpack, and his footsteps subconsciously slowed down. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really sorry. Shuffling and taking a long time to walk up, Lu Xin apologized repeatedly and then asked, why did they suddenly start beating you up? Don't give me any nonsense. A bare-chested man with a scar on his face gave Lu Xin a sidelong glance and said, you're the leader. Right. The call mentioned a manager Luoke. I was looking for you. You called and said you wanted to use the car. I have prepared the car, and also found a driver for you. Now you suddenly go back on your word. Are you playing us these days? Life is tough. If we compromise, we can all survive. But if you're not willing to compromise, don't blame us for being impolite. Big brother is right. Lu Xin smiled and replied. Then, I'll go back and discuss it. Okay. He didn't feel surprised about what happened to LV Cheng and Princess Xiao King. Their company was a small trading company in a satellite city. In short, their main business was the flow of non-strategic materials between satellite cities. Because the boss made connections with the Ministry of Materials Management, they got a pass. With a little power in hand, the logistics company they normally worked with all sucked up to them, and in some cases, even gave them a small rebate. Suddenly working with the Square Transportation Company, how would they have thought that this company was different? Lu Xin still didn't know exactly why they were beaten up, but it was a normal occurrence when two confrontational attitudes met each other. Discuss. The scarred man sneered, spat on the ground, and said, we're all busy trying to survive. Who has the time to discuss with you? Lu Xin looked a bit embarrassed and said, then, what do you want? The scarred man said, sign the contract. Hurry up and pay for the work, and we will all save our time. Lu Xin was silent for a moment and then said, the contract can't be signed just like that. The scarred man sneered after hearing that. This little manager's head is pretty sturdy. At this time, the surrounding people came up lazily one by one, smiling and laughing. They surrounded Lu Xun. Seeing this scene, Lu Xun slightly hesitated, then suddenly pulled out a gun from his backpack and pointed it at them. Gun! They looked at it and were stunned for a moment. Even LV Chang, who was kicked until he lay crooked on the ground and didn't dare to get up, and Princess Xiao King, who was pulled by the hair, stared. No one expected Lu Xun to take out a gun. He actually has a gun. Haha. But what followed immediately after was a roar of laughter. Their expressions became teasing. Even the woman holding Princess Xiao King's hair showed a disdainful expression. And some even quietly drew out iron pipes or pulled out hammers and axes. I can't believe that inside this wall, there are actually people with guns. Hee hee. Brother, is your gun legit? The group of people cajoled and laughed, slowly approaching him. A thin and tough teenager was holding a rusty knife. When people weren't paying attention, his gaze turned slightly cold, and he suddenly rushed towards Lu Xun's back. This time, his eyes were flooded with ruthlessness. As someone who lived on the streets, he understood very well that as a gangster, the most important thing was to get ahead. But the opportunity to get ahead wasn't easy to find, other than when they needed to fight for their lives. Getting ahead usually depended on who was the most ruthless or attacked the fastest. Right now, this guy was already doomed. So long as he could stab him down in one blow, he would be able to eat meat at night. But before he could really stab Lu Xun, the seemingly unprepared Lu Xun suddenly turned around. He held the gun and then fired without hesitation. Bang! The young man screamed in pain and fell 2 meters away with blood flowing out of his left thigh. It was Lu Xun's first time using a gun, and he was really bad at shooting. But listening to the sound, the people around were suddenly shocked. Stepping backward, the surrounding area instantly became quiet. All the laughter and mockery disappeared completely, with only the young man rolling around holding his legs while screaming like a pig. He had obviously started crying. Everyone looked at Lu Xun as if they were looking at a madman. Who would have thought that it was a real gun? What's more, how could he really dare to shoot? This was within a high wall city and not outside the city, where the police people to be trifled with. The people who often walked in the wilderness were tough, but they were also afraid of death. In fact, they were even more afraid of death than normal people. The youngsters in the city, on the other hand, had the bloodlust and courage to do anything, which was the reason Lu Xun hit him first. After shooting him, Lu Xun immediately turned around and pointed at a middle-aged woman standing behind the crowd. Don't force me. As you can all see, my gun is legit. Chapter 16. I thought you were just trying to get by in the company, but I didn't think you would dare to shoot. In the silence, the middle-aged woman pointed by Lu Xun's gun did not try to escape. Instead, she slowly pushed others away and walked into the crowd. She faced Lu Xun's gun without showing any fear on her face and said with a cold gaze, "We also have guns. However, we didn't prepare it beforehand, so we lost to you. Never mind. We will admit defeat and let you off today. If the security office catches you later, that has nothing to do with us. If the security office doesn't catch you, then we will see you again." The security office checked guns in the high wall city strictly. They could only keep very few guns in the city. Companies like theirs that needed to travel outside the city usually had their own supplies in a secret location out of the city. Not only guns but perhaps even a small arsenal. However, under the strict confinement of the high wall city patrol, as long as they entered the city, it would be impossible for them to bring too many weapons and guns in. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. Of course, under such high pressure, they still had a way to smuggle 1 or 2 guns in for self-defense. However, such weapons couldn't be brought in advance. Without any preparation, they were being questioned with Lu Xun's gun. Therefore, they lost this round. The woman's thoughts were undoubtedly very lively, and her words didn't have any loopholes. Based on common sense, if Lu Xun shot her, the security office would definitely take charge. Perhaps he would be sent into jail afterward or sent to the countryside outside the city. However, she had stated clearly, if the security office did not catch Lu Xin, they would take revenge with their own methods. Based on the gang rules, Princess Xiao King and LV Chang's legs turned into jelly, and their faces turned extremely pale. When they saw Lu Xin take out his gun, they felt despair. People who grew up in the High Wall City always felt that guns were something very distant. After hearing what the female manager said, the gangsters let go of LV Chang and Princess Xiao King and made a way for them. However, they looked at Lu Xin with cold gazes, as though they were looking at a dead person. However, Lu Xin didn't have the intention to turn back. He said, "I want leave. We're not done with our business here." The woman was stunned. "You're still trying to talk about business here?" Lu Xin nodded and said, "However, we have to discuss the price. We can't fix the price based on your demand." After a slight pause, he added, "We have to be fair." The woman's expression became very complicated. The surrounding people also looked at him with complicated expressions. I have pointed a gun at many businessmen before. I have also discussed business with others while hanging someone above a pond full of crazy people. However, this is the first time someone pointed a gun at me and asked me about business. At this moment, in another office at the back, a man staggered out. He was tall. His face was full of scruff. A cigarette hung in his mouth. And he wore a dirty but sturdy camouflage uniform, as well as a red beret. He didn't look like the Qingang City Patrol Army, but nobody knew where he was from. When the people saw him, they subconsciously lowered their heads. Even the woman who had the gun pointed at her shouted, "Boss, this man." The man waved his hand and said to Lu Xin, "Put the gun down. You're at an advantage. We won't deal with you today." "Oh." Lu Xin put down his gun and placed it in his bag. Princess Xiao King and LV Chang's eyes widened in confusion. "We will deal with business as usual. Go ahead and discuss it." The man nodded at the woman and said to Lu Xin, "Brother, come with me." The development of events was unexpected. Everyone couldn't understand what just happened. LV Chang and Princess Xiao King were soon pushed into the office. Lu Xin also followed the man into his bungalow. The house was renovated pretty well, with a wooden floor, chandeliers, a large sofa on the left, and a glass coffee table in front of the sofa. There was a plate of dumplings, a few steamed buns, and a plate of red pickled peppers. The man sat down and began to eat. He ate very strangely, chewing extremely slowly but non-stop. He exuded a sense of greed. Although the food wasn't particularly good, he ate it seriously. Lu Xin didn't answer him immediately. He looked at the table full of food and a few empty plates at the side with food remnants. It seemed that he just ate some food. How much did he eat exactly? After staying in the wilderness for a long time, I felt that I could never eat enough. When after I entered the city, Qin Ran took a bite of the steamed bun, placed a dumpling into his mouth, and squinted at Lu Xin. "Do you want some too?" Lu Xin shook his head and said, "I'm not hungry." He could understand Qin Ran's special hobby. The life inside and outside of the High Wall City was completely different. The High Wall City, especially Qingang City, was one of the first places to solve the problem of food shortage. Some of the reconstruction of agricultural technology was related to the mysterious wildlife species. In the High Wall City, there was a certain livestock industry, vast farms, and even part of the mechanized operations. However, outside the city, that was beyond one's imagination. Many organizations were also facing food shortages outside the city. Hunger was the norm for people in the wilderness, and the only way they could satisfy their hunger was by giving up their arms in the wilderness and entering the High Wall City. However, although the items in Qingang City were rather rich and they could buy rice, oil, salt, and even meat with money, this was limited to High Wall City. If one wanted to buy food in the city and bring it out to share, there were strict regulations against it. There were two serious crimes in the High Wall City. First, importing arms. Second, exporting food. I have been used to the struggles in the wilderness. That's why I'm extremely particular about getting enough food, sleeping well, and having sex without worrying that the woman would throw a grenade at me. In the high wall city, I avoid creating trouble. Everyone follows the rules. We make compromises so that we can live a safe and peaceful life. Right. Qin Ran paused for a bit. He continued eating and only looked up at Lu Zhen after a while. So, brother, why did you come and look for me? His eyes gave off a lazy but dangerous aura. Seeming to have read Lu Zhen's mind, he said coldly, I have seen many people dealing with business armed. However, you have definitely not left the city. So speak the truth. Who sent you over? And what's your intention? Lu Zhen examined him and compared it to his information before saying, You're Qin Ran. The man looked at him and did not answer directly. He smirked. You're here to kill me? He was holding onto the chopsticks, but his other hand had begun reaching for the bottom of the wooden coffee table. No. Lu Zhen shook his head and said, I'm here to ask you, did you encounter anything strange? Qin Ran's expression immediately changed when he heard that. He said in a low voice, seemingly frightened, Is this a scheme? When he said that, he suddenly lifted his hand from under the table holding a gun. Chapter 17. You got it right. When he saw Qin Ran react so intensely, Lu Zhen knew the answer immediately. Being pointed at by a gun was naturally quite frightening, even though he also had one. However, when Lu Zhen saw his sister appear beside Qin Ran out of nowhere staring at his head, he was no longer worried. He merely adjusted his sitting position. Not me. He looked at Qin Ran seriously and said, I came over to investigate if anything has gone wrong recently. Chen Jing sent him over to check if the person named Qin Ran was problematic. However, Lu Zhen really didn't know how to do it. Therefore, he asked. Finding the correct method to work could help him save time and be efficient. Check if I'm problematic. Qin Ran's eyes intensified. He pulled the trigger lock of the gun with his finger and aimed it at Lu Zhen's head. His eyes looked somewhat sinister. You're from the security office. No. Calm down. Lu Zhen thought about how to reassure him, but it was uncomfortable to have a gun pointed at his head. Moreover, Lu Zhen could see that, although Qin Ran looked calm, his mental state was terrible. He seemed tense and worried at all times. Moreover, he was holding onto a gun. If he was triggered, he might shoot any time out of impulse. Therefore, Lu Zhen looked towards his sister. His sister eerily smiled, her face covered by her hair. She suddenly reached out and flicked Qin Ran's hand. Qin Ran was caught off guard and lost the grip on his gun. The gun fell and flew towards Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen reached out and caught it. Hold back the trigger lock and placed it in his bag. Then, he looked up at Qin Ran. I'm not investigating you. I'm investigating if you have met any problems recently. Qin Ran was drenched with cold sweat. He looked nervously all around but did not see anyone. Then, he stared at Lu Zhen and said with a trembling voice, How did you do that? Stop asking. You won't be able to do it. Anyway, Lu Zhen hugged his bag and asked again, So, did you encounter any strange events? Qin Ran panicked when he heard this question. Moreover, he felt that Lu Zhen was too calm. No matter his image or aura, he looked like a naive young man from the city. However, because of Lu Zhen's overcomposure, he looked strange. If Qin Ran couldn't suppress him, he might be suppressed by the other party. Therefore, he hesitated for a moment and then asked, What kind of event? Lu Zhen thought about it and replied, For example, the few lives. You. When he was asked this question, Qin Ran's expression immediately turned nervous. His gun was taken away. He was no longer armed, but Lu Zhen had 2 guns. By right, he should be nervous. However, he didn't expect to show an excited look on his face after panicking. Staring at Lu Zhen with a death stare, he suddenly shouted angrily, FCK. Someone indeed knows about this. I knew that it was definitely not only me. Then, he looked at Lu Zhen and said with his bloodshot eyes, I don't know which side you were on, but I did encounter that. Lu Zhen suddenly became a little nervous. What? Qin Ran paused and then said, I met someone who wanted to take revenge. Lu Xin was a little surprised. For someone like Qin Ran, that shouldn't be an unusual occurrence. Not any ordinary revenge. Qin Ran finished drinking the tea that still appeared hot in one gulp and stared at Lu Xin. He seemed to struggle internally before he finally said after losing to fear, It's something that nobody would believe if I said it. Lu Xin advised him when he saw his emotions. Take it slowly. Qin Ran took a deep breath and seemed to try to figure something out from Lu Xin's face. However, after a while, he said deflatedly, Things started 14 days ago. I'm not afraid to let you know. The business I'm involved in is not only about getting goods. Many people do this job forever but still cannot earn much. Therefore, I would do any money-making job. The security office knows that too. Lu Xin could only nod and pretend that he understood. Things began that day after the trading of a pack of small bear pills. Qin Ran's eyes became bloodshot, but his voice seemed a little low. I was trading with old Kui in the west of the city. This son of a BTCH is called Kui Wang, and he specializes in the sale of this thing. We have worked together a few times. But that day, I didn't expect him to come alone to trade with me. He really King took me as a good person. How could I let go of this opportunity so? I killed him. That pack of small bear pills. I took it all back. It was enough for me to earn tens of thousands. Tens of thousands. Lu Xin was shocked. The focus is on the back. Qin Ran looked at him and said, I directly chopped old Kui's body into a few pieces and fed them to wild dogs. I thought the matter would be over, but I didn't expect a woman to come a day later. I didn't know her, but she said her name was Kui Wang, and she scolded me for not being moral and asked me to pay for his life. She also made me give up the batch of goods. Lu Xin's expression changed slightly. He was getting interested. I don't even know what this woman is up to. I just thought she was old Kui's concubine and killed her too. Qin Ran spat and said, I dumped her body in the cement. The newly built scale over there. Lu Xin listened expressionlessly. Qin Ran said, however, afterward, I felt that something was wrong and asked people to look into the matter. Then, I realized that the woman was Wang Ting, a female worker in a garment factory in the south of the city. She didn't know old Kui at all. Don't you think this is strange? Lu Xin could only nod. The stranger thing has yet to come. Qin Ran's expression became more fierce as he said, after that, 2 days later, 2 more people came to look for me. One of them was an old man, and the other was 17 or 18 years old, named Huazi. One of them said he was Kui Wang, and the other said she was Wang Ting. Both of them looked for me and asked me to pay for their lives. I was surrounded by so many people, and they fought without saying a word. Then, he gestured at his neck and said, I killed them too. 4 people. Then, something gave me an even worse headache. Qin Ran said in a low voice. I had people check the identity of these 2 guys and found out that they were completely unrelated to old Kui and the woman named Wang Ting. However, they came. And the eeriest thing was, as he said that, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His voice was hoarse. After 4 days, 4 other people came, all of whom I do not know. They came into my house and strangled me. Damn. They were like lunatics. One said he was old Kui. One said he was Wang Ting. One said he was Uncle Zhang. One said he was Wuzi. This is insane. They are all insane. That look in their eyes so scary. Lu Xin was shocked. Then, I didn't dare to kill them. Qin Ran's eyes reddened, and he said with a low voice, I thought it was too spooky, so I locked them up. But, he paused and then said in a low voice, come with me. Chapter 18. Qin Ran brought Lu Xin to the back of their transportation factory, where there were many abandoned factories and warehouses, filled with rusted scrap iron and weeds. Meanwhile, Qin Ran walked straight towards an underground warehouse, with its iron gate painted blue. This is it. Before Qin Ran pulled the metal door open, he took a few breaths and looked at Lu Xin. Then, he opened the lock. Use some force. And, with a creak, pulled it open. He was greeted with an overwhelming fishy smell. Lu Xun covered his nose and took a step back before going forward to take a look. The underground warehouse looked like a large pit that was sealed with cement, and some water was caught inside. It was 5 meters long, 7 meters wide, about 4 meters deep, and a few metal rings were nailed to the bottom. These iron rings were tied with a chain, and what caused his skin to tingle was the reddish things chained to the ground. They were human arms. And at the bottom of the pit, some semi-rotten pieces of flesh could be seen. Lu Xun quickly identified what they were. He couldn't help but frown. So scary. Qin Ran shot him a look and said, "Brother, you don't look like you are scared. We were the ones who got scared." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Damn. When the 4 people rushed into my home, it really scared me. Moreover, it was too eerie. I didn't dare to kill them immediately anymore. So I locked them up here and wanted to interrogate them to find out who on earth was the person behind this. However, I didn't expect the 4 of them to. Perhaps he realized that his voice was trembling, so he intentionally spat into the pit, making use of his anger to make his fear less obvious. He said, "These people are crazy. I didn't even kill them and merely locked them up here. However, before I even interrogated them, they began to gnaw at each other." He suddenly looked up and looked at Lu Xun with bloodshot eyes, without being able to suppress his fear. Can you imagine that? They were humans, but they acted like dogs and bit each other. No, they didn't merely bite each other but ate each other. They tore each other's flesh and ate the meat. Some of them had their stomachs split open, but they still ate. I couldn't bear to see them anymore and killed them. And I thought I was doing a good deed by killing someone with a gun for the first time. When he said that, he suddenly used force and shut the metal door up with a clang. "What are they?" He stared at Lu Xun and said, "Since you're here, you must know something. Please tell me, what exactly are they?" Lu Xun found out that his emotions were a little abnormal. However, this was also very natural. Even if he was a ruthless person, he would still be afraid if he encountered something like this. He might not be afraid even if he died. However, this kind of unexplainable thing caused one to feel afraid. This is nothing like what happened in the cafe before, but it's also clearly abnormal. And after listening to him, a thought ran through Lu Xun's mind. The person who caused all this mess was the abnormal old Kiwi. Or something else, and it sounds like, amongst the things he encountered, there are some traces to track. The first day 1 person came, for revenge. The second day 2. The fourth day 4. Then, Lu Xun suddenly jolted and asked Qin Ran, "How many days has it been since they last came?" Qin Ran obviously knew what he had guessed, and he replied with red eyes, 7 days. 7 days. Lu Xun's face sank for a moment. It would be the 8th day tomorrow. Based on this pattern, 8 more people would come tomorrow. "Give me a moment. I have to report." Lu Xun remembered what Chen Jing told him and shook his head, ready to take out the satellite phone. However, Qin Ran looked at him coldly and suddenly picked up an axe from the ground. He aimed it at Lu Xun and then said ruthlessly in a low voice, "Little brother, I killed many people. These few people won't threaten me, be it 4 or 8, or even a dozen. I'm not afraid. At most, I will no longer stay in this city and continue to wander outside. But don't think of using this chance to scheme against me." The axe. Lu Xun looked at his bag, not knowing how Qin Ran had the guts to threaten him. "Even if you have 2 guns, there are many people behind me outside. If something happens to me, you won't be able to get off so easily." Qin Ran stared coldly at him and explained. Although he was guilty, he was very determined. "I definitely can get off. But that's not the main point." Lu Xun shook his head and said to them, "If you aren't afraid of 4, 8, but what about 16? Qin Ran looked at him coldly, but his Adam's apple moved slightly. Lu Xun continued, "Do you know where old Kui lives now?" Qin Ran seemed a little nervous. He said with a hoarse voice, "Why do you ask?" Lu Xun said, "You mentioned earlier that he came over to find you here. However, on the third occasion, he immediately went to your house. Did you think about how they can find you no matter where you go? Qin Ran's hand shook. How is that possible? Lu Xin said. All of these are strange. How would it be impossible? Based on the pattern, the number of people looking for him would only increase. If this continued to happen, nobody knew how many people there would be in total eventually. If there were only a handful or a dozen, for someone as harsh and fierce as Qin Ran, it did not matter. However, if it rose to a few dozens or even a few hundreds, Lu Xin could already imagine Qin Ran being chased by a few hundred lunatics. Based on the theory, would a day come where the entire world would end up chasing him? Moreover, these people weren't afraid of death. They could find him anywhere he went. They wouldn't give up until he died. More importantly, if he didn't die, they wouldn't give up. Qin Ran was evidently afraid. The axe started trembling, and he hissed, I don't want to go to the wilderness. He still had some trust issues with Lu Xin. Although they had spoken to many connections in the High Wall City, he might die if a certain big shot was unhappy with him. That was also why he did not report this incident to the security office. Firstly, it was hard to explain. Second, it was not trustworthy. He knew who was the big shot in the High Wall City. If that person was unhappy, he would have to go to the farm outside the city and stay there for the rest of his life. I would rather die. Lu Xin understood his thoughts. He looked at the basement and shook his head. Qin Ran's pupils shrunk and his goosebumps rose. After some internal struggle, he slowly put down his axe and said with a hoarse voice, I believe you. As if you cannot be trusted. Lu Xin mumbled and walked to the side. He made a call and changed his tone. Hello, Major Chen. Chapter 19. You can call me Captain from now on. Shenjing seemed to have been next to the phone. She answered the phone quickly every time, and her answer was also brief and concise. What did you find? It's a little strange. He was like this. Lu Xin said whatever he heard from Qin Ran to her. It was his first mission. He spoke very seriously but was also worried that he would leave out something and his wages would be deducted. You managed to get something out of him so quickly. Shenjing was obviously surprised, but she still quickly replied in a calm voice. You did a good job. I can confirm that this is another psyche corruption incident. I will organize a corruption investigation team to immediately follow up. Right. Where are you at currently? Square Transportation Company in the backyard. Lu Xin reported his location and then carefully asked, What do I do now? Wait there. Shenjing said. A 3-person team will soon go over and meet you. You should follow them to investigate. They are very experienced. Veterans. But you need to remember that you're the psyche mutant. Sometimes their experience has no advantage in front of your intuition. So, you should lead the investigation in the future. They should be following your command. But for now, considering your lack of experience, I will lead the investigation this time. By radio, Shenjing hung up the phone fiercely, and Lu Xin was left mumbling. The payment. Bored. His sister climbed onto the garage next to her and squatted there to look at the moon. Qin Ran's fear and curiosity couldn't be suppressed. He took a few steps toward Lu Xin and did not dare to get too close. He subconsciously looked at him and did not want to make it obvious. Therefore, he stood a distance away and pretended to be calm. What are you doing? Lu Xin didn't want him to find out that he was a newbie, so he replied calmly, temporarily waiting. So, the two of them waited for 10 minutes, until the atmosphere was so awkward that no one knew how to break the mood. Suddenly, an emergency brake sound was heard and a black Jeep drove into the company at a high speed. With its heavy and solid body, it arrived with a cold and hard temperament. Straight after it arrived, it turned half a lap in the plaza. Before the door opened and 3 heavily armed personnel jumped down from the car. None of the brave employees in the company dared to make loud noises. Then, one of the armed personnel walked to Lu Xin with big strides, gripped the gun in his arm with force, and stood at attention. Mr. Lu Xin, the Special Corruption Investigation Team from the Second City has been sent by Major Chen to meet you. Lu Xin subconsciously followed him and stood upright. He thought. He called me Mr. How formal. Then, he smiled and explained. You can just call me Xiao Lu. The other party was expressionless. Yes, Mr. Lu Xin. The style of the armed men sent by Chen Jing was as fierce as their appearance. After meeting Lu Xin, 2 armed men returned to the car. After a round of inspection, several kinds of sophisticated instruments that seemed to have many tentacles as well as complex and complicated locks were installed on the roof of the car as everyone watched in awe. Then, the leader of the armed personnel, Shang Yui, passed Lu Xin a black box. Lu Xin maintained his calm expression and movements so that he didn't look like a rookie. He opened the box and saw an earpiece with ear buckles in the black sponges. He looked up and saw that the armed men also had these earphones on each of their ears. Therefore, without needing to be taught, he picked them up and put them on his ears. Then, he waited for a while and did not know what to do next. Without a word, the armed man stepped forward and helped him press a button before silently backing away. A female electronic voice was heard from the earpiece. Investigation Team Line Access. Information Analysis Team Line Access. Coordinators Line Access. Lu Xin looked at the armed officer gratefully. Lu Xin, the supernumerary member of the Operational Investigation Team. Repeat your findings from the investigation. After 3 consecutive sets of signal access, Shen Jing's voice was heard from the earpiece. It was direct and cold. Lu Xin knew that it was an important time for work and did not dare to be careless. He repeated whatever he had reported to Chen Jing, and she did not stop him. After hearing what he said, she spoke calmly. Information Analysis Team. Hello, Mr. Lu Xin. I'm Corporal Han Bing from the Information Analysis Team. He'll be providing you with information on behalf of our team. Once again, he heard a voice that seemed a little sweet and a little soft and cowardly, but she spoke in a very clear and organized. First, information on this incident. Tentative number Class D Special Corruption Source 041. Target level to be determined. Corruption level suspected low level. Threat level suspected low level. Person of interest Qin Ran. Qinggang 2nd Satellite City Square Transportation Company. From Mr. Lu Xin's report. It's likely that this is a new type of psyche corruption incident that has not been recorded before. Suggested. Targeted measures are first. Immediately investigate to find out where the source of corruption is and carry out cleanup work. Second. Directly imprison the relevant personnel Qin Ran and wait for the corrupted people to come. Observe the subsequent changes. And collect clues. If necessary, you can choose to send Qin Ran to the other side to kill, in order to cut off the other side's logic chain. Lu Xin was stunned when he heard that. It was the first time he was exposed to such an operation, so his reaction was a little slow. For example, he didn't think that he would face so many Avengers. Sending people to be killed was an option. This is your first time participating in an official investigation. It's also a chance to learn. Chen Jing's voice rang in the earpiece. In the future, every time you go out in the field, a specific information analysis team will be assigned to assist you in terms of technical support. They will help you analyze and provide information and give you suggestions. You should adapt to this mode as soon as possible. Lu Xin immediately understood that Chen Jing was teaching him and nodded. All right. Then, she explained. Sometimes, trying to meet the specific needs of the source of contamination first is a method to weaken the intensity of the psyche fluctuations of the source of corruption too. We take the opportunity to find clues or even a good way to clean up. There were cases where the source of contamination disappeared on its own after meeting the characteristic needs of the source of corruption. But at the moment, there's insufficient information for the 041 contamination event, so we shall not adopt it for the time being. My suggestion is to immediately proceed with the investigation, find the location of the corruption, and carry out the cleanup. Corporal Han Bing's voice immediately rang. Then, the primary direction of the proposed investigation is the location of Qin Ran's first murder and the location where the corpse was disposed of. Chapter 20. Under Chen Jing's order, the entire investigation team immediately took action. Kin Ran was stunned. He had been vigilantly looking at the three armed men, and his eyes revealed a deep look of scorn. With his experience, he naturally saw that these three heavily armed warriors weren't the same as those desperados he saw outside the city. They were also different from the security office and patrol team that he usually dealt with in the satellite city. He signaled with his eyes to tell his men not to approach and wait patiently in place. When Lu Xin asked about where he killed Kui Wang and dumped his body, he immediately answered, "Immediately head over to investigate and bring along the relevant person. Kin Ran, in case he's hiding the truth." Han Bing's voice was heard through the earpiece. Lu Xin immediately said to the armed men, "Get in the car." Then, he nodded to Kin Ran. "You come along too." Several armed men immediately acted. One went over to start the car, and the other two positioned themselves behind Kin Ran. Kin Ran took a look at their submachine guns before turning to look at Lu Xin. He suddenly gritted his teeth. He didn't know what this wilderness-born man was thinking. But he didn't say a word and directly followed them into the jeep. When they drove to the front yard, the manager went forward and shouted, "Big brother, wait!" Kin Ran shouted at them through the windows. The armed men in the car were oblivious to Kin Ran's reaction as well as the Square Transportation Company. Or rather, they simply didn't care. Lu Xin also didn't comment as he didn't hear any cues from the earpiece. He could feel that after the investigation team members reported to him, the aura of both sides had changed. Although there were only 3 members in the investigation team, there were more than 10 times the number of people in Kin Ran's company. However, from the fierce behavior of the 3 armed personnel, who had obviously been trained intensely and had loaded guns, if a conflict really happened, even if Kin Ran's people came over, the gap between the 2 sides was still too obvious. Kin Ran must have discovered this gap and so became obedient. However, Lu Xin felt that the 3 people from the investigation team seemed a little scared of him. For example, the youngest warrior kept looking at him when he wasn't paying attention. However, when their eyes met, Lu Xin suddenly turned around and looked towards the left window. The youngest warrior immediately whipped his head around. He was holding the gun and sitting upright. They went to a large abandoned factory in the south of the city, as well as a haphazard path. Waist-deep weeds grew in all directions, as well as a haphazard pile of cement, soil, and more. In the distance, half-built buildings and some rusted tall iron frames abandoned for too long could also be seen. The whole territory was desolate, and no humans could be seen. The road was hard to travel, but their jeep had been improved and was very good at traveling through these complex terrains. "It's just up ahead." Kin Ran pointed at a more detailed position in the car. He was a little more nervous, and, unknowingly, he began to speak more. "I dealt with them behind the pile of dirt. I also shot old Kui there. He seemed to be drunk, but there was nothing wrong. I disposed of his body behind the patch of grass. There were often many wild dogs there. It's recommended that you test the 2 areas and 300 m radius around it for the amount of psyche power." Han Bing's voice was heard from the earpiece. "Agreed." Shen Jing continued. "The appearance of the psyche corruption source is different from ordinary corruption events. But there are traces. To deal with such events, the most important thing is to find the source of psyche corruption. Usually, the source starts from intense psyche fluctuations. When people are killed, their mental state undergoes violent fluctuations. Mutations after death began at this time. Of course, some evidence also shows that mutations happen after the body is triggered after death. In fact, the armed personnel in the car were also wearing earpieces and heard the suggestion given by the information analysis team. Therefore, after they got off the car, they simply looked at Lu Xin and began to move after seeing that he had no objections. Lu Xin knew that it was a learning opportunity and looked at their movement seriously. They brought down a black box very skillfully from the car, and, through the code, unlocked the complex lock. Inside was a silver item that looked like a rectangular-shaped satellite phone and 4 metal pillars supporting a ring and an alarm device, looking a bit like the metal detector in the old movies seen on TV. Then, One of them stayed in place while the other two took out a special helmet that was round and thick and had a transparent visor in front. What surprised Luzin the most was that most of this helmet seemed to be made of special glass. The instrument they are using now is a simple psyche power detector, which has only recently been developed. Chen Jing continued to give Luzin a lecture through the earpiece. Psyche power is originally invisible, or rather, it's difficult for an ordinary person's psyche power to affect the instrument to achieve the supposed effect. However, some contaminated sources undergo mutation, or mutant psyche power goes beyond a certain threshold. Coupled with some new materials from the Lunar Eclipse Institute, the detection was made possible. However, these instruments are still in the stage of research and experimentation. They can sense abnormalities in psyche power, but the accuracy is not good enough, and the helmet is a form of protection from abnormal psyche corruption. The document I gave you before mentioned that glass. It's the best material we have found so far to isolate the spread of psyche plague. Luzin only said him in a low voice. He didn't dare to say that. In fact, for those documents, he focused on the part about the salary and subsidies. The two locations where Qin Ran said he killed Qi Wang and dumped his body, as well as the surroundings, were quickly tested. The investigation team even found some tissue suspected to be Qi Wang's remaining bones. But no abnormal psyche power was detected. Are you sure it's these two locations? Luzin turned to look at Qin Ran and confirmed with him. Qin Ran's face was extremely gloomy, and fear was hidden within. This has to do with my life. Do you think I would lie? Luzin felt that he wasn't hiding anything. Moreover, he didn't suspect the testing done by the investigation team. That was because when he looked at the two areas, there was nothing abnormal. It wasn't like the case in the cafe and when he first met Qin Ran, where he could evidently see mutated flesh and some abnormal creatures around. That was the importance of the information analysis team. Luzin asked immediately, what should we do? If the area of death and dumpling of the body have no problems, we must consider other factors. Corporal Han Bing said calmly through the channel. First, how did those people get corrupted? Every source has its corruption circumference. People would only get corrupted if they enter the region. Based on the current analysis, the people were unrelated and did not know each other. However, they all became part of the Avengers team. This shows that they have crossed paths when they were alive. The area they crossed paths is highly likely the source of the corruption case. It's recommended to gather manpower and investigate the paths these Avengers took before they died. Chapter 21. The place where they crossed paths. The intersection point. Luzin was slightly stunned when he heard that. How long would that take? Corporal Han Bing kept silent for a moment before replying. I'm not sure yet. Luzin understood the problem. In today's high wall city, especially the satellite city which acted as a buffer to the main city, the personnel was very complicated. Nobody knew how many people had yet to obtain a permanent resident status after entering the high wall city, and some of them had sneaked in. Not everyone's identity could be quickly checked. Moreover, in the satellite city, public facilities like surveillance cameras had yet to become widely used. This wasn't the main city. Apart from the important regions like the administrative hall and the logistics department, either no surveillance cameras had been installed or they had been damaged. Luzin didn't suspect the ability and power of the Special Operations Group. However, in such situations, it was extremely difficult and troublesome to figure out the paths these people took before they died and find the intersection point. Therefore, he hesitated and said, "Is there any way to speed things up?" He paused for a moment and explained, "After all, it's the 8th day tomorrow. Most likely, more people will be corrupted." After hearing that, Han Bing kept silent. The three members of the investigation team also looked at Luzin with complicated gazes. They understood what he was worried about, based on the pattern of those taking revenge on Qin Ran. On the first day, one person took revenge. On the second day, there were 2, and 4 on the 4th day. So, 8 should come tomorrow, or maybe even not tomorrow. In theory, After midnight today, 8 new Avengers might appear. That meant that there would be 8 more innocent victims. It was normal for such a concern. However, everyone was a little surprised when Lu Xin said that. I agree with Lu Xin. After a while, Shen Jing's voice was heard through the channel. It's not the matter of saving people. The work we have been doing is to save people. As long as we can eliminate the source of corruption, well, indirectly save many. That cannot become the focus of our work. The focus of our work, and the goal with the highest priority, is to remove the source of corruption. It has always been so. I agree with him because the efficiency of removing the source of psyche corruption is very important. If we investigate the paths taken by the corrupted thoroughly and compare them, it would take too long. During this time, the source of corruption might suffer mutations that we can't expect. With another slight pause, she continued, based on the current information, since the corrupted Avengers all claim to seek revenge on Qin Ran, and Qi Wang was the first Avenger, that means Qi Wang must have something to do with the source of corruption. Even though there were no clues at the locations he got killed and where his body was dumped, we cannot eliminate the possibility that the source of corruption is nearby. This theory is highly likely to be correct. We will assume that the source of corruption is around the area before analyzing. That area is an abandoned industrial area with no residents and very little flow of people. Therefore, the focus doesn't have to be at the intersection point. The focus could be on where is most likely to be the intersection point around that area. Lu Xin's eyes widened when he heard this. Shen Jing's analysis was unexpected. However, he liked her decision. Han Bing's voice disappeared for a moment from the channel, and the sound of paper could be heard. She seemed to be observing the map and details. After a while, her voice was heard again, near the abandoned industrial area in the south of the city. There are about 4 places that could potentially form the intersection point. One is the fertilizer plant in the southwest direction. There are about 200 workers there, and they are transported by a chartered bus before and after work. However, we cannot eliminate the possibility that they might walk home alone and pass by the abandoned industrial area. Moreover, there's a large rubbish incinerator about 3 meters to the west of the industrial area. Sometimes, beggars and homeless people might gather there to pick up rubbish. Moreover, based on the details, some criminals might decide to make illegal dealings there. Lu Xin subconsciously looked at Qin Ran. Qin Ran couldn't hear the voice from the channel and was squatting at the side, smoking. He was confused by Lu Xin's gaze. At this moment, Shen Jing had made a decision. Pass these locations to the investigation team. Beep beep. Soon, a very faint light was seen on the black screens on the arms of the 3 armed members of the investigation team. Lu Xin went over to take a look. He saw maps with complex lines and markings displayed on the screen. He carefully looked at it and realized that it was the map of the entire southern part of the second satellite city, with several red dots marked on it. It's already sent over. So high-tech. He was speechless. However, I heard the Dean say that before the Red Moon event, such technology was quite normal. You can go over and line up now. Shen Jing's voice was heard from the channel. She sounded as if she was explaining to Lu Xin. Psyche corruption may seem disorderly and chaotic, but as long as it exists, there are certain laws and qualities, and as long as we figure out these, we can clean it up with the least cost. A professor once said, in the face of these insane things, the only advantage of human beings is reason. Lu Xin was impressed. Who is that professor? Shen Jing kept silent for a moment before saying, the focus of your concern is wrong. Lu Xin blushed and said, oh, go straight and turn left. The jeep slowly drove in the south of the city near the desolate factory area. A gloomy night had long fallen. Only a red moon hung in the sky, and the scarlet moonlight spilled over the chaotic city. The jeep's light disrupted the dark red night and lit up the roadside weeds and broken roads. Lu Xin and the rest had arrived at the southern edge of the city, close to the high walls. Every high wall city was the same mirror to the high walls, the more desolate and sparsely populated. Apart from the patrol officers every 3 meters away on the guard tower. No human figure could be seen. And this, too, was the last place Lu Xin and the rest had to check. Different from what Lu Xin had imagined. The corruption investigation seemed to be not as exciting as he imagined. In fact, it was a little boring. At every location, they had to stop and test carefully with the instrument, again and again, to confirm that there was no problem, before rushing to the next location. During the inspection, everyone was very tense and could only relax after getting on the car. Soon, the car had driven into the fourth suspicious location marked on the map, only to see that it was a half-built construction site, and some building foundations had been laid long ago, but were now full of grass. Han Bing's soft explanation was heard over the channel. After the situation within the Han Bing stabilized, there was a period of population boom, when the administrative office considered repairing this place again and designating it as a mixed residential industrial area. However, unfortunately, it was patronized by the technological churches, and this resulted in a heavy loss of people in the fourth satellite city. The remaining population moved over and the place became deserted. In reality, the entire southern part of the second satellite city belonged to the spare land to be developed. It was said that the biggest dream of the administrative office was to get more population to fill up these places. The light from the jeep broke through the darkness ahead and soon shone on a shimmering spot. Lu Xin and the rest alighted and found out that it was a pool of water. Originally, it should be a large pit. However, the terrain was too low, so rainwater accumulated to become a lake. At the edge of the lake, the grass was knee-high, and a hidden path led from the lake to the city. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Lu Xin realized that something was amiss. His sister, who had disappeared, suddenly appeared near the lake. She was squatting amongst the grass with glowing eyes as she stared at the lake. When she heard Lu Xin get out of the car, she suddenly turned around and said excitedly, "Brother, there's something fun here." Something fun? Lu Xin held his breath and walked over. He knew that his sister's aesthetics were quite different from others. So, what she considered fun. Chapter 22. Lu Xin remained calm. He walked toward the lake and squatted down slowly. In other people's eyes, he had simply gone to the lakeside, gazing at the lake while being absorbed in his own thoughts. What people didn't know was that he was actually whispering to his sister. "What's in there?" Lu Xin lowered his voice and asked, looking at the lake surface. The lake looked eerily quiet under the red moon. "I don't know, but I have a feeling that there's a toy which I won't get bored with for a long while." His sister licked her lips as she said in an excited tone with her eyes glued to the lake, "It seems we've found it." Lu Xin thought to himself. He then shot a glance at the other three members of the investigation team. At that time, the investigation team, led by Cheng Hui, had started to examine the area based on their usual routine. Starting from the lakeside, they were very experienced with this kind of work. And Cheng Hui was a competent leader in delegating tasks too. Besides, Cheng Hui and the other team members could complete the basic detection work well. They didn't need any help from Lu Xin. In fact, they were wary of Lu Xin. After all, he was that kind of person they had been hearing about. Therefore, they would subconsciously avoid seeking Lu Xin's help. Lu Xin had no intention to remind them, either. He wanted to wait until they were done examining the narrow road and the surroundings. Since they had already investigated the first three locations, it was very likely that they would find what they had been looking for here. Therefore, the investigation team was extra careful when they swept the devices across every inch of the ground near the narrow road. No psyche residues found on the road surface. After the two team members were done, they returned to the jeep and reported, sounding disappointed. "Understood." A trace of worry flashed across Cheng Hui's eyes, whose face was hidden behind the glass face shield. He shot a glance at the lake. There were no traces along the road and in the grass around it. Their last chance lay in the lake, which they had not investigated yet. The source of corruption was most probably there. Lu Xin lowered his voice and asked his sister, "Can you use your abilities underwater?" The girl could hardly suppress her excitement. "I haven't tried, but I want to try." That's my brave sister. Lu Xin patted his sister's head affectionately. Then, he stood up and returned to the investigation team. Have you examined the whole place? The three members of the team immediately straightened their backs and nodded. Lu Xin nodded in acknowledgement. Then, he asked, is it possible to use the devices underwater? He studied the devices. Although Chen Jing had briefed him, Lu Xin still couldn't understand how they worked. Actually, he was curious about one thing. His sister was only 5 meters away at the lakeside, but none of the devices picked up any abnormal signals. Could it be that his sister wasn't part of the psyche powers detectable by those devices? But his sister couldn't have possibly split from his body, could she? The mustache team leader Chang Hui hesitated for a while and told Lu Xin the truth. The devices can possibly function underwater for a short period of time, but the thing is, our protection garments aren't waterproof. Lu Xin nodded. He understood what he meant. It was totally different to conduct investigations underwater and on the land. The main concern now was not whether the detectors could work underwater, but rather, whether it was safe for them to venture into the water. It would be very inconvenient for them to go into the lake with their protection garments. Without the protection, however, they wouldn't dare to even go near the source of corruption. However, the team was highly disciplined. Lu Xin believed that they would still venture underwater if Chen Jing ordered. To them, taking risks was part of their duty. He pondered for a while and smiled. If that's the case, he'll go down and take a look. You guys wait here. What? They looked at him, surprised. Although they were inside the high wall, it was an abandoned industrial area, a complete wasteland. The only source of light was the narrow stream from the jeep's headlights. Besides, something scary and creepy was probably lurking at the bottom of the lake. They would have had a better chance of survival if they encountered it on the land, but luck wouldn't be on their side underwater. Lu Xin was skinny, but he was surprisingly brave. Moreover, the other three members of the team were obviously afraid. Was that why he had decided to take the risk by himself? I mean, someone has to go. Lu Xin smiled. Then, he swung his arms and kicked his legs as a simple warm-up. He had always been very serious about his work. In fact, he was the nominal team leader for this mission, in charge of the investigation. It was only because of his lack of experience that Chen Jing had taken over his role and made some decisions for him. It was also a chance to train him. However, he had done nothing but watch all along as the other members worked. At this moment, those three young fighters were obviously afraid. Without confidence and courage, going underwater would prove to be an almost impossible task for them. Hence, it was time for Lu Xin, the true core member, to do his job. After all, Lu Xin had earned his reward banner with sheer hard work. He knew that well. One must be serious about their work if they were aiming for a promotion or a pay raise. Certainly, though, he still couldn't understand why he had almost been fired by the director even with his reward banner. Are you certain that the other locations are clear? When Lu Xin had made up his mind and was ready to show others what he'd got, Chen Jing asked over the radio. Yes. The other three team members straightened their backs at once. The team leader replied. The only place unchecked is this lake. Chen Jing asked again. Are you sure that this is the last possible place? Han Bing, the information analyst, answered via the radio. Yes. Chen Jing paused for a second and said. Then, it does appear that it's highly likely that the source of the corruption lies in this lake. Lu Xin said. Please allow me to go underwater. I understand that this mission is dangerous. The other three members of the team looked at Lu Xin with gratitude. They would never suggest Lu Xin go into the water for them, but Lu Xin proposed it himself. That was very thoughtful of him. Over the radio, even Chen Jing and Han Bing hesitated for a brief moment. You must know the high risks that come with going underwater, Chen Jing said after a moment of silence. Lu Xin nodded. When he had removed his jacket and was ready to walk into the lake, Chen Jing said, There's another risk-free option. Lu Xin was stunned. Huh. Chen Jing's words were firm. Call the special assistance team now. Order them to be at the location in 30 minutes. Pump the lake dry and carry on with the investigation. Chapter 23. That was a whole eye-opening experience for Lu Xin. In less than half an hour, a fleet of trucks thundered into the barren industrial area. Within minutes, groups of men in protection garments alighted from the trucks. Some of them began to set up makeshift lighting equipment, while others quickly built up pumps and extended long rubber pipes into the lake. At the same time, more than half a dozen teams had started to dig up water canals with shovels at the side. Apparently, they had calculated that it was best to channel the water in the lake to a nearby lowland. That was all. Some distance away, a fleet of military trucks drove in and skidded sideways to form a line around the lake. Soldiers in full military uniform cordoned off the whole area, with the trucks being the natural barrier. Before long, the abandoned industrial area transformed into a busy place. As the 10 water pumps roared to life, the water level in the small lake fell rapidly. Lu Xin and Qin Ran had never seen any project as grand as that before. Their jaws dropped. Unbelievable. Handling psyche corruption is a very dangerous task in itself. If you fail to do it properly, not only will you put your life on the line, unfathomable disasters may ensue as well. Therefore, when we work, 2 rules must be strictly obeyed, Chen Jing told Lu Xin in a calm voice over the radio. Firstly, make full use of your material resources. Secondly, if you can't solve it via the normal means, use firepower. Lu Xin was dumbstruck. After a long moment of silence, he exclaimed, "Teamwork makes the dream work." "All right, we're almost done. Assistance team, back down. Investigation team is up. Ready the fire." When the water level fell to less than half, Chen Jing issued a command. All the assistance team members retreated at once. Some had even left behind their trucks or shovels. Within merely a few seconds, the entire area was empty again, leaving only Lu Xin, Qin Ran, the 3 people from the investigation team, and Lu Xin's sister. This time, however, it was different from a while ago. In the distance, Lu Xin could see layers of armed forces and eyes filled with curiosity and caution. After the lake dries up, it's still up to you people to conduct the investigation. Chen Jing's voice came from the earpiece. Even until now, we're still unable to determine how infectious this corruption source is. From the data we've gathered, it's unlikely to be highly contagious. However, these sorts of strange incidents often take on an unpredictable turn of events. We can't afford to lower our guard. It'd be fine if it's not very infectious. But if it is, having too many people around may provide more host bodies for the corruption. That would result in a greater disaster. Lu Xin understood at once. True, the soldiers were wary of the potential psyche monster at the bottom of the lake, but they were cautious about Lu Xin and all the other members of the investigation team too. If any of them had been corrupted, the soldiers would shoot them without mercy. Now I understand why this is such a high-paying job. Lu Xin mumbled. Chen Jing laughed. Your attitude is commendable. I will request additional rewards for you. Lu Xin immediately felt better. Before long, the lake had almost been pumped dry. The muddy lakebed and scattered puddles of water were exposed under the dim white light. Swarms of fish and shrimps were struggling and skipping on the surface, gasping for water. All right, it's time. Everyone in the investigation team put on their helmets, except Lu Xin. The team members turned to look at him with confused eyes. Good. Lu Xin waved his hand. Chen Jing had told him before that one of the advantages of being a psyche mutant was that they wouldn't be so easily corrupted. Moreover, it appeared that Lu Xin was able to see the true nature of those psyche monsters. The helmet, on the other hand, might actually hinder his vision, making it hard for him to see the monsters clearly or dodge their attacks in time. Lu Xin had made the decision after careful consideration, but that had also made him even more mysterious in the eyes of his teammates. Is that what they call mutants? They thought. As members of the investigation team, they also knew a handful of those with special powers in Qinggang, but it was their first time working with one. A long time ago, especially before the discovery and recruitment of psyche mutants, The investigation of psyche corruption often came at the cost of the lives of normal people like themselves. Equipped with detectors and guns, Lu Xin, together with the other investigators, slowly stepped into the mud on the bottom of the lake. A green light blinked on the silver detector screen. That was a relief. They pushed forward, one step at a time. In Lu Xin's eyes, however, his sister was running across the muddy floor. She was fast, dashing here and there, leaving a faint, blurry shadow behind her under the moonlight. Nevertheless, no matter how soft the mud was, she left no footstep behind her. Finally, as though she had found something, she suddenly stopped and pointed at the center of the lake. Lu Xin pretended not to see her, but he deliberately led the other members of the team toward the center of the lake. From some distance away, they could already see a puddle of water in the center. Lu Xin's sister was standing about 8 meters away from the puddle, pointing at it. Lu Xin and the other team members drew closer. Suddenly, the light on the detector turned red. At the same time, a soft voice said, "Qin Ran, you killed me. Who is it?" Lu Xin and the other 3 investigators stopped short at once. They felt a sudden chill down their spines. The soft, faint voice returned. "Qin Ran, you killed me. I will take your life." It's there," one of the investigators said with a trembling voice. Following the direction he was pointing, they saw a goldfish about the size of a palm lying on the muddy floor. Unable to breathe, the fish was gasping desperately for water, and the soft voice came from its mouth again. "Qin Ran, you killed me." The spotlight focused on the fish. It was strangely pale. The fish had pitch-black eyes. They stared at the shore in Qin Ran's direction as the fish continued to scream, not sure whether it was a hallucination or reality. The red moon in the sky seemed exceptionally bright at this moment. The scarlet red glow surrounded everyone. All of a sudden, they heard another voice, shouting, "Qin Ran, you killed me. I will take your life." Lu Xin and the others quickly turned toward the sound and saw another dying fish in the mud. "We're no enemies. Why did you kill me?" Soon, there was a third one, overlapping with the voice of the first 2. And then, it was followed by the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th. More and more fish had started to speak, with their voices joined uniformly together. It became increasingly louder. In the end, it was almost deafening. Lu Xin and the rest stood still as they witnessed the strange and crazy sight before them. Under the red moon, all of the fish were screaming at the top of their lungs. Their voices were sharp, piercing through the listeners' ears. "Qin Ran killed me. I will take your life." Chapter 24. It was Chen Jing. She sounded worried. Under normal circumstances, the quality of sound via the earpiece was supreme. At this moment, however, it wasn't so clear. Under the red moon, almost all the fish were screaming and struggling. Their mouths were opening and closing dramatically, and their fins were slapping the ground frenziedly. It was total madness. Their voices had combined into a frightening force, hammering on Lu Xin's ears and piercing into his brain like waves of needles. The other 3 members of the investigation team gripped tightly onto their guns in fear. They kept on turning and looking around them, unable to respond to Chen Jing, the source of corruption. Lu Xin only managed to say those words in his haste. "Quick!" Chen Jing said at once as if she was hurriedly giving another order. Splash! At this very moment, a scarlet wave surged toward Lu Xin and the investigation team, as if the wave had gained consciousness from the red moonlight. It swept up the screaming fish and stormed toward Lu Xin and the rest. In the blink of an eye, at the same instant, all the fish exploded under the wave's force. Shreds of flesh and blood were spewed all over the place. Lu Xin and the other 3 investigators had hardly any time to react before being hit by the force head-on. They were thrown backward by over 5 meters and landed in the mud, covered in fish scales and mud. They looked miserable. That wasn't the end yet. A few faint shadows flashed across the sky under the red moon. In the next instant, the 3 investigators were suddenly hurled into the sky, struggling. Everything in their hands, including the detectors, fell hard on the ground. Chen Jing's hasty voice came from the earpiece on the muddy floor. Fall back. Now. It was an eerie and frightening sight to see the 3 fully armed soldiers being suddenly lifted into the sky. The soldiers stationed in the far distance, responsible for guarding the barriers, watched with their eyes wide open. Lu Xun remained on the ground, but when he picked himself back up, he saw a shadow dashing toward him. The shadow was dark red in color. It extended its arms as though it wanted to hug him. It was too fast. Lu Xun could hardly dodge in time. At this crucial moment, a cold, tiny hand took hold of his hand. In the next second, Lu Xun made a strange, inconceivable move. With one hand on the ground, he twisted his waist and flipped his whole body to the left before moving backward by 3 meters. It was a narrow escape from the shadow's hug. It was his sister. She had come to him just in time to pull him aside. At this moment, Lu Xun looked up. His pupils constricted in shock. The other 3 members of the investigation team were floating midair with their bodies twisted stiffly and unnaturally. They were still struggling, but it was obvious that they could no longer control their bodies. If one looked closely, they would see a creepy, blurry red shadow right behind their backs, holding their arms and legs. Behind those shadows were faint vines, extending toward the puddle of water in the center of the lake. It's a psyche impact, information analyst Han Bing said over the radio. Her voice had changed under fear. Based on the data from the detectors, the psyche power eruption is of a magnitude of at least 200. Super level 1 psyche monster confirmed. Eruption of a psyche plague confirmed. Corruption level updated to medium. Danger level temporarily changed to high. Shen Jing took a deep breath and shouted, Lu Xun, fall back now. Han Bing's voice followed. Be careful of your teammates. In the next instant, all of those on standby saw that the face of the 3 investigators in the air had turned purple. As though driven by an invisible force, they moved their arms and legs and slowly turned around. Then, in a twisted and anguished manner, they pulled out their guns. They were still struggling, but the force controlling them was unbeatable. In a split second, the guns had begun to fire. As the bullets rained down, the mustache team leader used all his strength to spit out one word from his teeth. Move! Mud splattered up as the bullets hit the ground. At that instant, Lu Xun had dashed to a muddy hill and crouched behind it. Han Bing shouted, target suspected to be a super level 1 psyche monster. 3 soldiers of the investigation team have been corrupted. I suggest we withdraw all survivors and deploy the patrol troops to eliminate the psyche monster with fire. Agreed. Shen Jing's voice was cold. Prepare a helicopter. I'm going there. Now. Then, she ordered Lu Xun. I order you to fall back immediately. Lu Xun. Everybody, fall back by 500 meters. I can't. Lu Xun interrupted her in a low voice. Shen Jing couldn't believe her ears. What? Lu Xun said. The 3 investigation soldiers have not been corrupted. They are just been controlled. That's all. Besides, he quickly turned to take a look. Stationed 1 km away, the patrol troopers were petrified by the sight as the 3 men got carried into the sky and suddenly started shooting at their comrades. They were shocked and fearful. Lu Xun lowered his voice. They can't escape. Shen Jing suddenly thought of something. I'll take care of it. Lu Xun had made up his mind. It's dangerous. As Chen Jing spoke, Lu Xun turned to look at his left. His sister was squatting beside him, smiling. Her smile was twisted and ugly, yet somehow Lu Xun saw heartfelt happiness in it. He nodded and suddenly ran out from behind his hiding place. At that moment, the 3 investigation soldiers were slowly drifting toward Lu Xun under the invisible force because it was impossible to shoot him when he was hiding behind the muddy hill. As they were trying to look for a suitable angle, to their surprise, Lu Xun suddenly jumped out and dashed toward them head-on. Controlled by the force, all 3 of them lifted their guns and aimed at him at once. They couldn't bear the sight and closed their eyes, but their fingers pulled the trigger nonetheless. Bullets flew toward Lu Xun mercilessly, but Lu Xun reached out to the side as he ran. His sister was running beside him, reaching out as well, holding her small hand. Lu Xun's figure suddenly faded. It was as if he had become a ghost. Chapter 25. Now, just 1,000 meters away, countless pairs of eyes watched the bizarre and crazy scene at the bottom of the drained lake. 3 heavily armed warriors just flew into midair like that, and their bodies looked incomparably twisted as if some invisible will was forcing them, making them stiffly, slowly, but irresistibly turn around. It even made them lift their guns and then shoot countless bullets in a concentrated manner toward the surroundings. But in this situation, Lu Xin actually rushed straight up against the bullets. He was clearly in the midst of a rapid run, but his body was spun bizarrely and countless mud flowers flew up. But under such intense gunfire, he actually dodged all the bullets, rushed to a distance of 3 meters, and jumped up. Under the red moon, he bowed and catapulted to create an afterimage, dashing straight into midair. With this jump, he approached one of the investigation team members. This investigation team member flew 4 or 5 meters high in the air, a height that a person could never reach. But Lu Xin jumped up and caught the gap of the bullet shot with unparalleled precision and viciously pounced on him. Hiss! The shadow on the investigation team member's back had a blurred face, obviously distorted. It turned its head violently towards Lu Xin, and opened its mouth forcefully as if there was no limit, revealing a scary appearance that made people's skin tingle towards. But Lu Xin tore off half of its face with a wave of his hand and then grabbed its body with both hands. That investigation team member thought Lu Xin was coming over to kill him, but in the end, he suddenly felt his body lighten, and the power that bound him instantly disappeared. Before he could react, he felt a violent sense of weightlessness and fell towards Lu Xin with bared teeth and claws. As Lu Xin helped release the guy from his bondage, before the guy fell, Lu Xin had already kicked off his body. Making use of the power, he jumped towards another investigation team member 4 to 5 meters away in the air while also unbinding him. Then, he used the investigation team member's body as a springboard again and rushed towards the third person. What is he doing? Similarly, in some mysterious building in the main city of Qinggang, Shenjing, as well as Han Bing, a member of the information analysis team, saw the images instantly transmitted back from the cameras on the soldiers in Satellite City No. 2 at this time. Although the light was dim because of the distance and the red moon in the sky, they were still able to see Lu Xin's ghost-like movements and crazy actions. The movements were nimble and bizarre, like a ghost, rushing straight up against the bullets and psyche monsters. On the other hand, represented madness. He's dangerous. Han Bing didn't know what to say, but when the words came out of her mouth, she only uttered a useless sentence. Everyone in the information analysis team had access to a large amount of information about psyche corruption. In a way, they were also equivalent to half-experts. And it was because they were experts that they were able to give professional advice when it came to corruption cleanup. To her, everything Lu Xin did was extremely dangerous. Until now, they still couldn't ascertain the specific data regarding corruption source 41 in Satellite City No. 2. But from the immediate analysis, with just a psyche impact, the opponent destroyed a large part of the surrounding lights and was also able to repel 3 armed personnel and Lu Xin. At the same time, this meant that the other party had a great amount of psyche energy. In fact, it could pull 3 armed personnel into midair in an instant. It meant that the other party had a very strong infection ability and could do instant infection. In such a situation, the most correct choice would be to urgently withdraw everyone and immediately organize artillery coverage. Under normal circumstances, when the 3 members of the investigation team were deep in the corruption source, they would have been considered dead. But in such a situation, Lu Xin actually rushed up. Was he not worried about dying from the bullets? There was data from related experiments which proved that those with the spider style could dodge bullets. But if they were hit, they would also die. And after Lu Xin did so, they quickly saw that his 3 leaps in the air had already saved those 3 investigation team members who looked like they had lost their minds and started shooting at their companions. It was unclear how he did it. And what was even more Amazing was that the 3 investigation team members quickly got up and backed up as soon as they fell to the ground. Their movements were flexible and orderly, which meant that they were most probably not infected. Han Bing subconsciously opened her mouth. Chen Jing, holding a phone and about to give orders, slowed down, surprised and delighted. She stared for a moment before immediately ordering, "Quick! Immediately retreat with the investigation team members." But before she could finish speaking, looking at Lu Xin's actions through the blurred image on the screen, she paused. "It's your turn." At this time, Lu Xin, after saving the 3 members of the investigation team, did not retreat with them. He actually didn't comply, but instead charged forward again. His target was the puddle in the middle of the lake. Just now, when the 3 armed men were pulled into midair, he had already found something amiss. In the other's eyes, the 3 members of the investigation team had completely lost their autonomy after flying up into midair. But in Lu Xin's eyes, he could see that the 3 armed men were raised in midair by a blurred shadow, and they turned and fired. Because the shadow was close to their backs, it wrapped around them and restrained their arms and fingers, forcing them to fire. That was why when the captain shot, he vaguely shouted, "Quick, get out of the way." Because of this, Lu Xin was sure that they were only being controlled and not infected. That was why he, with the help of his sister, dodged the bullets and jumped into the air, treading the shadow wrapped around them. That shadow was weird but not sturdy. It was destroyed once torn. Of course, it might also be because his sister was good at this. After all, she often did that to her toys. But after saving the investigation team members, he still couldn't retreat. The main thing was that his sister did not want to retreat. Her eyes were glowing at this time, dead set on that most central puddle, and she pounced straight over. Gurgle. Lu Xin's speed was very fast. Under his speed, the 7 to 8 meters between him and the puddle was cleared almost instantly. But also just when he was about to rush to that most central puddle, mud suddenly bubbled and flew up around the ragdoll. Then, a black shadow suddenly came out from the mud and rapidly swelled up. Twisted branches spread in all directions, and countless bizarre tentacles moved crazily and intensely in all directions. At this moment, Lu Xin's pupils shrunk slightly as he looked up. This was a tree with countless vines growing on it. The end of the vines bore fruits, and those fruits were people. These people swooped down from midair and opened their arms and legs as if to hug Lu Xin. Chapter 26. So enthusiastic, Lu Xin exclaimed as he looked at the shadow opening its arms and lunging at him. He was originally charging at a bizarre and swift speed. However, at this instant, he stopped and leaped backward, avoiding the attack of the first shadow. Then, he spun and pounced towards the other shadow. He reached out towards the side of the dark shadow, just like how his sister pounced on her toys. What's that? The red moon was in the sky, radiating a dull red glow. Meanwhile, more than half of the lighting devices around the wild lake had been destroyed by the Psyche monster. The others were also badly damaged. Without maintenance, they slowly went out one by one. As the lights went out, the glow of the red moon became more intense. In such lighting, perhaps their eyes were playing a trick on them, but many people saw a hazy picture. They saw the mud break open when Lu Xin was about to reach the core of the corruption area. A blurry shadow flew out from the mud, and the red moon caused a tree silhouette to appear on the shadow. The tree had countless stems and people were growing like fruits on their ends. Some were men, some women, some old and some young. They looked like unreal blurry shadows, but one could still make out their insane appearance. Their features were distorted and they waved their arms around like crazy. They looked like tentacles of human-shaped cannibalistic flowers. And the way they caught people was to jump into midair and hug their prey. Based on what happened to the 3 members of the investigation team, if they got hugged by the creatures, they might be controlled by them. The scene and the consequences caused one's skin to tingle. However, Lu Xin met the shadows head-on. He dodged left and right, turned and twisted as though he wasn't human. He managed to dodge and attack despite the attacks of the countless shadows. Then, He charged towards the prey. As a shadow lunged, he moved backward before going forward again, swinging slightly to the left, just in time to avoid the shadow's pull. Then, he grabbed the shadow's shoulder and tore off its arm. The action did not stop. With a slight twist, he turned to the shadow's right, and ripped off its right leg when the shadow reached out to the left. His movements were flexible and bizarre. He circled the shadow only for a second or two. The shadow had already been torn apart by him, and only then did the other shadows arrive. However, Lu Xin had already darted to the other shadow. At this time, all the vines from the tree came towards him. The fruit at the ends of the vines opened its arms to hug Lu Xin. From what happened to the 3 members of the investigation team, if he was hugged by these human-shaped fruits, it wasn't difficult to predict the consequences. Moreover, the 3 members of the investigation team had protective clothing and were only temporarily restrained but not corrupted. However, Lu Xin was wearing protective clothing. Therefore, he and the strange tree were fighting for a slight time difference. If I am held by these shadows first, I will be doomed. However, if these shadows are caught by my sister first, they will be doomed. These shadows seem like the method of attack by the tree. However, why does it seem like they give me a familiar feeling? In the midst of the crazy and twisted battle, Lu Xin completely handed over the battle to his sister. The more dangerous the battle, the more he couldn't compete with his sister. Otherwise, if he was slightly slow, he would be doomed. However, after handing over the battle to his sister, he was already observing the battle nervously. He used all his might to analyze and look at the psyche monster. Meanwhile, he tried to figure out what secrets it hid. The investigation team at the lake, Qin Ran, and the blockade personnel in the distance were all silent and dumbfounded looking at the scene in the lake. Under the weird moonlight, they could barely see the endless stretching vines and the people growing out of the tips of the vines. Simply seeing it gave them chills as the hair on their spine rose. It gave them a sense of madness. All of them were holding weapons, but they didn't know how to use them against the monster. However, one person charged forward despite all of this, and without any weapons, he fought the monster. In this dangerous and bizarre scene, they felt a playful element in Lu Xin's body movements. It felt as if he was very excited and enjoyed the feeling when facing a terrifying monster. It seemed that he was even crazier than the crazy monster. The personnel on the scene reported seeing the shadow of a monster that resembled a combination of tentacles and a humanoid object. These human-form shadows at the top of the vines are the people who went to seek revenge on Qin Ran before. Their corpses have all been destroyed, but their spiritual bodies were devoured by the monster and fused with it, so they only remember going to take revenge on Qin Ran. At this time, in the building of the Special Corruption Cleanup Department, Han Bing from the Information Analysis team was still doing her intelligence analysis in a somewhat mechanical way despite having undergone high-intensity training. However, as she spoke, her voice still trembled uncontrollably. So, the people who went to take revenge on Qin Ran are only considered corrupted bodies. And this is the real form of the psyche monster. So, she looked in Chen Jing's direction. What is he doing? He's doing the cleanup of the corruption source by himself. Chen Jing looked at the somewhat blurry image on the screen, and the video she saw on the digital camera flashed across her mind. She paused for a while before adding, using his own method, at a nearby location. Han Bing was evidently shocked. However, Chen Jing's calmness infected her and the other members of the information analysis team. Even though she was obviously shocked by the scene of Lu Xin fighting the monster alone, Chen Jing still forced herself to remain calm, without even a trace of panic on her face. Instead, while staring at the blurred image on the display, she ordered in a deep voice, continue the information analysis. Han Bing also took a deep breath to suppress the panic in the heart and continued to analyze. It has been determined that the target is a super-level psyche corruption source, but it's not yet at the second level. It has taken the initiative to infect and attack the investigation team, and it can be deduced to have a certain degree of consciousness. However, the entire process of pumping the lake and detection did not stimulate it. so it can be seen that its consciousness is not high and it's simply an instinctive reaction. Its stats are Level D, Corruption Level Low, Threat Level Medium, Growth Method Capture and Obtaining of the remaining psyche. Hesitating slightly, she continued, however, if it grows by capturing and merging the remnants of another psyche, and it has some confusion with its consciousness, why did it behave? Before she finished her sentence, Shenjing had figured it out. Why did it stare at Qinran? Because Qinran was avenged, which led to this incident of psyche corruption. So as the first avenger, Kui Wang was the core. Finding Kui Wang's body is the way to truly solve the psyche corruption incident. Hearing Chen Jing's analysis, Corporal Han Bing was stunned for a moment and added, or through this method, a direct solution. Chapter 27. Under normal circumstances, if you wanted to resolve a psyche corruption event, you naturally had to find its logic and key. As Special Corruption Cleanup Department personnel, everyone was familiar with this process, but it seemed there were times when this process wasn't absolute. Holding this thought, the members of the investigation team, as well as the surrounding patrolling army, were all dumbfounded and even a bit overwhelmed. Looking at the lake now, the battle between Lu Xin and the psyche monster was beyond common sense. The most surprised was Qinran. He had been hiding on the shore, looking at the strangeness in the lake dumbfounded. He looked at the twisted and terrifying human-shaped fruit tree under the red moon, feeling fearful and strange, and pounded his head hard. What the hell is that? Then, he looked at Lu Xin, who was tearing that human-shaped fruit tree apart little by little and felt fearful and inexplicable. And what's that? Even if it was difficult to have an intuitive understanding of this crazy and twisted battle, onlookers also saw it. At this time, Lu Xin had the upper hand. Those shadows born on the top of the vines kept grabbing with their limbs, frantically trying to hold him, but with Lu Xin's flexible and inscrutable movements, they failed again and again. Instead, Lu Xin caught the opportunity to tear them forcefully and tore them into pieces. Those shadows born on the top of the vines disappeared one by one after being torn. Soon, many vines had only bare poles left and were left swaying helplessly in the air. But for Lu Xin, under this kind of situation, he got increasingly excited as the battle continued. Exuberant energy appeared in his eyes. Tearing those human-shaped vines growing on the top of the vines did not count, so he directly went forward and tore them. In Lu Xin's eyes, he saw his sister getting happier and happier. She jumped directly onto the vine. Grabbing the vine with both hands, she chomped down in one bite. The vine trembled in pain. Lu Xin was also scared and trembling. Don't just eat anything. No. I want to eat. Sister ignored him and forcefully tore off a bite. At this time, her teeth seemed sharp and strong. Finally, under sister's crazy attack, the vine trembled violently as if it was shivering. Just now, tearing its fruit only made it crazier. But now, with sister devouring part of its body, it started feeling fear. Suddenly, all the vines shrank and retreated towards the puddle at the same time. As sister struggled to hold onto one of the vines, the thing in the puddle seemed a little helpless and simply took the initiative to give it up. Then, the other vines were like an exploding video, being played backward, disappearing without a trace. The unprepared Lu Xin suddenly saw the scene and couldn't help but be stunned. Subconsciously, he asked, "What happened?" HMPH. Sister's discontented voice sounded from the side. She rapidly ate the abandoned vine and jumped to the side of the puddle, stretched her head, and looked inside. Seeing no movement after a long time, she even threw a handful of sand inside angrily. Then, she turned around and said to Lu Xin, "It wimped out." Wimped out. Lu Xin felt that it was both odd and absurd. Psyche monsters also wimped out. He walked to his sister's side. Looking at this small puddle, he couldn't see how deep the puddle was. And it was probably a deep pit in the lake. Although he clearly knew just now that the tree-like psyche monster was grown from the puddle. When he looked down now, nothing was there. He could only faintly see his own shadow under the dark red moonlight. Is it over? Everyone around was looking at the bottom of the lake that had suddenly become quiet. And for a moment, it was a little hard to accept. In the channel, Shenjing had the fastest reaction and was the first to make a decision. Clean up while you can, Mr. Lu Xin, the source of corruption. After getting the order, the 3 investigation team members immediately came over. After experiencing that scene just now, they were obviously a little scared, but they still forced themselves to calm down and carry out the order. It's down here. Lu Xin, who had just experienced a fierce battle, looked strangely calm at this time. He just looked at the small puddle and said, "But for the time being, there shouldn't be any more abnormalities." The 3 members of the investigation team looked at each other and could not understand how Lu Xin switched to this calm state so quickly. It looked as if that battle just now had nothing to do with him. Dig up the true corruption source proper. Lu Xin is in charge of vigilance. Shenjing's voice sounded in Lu Xin's ears, and he relayed her instructions to the 3 investigation team members. The 3 investigation team members immediately agreed loudly, and then quickly ran to the lakeside to get shovels. Lu Xin noticed that. They got the support team members in the distance to put the shovels in a place near the lakeside first. Then, the investigation team would go and retrieve it. In the process, the 2 sides didn't come into direct contact. It seemed like they were very strict and disciplined in this area. After getting the shovels, the 3 investigation team members started digging. Lu Xin guarded attentively at the side, in case anything happened while they dug. His palms were placed at his side, preparing to hold his sister's hand at any time. However, he didn't know whether the psyche monster underneath really wimped out as his sister said. During the entire course of digging, no other abnormalities happened. A hole was dug out and the water inside was drained. Then, they dug deeper bit by bit. When they dug about 1.5 meters deep, an investigation team member said softly, "We found it." Mud was slowly cleared away, and they could see a human-shaped black object below, like a corpse. Everyone relaxed a little. The cause of the matter was because Qin Ran killed Kui Wang. So, they began to suspect that the source of corruption was related to Kui Wang's corpse. And in the place where Kui Wang was dumped by Qin Ran, they didn't find Kui Wang's body and only collected some flesh tissue. One could guess that the other parts were perhaps eaten by wild dogs. But that obviously could not explain their doubts. Now that they found the corpse, many questions could be explained. "I'll do it." Lu Xin took over the rope, leaned down, and tied a knot on the corpse. Then, the 3 investigation team members exerted force together and finally pulled the corpse up and placed it on the mud at the side. This was indeed a corpse. It didn't look half different, but the 3 members of the investigation team felt tense. They pulled a hose, cleaning the mud on the corpse. Lu Xin found that his sister was cocking her head at the corpse curiously. Gradually, the mud on the corpse's body was cleaned away by the water and his clothes gradually appeared. He was wearing a dull and worn camouflage coat and had a belt around his waist. Although they didn't know how long he was buried under the lake, the corpse was still complete. In fact, there were no signs of decomposition. After the mud on his face was washed away, one could even identify his original appearance. "This is..." Lu Xin looked at the face and frowned slightly, feeling that it looked slightly familiar. "Can you confirm the corpse's identity?" Shenjing's inquiry came over the channel. Lu Xin looked at that face carefully but gradually felt a chill. He had just relaxed slightly after defeating a psyche monster head-on, but he immediately tensed up again. After the 3 investigation team members identified carefully, one of them suddenly screamed. His scream had no specific words and not even a specific meaning. It was just a subconscious shout that came out because of too much surprise or fear. "Report immediately." Shenjing's words instantly rang out in the channel. "Is it Kui Wang's corpse?" As she urged, Lu Xin reacted, calmed himself down, and replied in a low voice, "No." Then, he looked at the corpse on the ground and slowly replied, "It's Qin Ran." How was that possible? Consternation and confusion could be detected in Shenjing's voice. "Yes. How was that possible?" Lu Xun slowly thought and looked carefully. This corpse was completely recognizable. It was none other than Qin Ran. Whether it was eyebrows or height or even the clothes, they were exactly the same as Qin Ran. Or rather, this was Qin Ran. But, if the corruption source at the bottom of the lake that caused such a huge incident was Qin Ran, who was the one on the shore? Chapter 28. As though he knew that he couldn't help, while also wanting to avoid danger as much as possible. During the entire check of the bottom of the lake, Lu Xun's reaction to that sudden change and the excavation of the corruption source by the 3 investigation team members. Qin Ran stayed on the shore. He even found cover and peeked out from time to time to see their progress. And now, when he saw that the people at the bottom of the lake suddenly stopped moving and turned their heads toward the shore at the same time, he slowly stood up as if he was also very concerned about the result, waved his hand forcefully, and shouted, "Did you find anything?" Then, he saw Lu Xun and the 3 members of the investigation team slowly walking toward the side of the lake. The 3 members of the investigation team were holding their guns tightly, and their eyes, under the glass cover, seemed very nervous. "What's wrong?" Qin Ran looked at Lu Xun and the 3 members of the investigation team as they came over and also saw their standing position. They vaguely surrounded him. Born in the wilderness, he was very sensitive to such actions. Immediately, he cautiously asked them what was wrong. "Who are you?" Lu Xun asked slowly while looking at him. Qin Ran was puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" It could be seen that at this time he was actually puzzled and completely unable to understand. In the channel, Corporal Hanbing's voice rang out. "We suggest telling him directly and observing his reaction," Shen Jing said in a cold voice. "Investigation team, stay on alert. If you're Qin Ran," Lu Xun slowly spoke and turned back to look at the bottom of the lake. "Then, who's the corpse we dug up?" "What corpse?" Qin Ran's face looked a little unnatural as he asked slowly. "We found the source of corruption. It was a corpse." Lu Xun seemed patient as he explained carefully. "That corpse? It's you." Qin Ran looked a little dazed as he gulped. Lu Xun continued, slowly asking, "So, if you have long been dead, then who are you now?" As he asked that question, thoughts also anxiously ran in his head. He remembered his every move when he saw Qin Ran. He saw this guy eating continuously while sitting in his office, as though he could never be full. He also saw him take his gun out and point it at people, immediately without a word. He also remembered the basement where 4 people were held. The corpses there seemed to be more than expected. "No, that's impossible." Qin Ran paused for a while before mumbling, If you dug me out, then who am I?" Lu Xun just looked at him quietly. The 3 members of the investigation team, on the other hand, gripped their guns harder at this moment. In the distance, under rows of spotlights, the city guards guarding this area did not make a single sound, creating oppressive silence. There was only the red moon in the sky. Its light shone brightly like red silk threads hanging down. Qin Ran looked even more flustered, as though he was asking for help. He looked at Lu Xun. "Brother, tell me, who am I?" "He's very similar to those fruits." On one side, Lu Xun's palm was cold. His sister pulled his palm. Hearing that, Lu Xun also immediately reacted. When he was fighting with the black shadow on that strange tree, he already discovered that those black shadows were very familiar. But at that time, he didn't pay attention to it, let alone associate them with Qin Ran. Until now, he suddenly remembered. Those black shadows all looked very similar to Qin Ran. It seemed that those black shadows, whether tall or short, fat or thin, all gave Lu Xun a feeling of familiarity. That was because their vague facial features and movements were like Qin Ran's. There was just a variety of tall, short, fat, and thin Qin Rans. However, the more it was so, the more he couldn't tell Qin Ran who he really was. I am. And under the countless gazes around him, Qin Ran suddenly became a little crazy. His Adam's apple rolled and he shouted twice. But his voice was mute, and suddenly, he ran towards the lake like he was crazy. And all the guns around him suddenly followed him with a clatter and swing. but Chen Jing gave no orders on the channel, so every gun just pointed at him but did not fire. All eyes watched as Qin Ran rushed to the bottom of the lake, next to the corpse. They watched him stare fiercely at the corpse's face and then suddenly wailed, seeming to have gone crazy. He suddenly shouted, "Fake! All fake! It's all you guys trying to hurt me. I knew that after entering the High Wall City, nothing good would happen. You guys are trying to harm me." As he shouted, he suddenly kicked hard at the corpse, and then rushed towards the other side of the lake in big strides. Not far away from the other side of the lake was the high wall. He actually rushed directly toward the high wall, as if he wanted to escape over the wall. His figure at this time looked especially weird, and he ran faster and faster. "Capture him alive," Chen Jing ordered sharply. The 3 members of the investigation team immediately raised their guns and aimed at Qin Ran's legs. But at that moment, gunshots rang out from atop the high wall. The surroundings were already filled with soldiers. There were also soldiers on the high wall. They watched Qin Ran rush towards the high wall, especially when his speed was extraordinarily scary. They stopped hesitating and opened fire at the crazy Qin Ran. With a poof, Qin Ran's sprinting body flopped to the ground. He struggled 2 more times, then never moved again. When Lu Xin and the 3 members of the investigation team saw this, they immediately waved their hands and rushed towards the high wall. When they approached Qin Yan's corpse, they saw that he had been shot twice in the chest and blood was gurgling out. He was obviously no longer alive. It seemed that this source of corruption was unexpectedly easy to clean up, but everyone's hearts were filled with endless questions. In fact, in the end, he would have preferred to see Qin Ran become a monster. That way they could at least explain some things. But Qin Ran did not. He just seemed a little crazy at the end, and his running speed was also a little extraordinary. In fact, if one recollected properly, they wouldn't even know whether his extreme speed was just an illusion. This time, they were even more confused. If the source of this corruption was Qin Ran, then what about the people who sought revenge on Qin Ran before? And when Lu Xin's mind was full of thoughts, he felt his palm being shaken by someone. He lowered his head and saw his sister looking at Qin Ran's corpse curiously. After subconsciously sweeping his gaze towards it, he was suddenly shocked. He saw that Qin Ran was still bleeding profusely. His blood stained a patch of the ground blood, but he bled as though he had an infinite amount of blood. He bled. His corpse was getting dried out. His body became stooped. His appearance became withered, and, in a short period of time, he looked completely different. Who is he? Lu Xin was taken aback and alerted the investigation team. They also noticed the change and hurriedly took pictures and sent them through the electronic device on their arms. On the channel, a sound of flipping through documents and information soon rang out. Immediately afterward, Han Bing's voice that simply could not hide her surprise rang out. This is Qi Wang. Chapter 29 Chapter 29 Logic Chain and Core Factor. Chapter 29 Logic Chain and Core Factor. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. Soon, the support team staying outside also sent people in, wearing thick protective clothing and glass field shields. They reached the lake. 2 long boxes enclosed in 3 layers of glass protection were carried over. Then, Qin Ran and Qi Wang's bodies were placed into the boxes, and a black cloth was put over it. It looked like 2 crystal coffins. During this period, almost nobody spoke. That was because everyone could not explain the bizarre situation in front of them. After sheltering the 2 corpses, they sent people to take the detection instruments which the investigation team had been using down to the bottom of the lake. They detected gradually and were unusually careful, seeming to be probing for any psyche residue. Meanwhile, Cheng Hui and the 2 other members of his investigation team put on glass helmets. After the preliminary discussion and evaluation by those in white cloaks, they stopped temporarily on the spot and rested without coming into contact with anyone. They had to undergo a series of tests as well as a mental evaluation to confirm that there was no real corruption. Meanwhile, in this process, Lu Xin was wrapped in a thick blanket and sat by the lake like a victim as he watched. The sound of helicopter propellers turning in the air was heard, and two beams of light shone down from the sky. Shenjing, dressed in military uniform, walked out from the cabin, wearing black sunglasses and high military boots. She walked towards Lu Xin and said, "No matter what, the cleanup has been completed." She paused for a moment before adding intentionally, "I will apply for the special scholarship for you." Lu Xin felt a warm sensation in his heart. However, he still couldn't get rid of the confusion in his mind and asked, "Then, someone will be designated to conduct the analysis and investigation." Shenjing looked in the direction of the crystal coffin which was being moved into the car and said, "Dealing with psyche corruption incidents, we often meet unexplainable things. However, as long as we catch some of the traces and go through detailed investigation and research, most of the time we will be able to find the logic. I believe that this incident is no exception." Lu Xin felt reassured after hearing that. "In fact, we're not all clueless," Shenjing suddenly said. "I heard the investigation team report the entire incident." "You heard the fish talk?" Lu Xin was slightly stunned. He suddenly remembered the insane image when all the fish began to scream, "Qin Ran killed me. I will take your life." He was slightly nervous and nodded. "Fish can't talk," Shenjing said. "I didn't hear anything like that from the channel, so that should be a hallucination caused by the source of corruption. But it's still a good entry point. For example, the fish shouting that Qin Ran killed them. So, which Qin Ran is the one who needs to pay for their lives?" Shenjing's words caused a feeling of numbness on Lu Xin's scalp. He seemed to have understood something, but couldn't really grasp it. "Let's go." Shenjing gave way and said to him, "There's still some work to be done." Lu Xin stood up obediently and walked forward beside her. Shenjing didn't bring Lu Xin to the helicopter. This caused him to be slightly disappointed. He wanted to sit in the helicopter. Near the barrier tape, Shenjing asked for a car to be driven over. Then she drove it off to the city center with Lu Xin. Soon, they reached a building that was old but very sturdy. Lu Xin looked up and saw people wearing green uniforms walking in and out of the building. The building was the security office building of the satellite city. Shenjing walked in familiarly and took the elevator to the 7th floor. Then, she led Lu Xin to an empty meeting room and said, "You, take a rest here first as I settle something. I will come over later to have a chat with you." Lu Xin sat down obediently and watched Shenjing walk out. The meeting room seemed to have been prepared beforehand. It was very quiet both inside and outside the meeting room, and nobody walked past. A cup of coffee, some chocolate, and a plate of colorful sweets was placed on the table. Lu Xin saw that nobody was around and sneakily took a sip of the coffee. He felt that it was a little bitter and not as good as the instant coffee he drank in his office. Therefore, he dumped in a few cubes of sweets as well as cream. It tasted much better after that and could roughly match up to the coffee he usually drank in the office. He had once heard the director of the office say how coffee, tea, and sugar were considered good things that everyone else wanted. However, for chocolate and sweets, he wasn't interested. Therefore, his sister took a bite instead. "I love it." She hugged all the chocolate and sweets to her. "Then, you can finish all of them." Lu Xin laughed at her sister, very thankful for her actions that day. "All right, I will eat everything." His sister would definitely not hold back. Meanwhile, when Lu Xin was waiting in the room, Shenjing had made the necessary arrangements. That included a fully equipped team, a car meant to send the psyche mutants, and 2 tempered glass boxes to the investigation center. The team detained everyone in the Square Transportation Company and interrogated them. They also gathered as much manpower as they could to search for Qin Ran and Kui Wang's traces. The first thing that was produced was a report. It was a test report of some residue tissue collected by the investigation team at the place where Kui Wang's body was dumped. The test results showed only one line: "This tissue is confirmed to be a match for Qin Ran 041st source of corruption at the bottom of the lake." When Shenjing walked into the room with the documents, the plate was already empty. Lu Xin was cleaning up the wrappers and food. remnant on the table. When he saw Chen Jing walk in, he stood there, somewhat embarrassed. As he clutched a handful of candy wrappers, not knowing where to throw them, Chen Jing took the wrappers and threw them into the rubbish bin outside. Meanwhile, she secretly noted, sweet tooth, or perhaps he's craving for something sweet after using his power. It has been thoroughly investigated. After Chen Jing sat down, she took out a newly printed document and said to Lu Xin, no remaining psyche power residue was detected in the lake. This means that the psyche corruption codenamed 041 can be declared as a successful cleanup. Although there are still some doubts, at least for the time being, no one else will be victimized. Lu Xin nodded. That's great. Chen Jing could tell that he was really happy. This gave her an odd feeling, especially when she thought about how Lu Xin dealt with the psyche monster and contrasted it with the calm Lu Xin now. She felt that she was the one going through a split personality. The investigation of the 041 corruption source will be assigned to someone else, she thought as she crossed her arms and held her chin. She looked at Lu Xin seriously with a pair of eyes that looked deeper and narrower compared to ordinary people. What we need to do now is to discuss and reflect about the cleanup. Usually, the cleanup for the corruption source is to find the logic chain and core factor. Only if we find these can we clean up the corruption source with the least cost. Yet, this time, we haven't really found these. She paused and continued, but we managed to settle it. So, do you have some hidden powers? If not, how were you able to deal with the nearly 200 units of corruption source single-handedly? Chapter 30 Your Violent Treatment. Chapter 30 Your Violent Treatment. Other powers. Lu Xin was unable to understand Chen Jing's words for a moment. He seriously pondered for a moment before asking back seriously, what psyche energy? After hearing this question, Chen Jing suddenly smiled and pushed another document that was at the bottom to Lu Xin, saying, it looks like you didn't study the document I gave you previously in detail. The so-called psyche energy is the unit of measurement we use to assess the threat level of a corruption source, as well as the ability level of a psyche mutant. It's specifically meant for the strength of psyche power. Lu Xin took the document, only to see some sensitive nouns and units on it. Previously on his copy of the document, there seemed to be these words too. However, they were in English, and there were some complicated formulas and ways of measurement. Apart from the issue of treatment, he didn't understand anything else. At this time, Chen Jing continued to explain, you can understand it this way. A healthy adult at the most active stage of his psyche has around 10 units of psyche power. Meanwhile, a normal level 1 psyche monster or corruption source has about 100 units of psyche power. This usually decides how corrupted they are. Of course, you have to take note that psyche monster is not the same as the corruption source. Although we usually use them exchangeably now, in reality, psyche monsters are those that attack consciously and are the source of corruption which change accordingly. Some corruption sources do not have consciousness and can only distort the corrupted psyche powers and cause a certain level of impact. Our job today will allow us to see the difference in these two, Chen Jing said with a stern face. From the initial situation and intelligence report, we initially concluded that this was an ordinary corruption event. We only just realized that the corruption source had turned into a psyche monster. Oh, Lu Xin acted as though he completely understood and nodded. Then, he paused for a moment and asked again. Then, why did you ask if I was hiding other abilities? Because you handled this corruption incident alone. Chen Jing looked at him with what seemed to be an imperceptible smile and said, based on the previous tests, your ability belongs to the spider style with an ability rating of C, while your psyche power is around 100 units, with a variation of no more than 50 units. Usually, the same level of psyche mutants has a slightly lower psyche power than the corruption source of the same level. After all, the corruption source only became a corruption source because it lost control because the sudden mutation in the psyche was beyond its limit. Meanwhile, the psyche mutant is still under control even though there were a psyche mutation and substantial enhancement. Therefore, We rarely let the psyche mutant face decisions regarding the corruption source alone. Normally, we solve it through finding the logic chain and critical factor of the psyche corruption. Lu Xin said at the right time. Then what is a logic chain? And logic chain is the surface pattern and mode of the corruption source. This represents the corruption method and level of the psyche. Corruption. For example, it's concluded that special corruption source 041 has a logic chain of revenge and there was a time pattern. We can analyze the reaction of the corruption source through such a logic chain, as well as customize the cleanup or how to avoid it. The critical factor represents the corruption source, as well as the switch of the corruption source. When you turn it off, it ends. Shenjing explained clearly and stared at Lu Xin with a look of I know that you didn't look at the document carefully. No matter when, looking for the logic chain and critical factor of the corruption source is the best method to deal with the cleanup of the corruption. However, you're different. You didn't find these and directly got rid of the corruption source. Not to mention about 036. But you did the same to 041. I have to say, although this treatment method is very direct, it's also very violent. However, such a situation is rarely encountered. After saying all of those in one breath, Shenjing paused and lit up a cigarette. So, we still have to ask you the usual questions. Don't have to be nervous. This is a kind of routine work report. Considering that the higher-ups may be interested in such things and raise questions, I have to write a decent report and provide an explanation to the higher-ups. Oh, I understand. As soon as he heard about the report, Lu Xin nodded. He was experienced in this. Maybe it's really a bit unusual. Thinking about what she said, Lu Xin slowly thought and then said, the important thing is, this is not my doing. Shenjing frowned. Lu Xin said frankly, it's my sister. Shenjing looked as though she was deep in thought and wondered how to reply. Lu Xin pointed at the rubbish bin outside the door as though he was worried that Shenjing did not believe him. He said, the candy wrapper you threw away earlier on is from the candy eaten by my sister. Shenjing frowned and said, where is she now? Lu Xin looked at her head and said, she's on top of your head and smiling at you. Although it wasn't the first time she heard it, Shenjing still felt goosebumps. She tried to hold it in, stiffened her neck, and did not look up. However, after holding it in for a long time, she could no longer resist. She looked up slightly and realized that there was nothing on top of her head. She couldn't tolerate that. Lu Xin added softly, you won't be able to see her. Shenjing glared at him and heaved a sigh of relief after a long while. She leaned back slightly so that she could look up easily and said, forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. I'm more curious about why you insist on charging towards the corruption source even though I ordered you to retreat. Lu Xin thought about it seriously and replied, because the 3 members had yet to be corrupted. Shenjing knew that the 3 members of the investigation team were not corrupted. The professionals from the headquarters had evaluated them and, apart from some panic, the 3 members had no signs of corruption. Many of the onlookers had witnessed how the 3 of them controlled the distorted psyche powers back then. They even flew into midair and fired at Lu Xin. Usually, this situation wouldn't be regarded as normal. In other words, in the absence of Lu Xin, the 3 members of the investigation team would have died. And this was what she could not understand. Therefore, she asked slowly, how do you know that the 3 of them weren't corrupted? How do I know? Lu Xin was a little confused over this question. He replied after a while, I saw it. Chapter 31 Estimation of Psyche Magnitude. Chapter 31 Estimation of Psyche Magnitude. You could see it. Shenjing paused for a brief moment before asking. She emphasized the word see. Yes, I could. Lu Xin explained in a serious tone. I could see the monster. I know what it looks like. That's why I was certain that the 3 of them had simply been controlled. They hadn't become a part of the monster. Besides, the fact that I could see it was also the reason why my sister was able to help me fight back. That monster was indeed a scary one. But I survived. So all is well. That means. Shenjing fell into deep thought. A grim look emerged on her face. Can you see those distorted psyche fields? Sometimes I can. Last time at the cafe, I saw that monster add something to my cup. When that monster suddenly released its power, I could see the field too. However, it all disappeared when the monster fled underwater, Lu Xun said slowly. Then, he frowned. I thought, you all should be able to see it too. No, we can't see it most of the time. Shen Jing's brows knitted together as she explained. Actually, seeing is not the right word. We sense it. Psyche monsters don't have a definite shape. Only under certain specific circumstances can we sense their presence. Lu Xun thought hard about the difference between sensing and seeing. Then, he asked, perhaps it could be your problem. Well, Shen Jing was slightly flustered by his words. It felt strange to talk to this young man, not only because she knew that there was an invisible sister of his staring at her from the side, but Shen Jing's professionalism helped her readjust her mindset very soon. She adopted a more casual tone and chatted with Lu Xun for a while longer with a gentle smile. She asked about his preliminary investigation of Qin Ren, and whether he was happy with working with the investigation team. She also asked Lu Xun to explain in detail the psyche monster that he saw, and how it was like to fight against it. She even found a pencil and made a quick sketch of the humanoid fruit tree according to his description. Lu Xun was deeply impressed. He hadn't expected Shen Jing to be such an artist. Her drawing was almost the same as what Lu Xun had seen. Well done. You may go back and have some rest now. After the careful conversation, Shen Jing rubbed her temples and said, I will update you about the subsequent investigations. Lu Xun stood up, but he looked somewhat hesitant. Shen Jing read his mind. She smiled and comforted him. Don't worry. Your abilities are indeed something we aren't familiar with. But that's totally understandable. Since the Red Moon event, a wide variety of new powers emerged due to psyche mutations. Besides, it's not a bad thing that you can see the sources of corruption and even fight with them in close combat. It's not the strangest thing we've seen, either. I've personally encountered someone who could steal other people's abilities. Lu Xun nodded and said, actually, I wanted to ask about my payment. Shen Jing didn't see that coming. She paused for a second before smiling again. I'll transfer your due to your account very soon. Lu Xun felt relieved. He nodded and turned to walk toward the door. A lot of those people have hidden intentions. Walking beside him, his sister looked up at him and said, Brother, that woman with deformed breasts is trying to worm things out of you. Lu Xun gently put his index finger before his lips and whispered back, SHH is paying me. Shen Jing sent Lu Xun downstairs and arranged for a car to send him home. After Lu Xun had left, Shen Jing seemed to be in deep thought. She slowly strolled back to the empty meeting room. The conversation with Lu Xun earlier had reminded her of many particularly complicated incidents. Before the meeting, she had had absolutely no idea that Lu Xun was able to see the sources of corruption and the psyche monsters. That could potentially become a loophole in her work. That couldn't be helped, though, because only the main city had the facilities to conduct a conclusive checkup on Lu Xun. There was no way to investigate his full power otherwise. However, judging from Lu Xun's mental state, Shen Jing didn't want to take the risk of sending him to the main city. And Lu Xun's performance in the mission this time had stirred up even more conflicting emotions in her. Varied abilities often corresponded to an increased risk of getting out of control. But this young man had managed to save the other 3 members of his team during this extremely dangerous corruption incident. Or rather, he had prevented her from killing them. The ability to see psyche monsters isn't a very special case. In fact, on the days of the full moon, especially when the sky is clear and the red moonlight is ample, many people have claimed to witness mutated psyche figures. Some look like ghosts, while others are distorted monsters. That's also why people named those monsters psyche monsters. However, to be more precise, they shouldn't have been able to see it. They probably sensed it. The energy magnitudes of those corruption sources are so high that they end up affecting our brains and vision. That's why we can see those scenes. Therefore, those scenes can't be captured by any photography devices. This has been verified. As of now, The appearance of all the monsters comes from sketches based on people's memories. There's not much research value to it. In addition, there's another point worth mentioning. People have vague descriptions of the appearance of psyche monsters, even if it's the same monster. Some said that it looked like a ghost while some claimed that they saw an Ultraman. A woman's voice suddenly rang out in the empty meeting room. It was Corporal Hanbing. Shenjing rubbed her forehead. She reached out and pressed a button by the window. Projectors whirred to life on the walls of her office. When light shone down from the projectors, light blue figures of the same size of people instantly appeared in the office. They looked just like real people. It was as if the office was full of people all of a sudden. That would definitely be a strange sight in the eyes of others. Just 2 streets away from the security office, neighborhoods without telephones or stable water and electricity supplies could be seen. But high-end holographic technologies had already returned to the meeting room of the security office. Those technologies were rare since the disaster, but he's definitely different. A spectacled man in a lab coat said. Not only could he see the monster, but he could also accurately determine, from over 4 meters away, whether our men had been restrained or corrupted. That's not an illusion anymore. I'm more inclined toward the explanation that due to his extremely high psyche magnitude, he's very sensitive toward psyche fluctuations. That's why he could see the monster with his deeply disturbed mind. Based on my preliminary estimate, I suspect that his psyche magnitude is probably about 300 or more. Silence befell the office. Apparently, it was something that demanded careful judgment when a mutant of more than 300 units of psyche magnitude appeared, especially since he hadn't been guided and this was only the beginning of his mutation. Everyone needed some time to analyze and evaluate the situation. Chapter 32 Risk of Losing Control. Chapter 32 Risk of Losing Control. This meeting today is not for you to discuss academic research. Seeing that the whole office was in deep thought because of an estimated value and the projection was at the leftmost of the desk, the man who looked about 50 years old knocked on the conference table with a stern look and reminded everyone, "Now, we need to discuss about recruiting and using a mutant with such a high risk of losing control, and whether it is in line with the rules or not." "Why is it not in line with the rules?" Shenjing frowned and said to the man, "He performed very well today. However, everyone knows that he's mentally unstable." That man coldly refuted. Before he dealt with the 041st corruption source, he had shown his crazy side. Also, in the conversation between him and you just now, it was obvious that he has serious schizophrenia. If he also has a very high level of psyche power, have you ever thought how much danger he would bring to the second satellite city, or even the main city, if he loses control? Shenjing had heard many similar statements like this. She replied, "What do you want?" Then, the man kept silent for a while before saying, "When the research on psyche mutant was first established, clear rules stated that one should not be hired if the risk of losing control hits 80. If it hits 90, one has to get ready for cleanup work." He might not have reached that level, but he clearly has a very high risk of losing control. For someone like this, I hope that he can remain in a state of surveillance and control. In other words, I would rather spend money to keep him there and not allow him to come into contact with psyche corruption matters. "I oppose," Shenjing said. "We can only confirm that he has very high psyche power, but we cannot confirm that his risk of losing control is high." The man sounded angry. "He's someone with split personality disorder." Shenjing suddenly felt strange when she heard that. She suddenly thought about what Lu Xin said and replied, "Or rather, the problem is not whether he can see his family. Maybe we can't see them." Then, the entire room fell silent. The man frowned and shouted, "Are you crazy too?" Another staff member wearing glasses also said in a low voice, "In the same way as the psyche monster, the weather was clear and the red moon glow was bright enough. A number of people saw the outline of the psyche monster, but did not see the so-called family member. This might mean that his sister is indeed a hallucination and not something we cannot see." Shenjing shook her head. She didn't continue speaking. Whatever she had just said might seem absurd. Therefore, She laughed and looked at the middle-aged man. If you think his threat is too great when he gets out of control and refuses to guide him and instead put him in full surveillance or expel him, did you ever consider if he lost control out of anger because of a lack of guidance or because of surveillance in that case? Who would pay responsibility for the risk? The middle-aged man fell silent. In his opinion, Chen Jing was debating with him. However, this statement was hard to refute. Let's not argue. It's meaningless to discuss these things. Seeing how the meeting started with such an atmosphere. An elderly, chubby man full of smiles, sitting in the middle of the room spoke. Everyone is doing this for Qingyang City. For the reconstruction of civilization and order. Major Chen is more concerned over how to solve the increasing number of psychic corruption events, while Minister Shen is more concerned over how to avoid the risk of loss of control. Since both goals are the same, there must be a good solution. Chen Jing gradually exhaled and said, I maintain my opinion. I don't think the potential threat can be equivalent to the real risk of loss of control. Many case studies have proven that when a psyche mutant deals with corruption events, they are much more precise and sacrifice less than ordinary people. As for the danger that they might bring about due to loss of control, precisely as what Professor Bai said earlier on, we will have to slowly guide these psyche mutants to prevent them from losing control. Guidance is only done when the risk of losing control is below a certain threshold. Minister Shen couldn't refute and sneered. And you want to guide a patient with an unstable mental condition? Shen Jing refuted. The patient you are referring to has just prevented a disaster from happening in the Qingyang City, without any casualties. The middle-aged man said with an angry expression. Let's cut this nonsense. I maintain my opinion, based on the initial criteria of the Qingyang City Psyche Mutant Research Project. This person's loss of control factor has evidently reached 80 or higher. I think such a person should not be recruited or guided. If Major Chen insists on hiring him, you can sign a document. You will be in charge of all risks if this person loses control. Shen Jing slammed the table out of anger, seeing how an argument was about to continue. Corporal Hanbing, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Hold on. I received a signal from Professor Bai. Everyone sat up straight subconsciously when they heard Professor Bai. Soon, the projection equipment on the four walls began to operate. Beside the conference table, the light shone and a figure of an old man with white hair, a white suit, and a walking stick appeared. When his entire figure was shone, he nodded at the people around the table and said, I know who you were discussing about. I have read about his details too. Shen Jing immediately stood up and said, Professor Bai. The old man in the white suit nodded at her and said, Minister Shen's worry is understandable. This young man's risk of loss of control is high. Similarly, his psyche power could be higher than what you imagined. Shen Jing's expression was complicated. In my opinion, 80 risk of loss of control is slightly too low. Professor Bai sighed gently and turned before saying, Scan that document and show it to them. The projector began to operate, and everyone had an image of the document that Professor Bai referred to. Shen Jing also had one copy, although it was just an image. Everyone could see the contents of the document clearly. Explosion in the Moon Orphanage. Everyone looked at the header of the document and became solemn. This report is about this young man when he was in the Moon Orphanage. Professor Bai leaned on his walking stick and said, 10 years ago, an explosion in the second satellite city caused the entire orphanage to be destroyed. Only 2 people survived from that, one of which is him. The other person is Zhang Xiaolu, the current principal of Red Moon Elementary School. Of course, their moon orphanage is not legal, and the explosion seems to have a lot of suspicious points. Back then, our department had yet to be officially established and there was a lack of manpower. We didn't have enough ability to analyze and capture the evidence. So we could only hastily close the case and pass it over to the second city's police department to treat it as an explosion. However, as I flipped through the previous files, I found many strange clues. There was no gunpowder or other explosives left at the scene, but all the houses were completely destroyed. Shen Jing heard this and became serious. You mean, Professor Bai nodded. Based on my analysis, this could be a terrifying incident due to uncontrolled numinous power. Numinous power. Shenjing was slightly shocked. A loss of control of numinous power that caused a 3-story building to be instantly destroyed. The entire office was silent and shocked. If one had 300 units of psyche power, before any guidance, and could surprise them if he was able to destroy a 3-story building due to the loss of control of his numinous power, how powerful must his psyche power be? This was a number that was too terrifying to imagine. It was as terrifying as a bullet or bomb. Chapter 33 Our Responsibility. Chapter 33 Our Responsibility. If that's the case, how can we recruit someone like him? The entire office fell silent, filled with an oppressive atmosphere. After a long time, Minister Shen suddenly stood up with a stern face and said loudly, "We must immediately activate all forms of monitoring on him." No. Professor Bai interrupted him. My personal decision is to agree to the recruitment and the guidance. Apart from Minister Shen, Chen Jing and the other people in the meeting also looked surprised. This young man has a rather high risk of losing control, but it's evident that he's trying to control it. Professor Bai continued, I've seen his particulars. 10 years after the incident in the Moon Orphanage, he didn't show any more aberrations and instead seriously studied and worked. He continued to help in the reconstruction of Red Moon Elementary School. I think this is a rare virtue, and this shows that even though he has a high level of psyche power, he has been trying to control himself. If we help by guiding him, we can most probably help him stabilize and lower the risk of losing control. Minister Shen heard that and subconsciously said, but he's very dangerous and hard to comprehend. Professor Bai shook his head and said, when one's psyche power reaches a level that is beyond imagination, all weird forms would appear. Based on an ordinary person's view, it could be abnormal just because he has the power of a psyche mutant. He might be even called a mentally unstable patient or psycho. However, this shouldn't be the basis of our judgment. We should face these changes with a humble and respectful attitude, instead of feeling superior and being biased. As compared to them, we're normal people. However, from another angle, we're also ordinary people. Professor Bai's words caused the room to fall into silence and a suppressed mood to form. Not everyone was able to accept the changes like the professor. Of course, there's another more important reason. Professor Bai turned around and looked at the chubby round-faced old man in the center of the conference table. I came to attend the special meeting of the Alliance Research Institute to realize that in other high-wall cities, as well as organizations, such as the technological churches and mining companies, Level S psyche mutants have already been discovered. Although the details are not clear yet, you can imagine when these people completely obtain the powers of these Level S psyche mutants, they wouldn't be satisfied with dealing with the psyche corruption events in our city. Instead, they would use these powers on military events and target other high-wall cities. How are we going to defend ourselves? Level S psyche mutant. Professor Bai's words caused many people to look terrified. The round-faced old man paused for a while before continuing. Isn't the doll's potential very high? The doll has a huge potential amongst the mutants with a low risk of losing control. Professor Bai looked slightly tired and said, however, many people have been eyeing those with a high risk of losing control. Minister Shen suddenly said, that's very dangerous. However, if they don't do that, it will be very dangerous too. Professor Bai sighed and said, everyone is doing it. If you don't, you will lose out. Everyone in the meeting room fell silent. Most of them had gone through the tough times when the high-wall city was first built, and they knew the price they had to pay if they lose out. Meanwhile, Minister Shen said after pausing for a while, I agree with Professor Bai, but I still insist that for someone with such high psyche powers and risk of losing control, we must tighten our surveillance. Besides that, before his psyche condition is confirmed to stabilize, he's not allowed into the main city. I have to be responsible for the millions of residents in the main city. I understand your worries. Professor Bai laughed. However, you don't have to be so nervous. I believe we can find a better method to deal with it. Professor Bai Just as the group fell silent, suddenly, the middle-aged man with a round face and sitting in the middle, laughed. I have some doubts. If the psyche mutants all have unstable psyche conditions and have a higher risk of losing control, and if we have no other methods of evaluating his risk of losing control apart from observation, how are we going to deduce whether he's safe? Professor Bai turned around and, after a short pause, smiled. Sometimes, the standards can be a little ridiculous. If we're really unable to conclude if he's normal and have to make use of his abilities, we can only believe in some ridiculous standards. For example, whether the person is kind and aspires to be good. Professor Bai's words caused the office to fall into silence once again. Let's decide this again. Professor Bai, after you're back, I hope I can have a good chat with you. At the end of the meeting, the round-faced middle-aged man smiled and concluded the meeting. One by one, the shadows began to disappear in the conference room. However, Professor Bai did not leave. Shen Jing knew that Professor Bai had something to tell her and initiated the conversation. Professor, regarding his strange behavior, when he was dealing with the corruption incident, I have explained it in the first video I sent to you. I still insist on my stand. Although he looks abnormal in some aspects, that doesn't mean he has a high risk of losing control. When I interacted with him in the past, I could tell that he's very normal. He likes money. And he also likes women. He's also slightly willful. All of these are behaviors of human beings. She paused and added, of course, I didn't know that his psyche power was so high back then. You make a lot of sense. I believe your judgment. The old man in a white suit laughed. However, to put it strictly, I don't think the possibility of him losing control is that important. You have interacted with them too much and got influenced. When doing research, we have to interpret the question from various angles. For example, many people think he has a split personality disorder, so he's dangerous. However, if viewed from another angle, after having split personality disorder for such a long time and having such high levels of psyche powers, no problem arose. Doesn't that prove that he was able to control himself? Shen Jing was slightly shocked by Professor Bai's words. Because of the habit developed due to their teacher-student relationship, she immediately transited into the mindset of the City Defense Department's thought process to answer the question. So, if he's able to stay in control but lost control when he dealt with the psyche corruption events for a prolonged period of time, won't that be our responsibility? Responsibilities shouldn't be understood this way. Professor Bai smiled and said, or rather, our responsibility should be on guiding him to utilize and control his powers. Seeing how Chen Jing was unable to respond, Professor Bai continued with a smile. Moreover, who amongst the recruited don't lose control the doll's autism, the gecko's lust, the alcoholic's delusions, and even your severe gambler's mentality and extreme pink fetish? Shen Jing blushed when she heard what Professor Bai said. She looked up and said, I have already corrected myself. You're simply forcing yourself to hide it with your strong self-control. Professor Bai smiled and said, I just want you to be calmer and more detailed when looking at things. Don't be easily influenced. We're engaged in scientific research, and we only believe in facts and data. Everything else is useless conjecture and nonsense. Of course, the young man needs to undergo more detailed checks before he's officially recruited and guided. Chen Jing frowned. The people in the main city won't let him go for tests. It's all right. Professor Bai smiled. We can arrange for people to go over to the satellite city for the checks. Chen Jing was a little shocked. Then, she smiled and said, thanks to you, Professor, you're able to persuade the stubborn people to come to the satellite city. Then, she was a little concerned. When will this be? Professor Bai laughed. As soon as possible. To be honest, the special contamination source 041 is giving me a bad feeling. Chapter 34 Reporting Information. Chapter 34 Reporting Information. It was already 3 days later when the satellite phone rang, and Lu Xin was busy in his office. With the ring of the phone, everyone in the office suddenly turned to look at him. They were quiet and the mood was suppressed. Lu Xin calmly took out his phone from the light brown bag behind him and walked out of the office. It wasn't the first time he had seen this. 3 days ago, the same thing happened after he dealt with the special corruption incident. Back then, Lu Xin thought it had ended when Chen Jing stopped looking for him. Therefore, he returned to the office as usual on the next day. However, what greeted him were strange gazes in a very quiet office. A bruised LV Cheng looked up from the partition at his desk as though he saw a ghost when he saw Lu Xin. Lu Xin looked at everyone else with his newly purchased bag. What's wrong? With a boom, everyone resumed work and pretended that nothing was wrong. Lu Xin didn't bother about them and returned to his seat to resume work. He was still concerned about his new assignment. He had to purchase a suitable batch of rough processed glass fiber filter cloth from the second satellite city and transport it to Bagu Technology through the Square Transportation Company. This was a big project, and he would expect a huge pay raise if done well. After half an hour, his supervisor came to his seat and probed. "Little Lu, let's go for a smoke break." Lu Xin looked up and saw his director, whose forehead was covered with perspiration, and replied, "Sure." Although he had a lot of work to do, the other party was his director. After all, as they arrived at the staircase, the director passed Lu Xin a cigarette and lit it for him. "Little Lu, I heard that yesterday you were at the Square Transportation Company." The director forced himself to remain composed and asked, "There was some conflict?" "Yeah," Lu Xin said apologetically. "So sorry, director. Those people were too brutal. They beat up Liu Xiaoqing and LV Cheng. Then," he said sincerely, "however, we didn't lose out. I beat them up too." "Hey, don't talk nonsense. The beating is not for us." The director almost lost his soul due to fear. He shuddered and hastily denied. Then, he realized that he was being a little overboard and asked carefully, "So, you used a gun and nothing happened?" Lu Xin replied strangely, "Nope." The director's face was twisted. "The security office didn't look for you." Lu Xin thought about it and said, "I did go to the security office." The director became nervous. "So you?" "I came back after drinking a cup of coffee." Lu Xin looked at his director as he smoked. "Their coffee is better than ours." That's. His director nodded and was about to cry. He couldn't understand how someone who shot another person was let off after a cup of coffee in the security office, especially when the security rules regarding guns were so strict in the satellite city. Another thing that he couldn't understand was how Lu Xin became his subordinate. However, the thing that troubled him the most was how Lu Xin was able to work under him for 2 or 3 years obediently. "Don't worry, director." Lu Xin read his director's mind and said sincerely, "I have a background." "Of course. I could tell." The director's smile was uglier than crying. "I just didn't expect your background to be so great." Lu Xin looked at his director and was rather happy. He knew that his career would be smooth sailing in the future. From this day, Lu Xin returned to his boring job, but he was nevertheless motivated due to the paycheck. That day, Princess Xiaoqing and LV Cheng, even though suffering from a beating, managed to get back a contract. The price also seemed appropriate. So, Lu Xin's remaining work was to ensure that this order was completed successfully. Of course, for the Square Transportation Company, Lu Xin also didn't know how Chen Jing dealt with them. The company closed down for 2 entire days, and on the 3rd day, they suddenly appeared again and continued with their business as though nothing had happened. In the follow-up, nobody else mentioned Can Ran as though he was completely forgotten. Suspicions were suspicions. Business was business. Lu Xin knew the differences very well. He dealt with the order meticulously, and picked 2 people in the office to help him. One of them was Sister Sun, who was alright apart from being slightly naggy, greedy, and selfish. The other was Brother Shang, who was alright apart from being slightly lazy, liking to drink, and liking to push the responsibility to others. Princess Xiaoqing didn't go to work because her face was swollen. Meanwhile, even though LV Cheng was injured, he came to work. Initially, he wanted to complete the order with Lu Xin. After all, He was already beaten up and the assignment was on track. Moreover, Lu Xin was experienced, and he might be a person he should suck up to. The only problem was that Lu Xin's gaze when he stared at him was odd. He felt that Lu Xin always looked at his back. Sometimes, he felt that Lu Xin was looking at himself and turned around, only to find out that Lu Xin was busy doing his own work. This feeling made LV Cheng uncomfortable. All of these were still tolerable. Then, one day when Lu Xin was carrying his bag, a gun suddenly dropped out. LV Cheng broke down immediately when the pop sound was heard. After thinking about it, he couldn't stand it any further and voluntarily withdrew from the project. Lu Xin felt that he was a pretty good observer. If he didn't withdraw voluntarily, Lu Xin would worry that his sister would do something to him. Also because of this, when Lu Xin's satellite phone rang, the entire office stopped working and threw him a glance. They looked as though they had resistance to strange things. "Hi, Mr. Lu Xin. I'm Hanbing from the Information Analysis Team of the Special Corruption Cleanup Department. This phone call is to inform you of the treatment and analysis results of the Special Corruption Source 041. When he picked up the phone, he heard Han Bing's soft voice. Hi, please go ahead. Lu Xin hid in the corridor and said politely. Han Bing became more polite when Lu Xin replied politely. Her voice was gentle. This is the routine practice. Every time after dealing with a psyche corruption incident, we will do the corresponding analysis and processing. The people handling the process will be notified of the results. Lu Xin said politely again. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble. Please speak. No worries. It's my job. Han Bing said politely. The current results for the corruption source 041 is the special corruption source 041. That is, the corpses of Qin Ran and Kui Wang have been transported to Qingang City's special corruption source reception center for sealing. No psyche power was left behind in the region where Qin Ran's body was found, but we still sealed the place up based on regulations. No more creatures will enter that area until next year. The 3 members of the corruption investigation team have also undergone a series of tests and psychological evaluations to confirm that they are free from signs of corruption. They are now on leave and resting. Oh right. They wanted me to thank you for saving their lives. Oh, that's too polite of them. It's my job. Lu Xin thought about it and asked. The corruption source has not been destroyed. Han Bing said. We still need to investigate. But rest assured, the controllable corruption sources and of less threat will all be transported to the special reception center to be sealed up. The most professional equipment is there to ensure that the corruption incident will not happen again. Oh, that's pretty good. Lu Xin didn't ask too much about the details. Instead, he asked about something he was most concerned about. So, how exactly did this incident happen? Chapter 35 Analysis Report 041. Chapter 35 Analysis Report 041. The study of the Special Corruption Source 041 has not been conclusive so far, and the research department has only given some clues. Han Bing looked very serious when she spoke about these things. Even her somewhat soft voice seemed a little more rational and powerful. After in-depth research and investigation, we found that the Special Corruption Source 041-1, the corpse of the wilderness wanderer Qin Ran dug out from the bottom of the lake, matches Kui Wang's DNA tissue which was collected at the place where he was drawn and quartered. Special Corruption Source 041-2. The corpse that turned into Kui Wang's appearance after dying matches the DNA of the hair collected in Kui Wang's house. The interrogation of the employees of Square Transportation Company and Qin Ran's cohabitants revealed that Qin Ran came from the wilderness and his age is unknown. From his appearance, he looks to be between 30 and 40. Among all the employees in his company, 4 people knew him personally. Among these 4 people, the one who knew him the longest knew him for 3 years. After interrogation, it was found that these 4 people claimed to know Qin Ran for a very long time, but they could only accurately describe their impression of him for the past year. On the day of the crime, 3 men followed Qin Ran to do the deal. Their statements had no clear abnormalities. And they all said that it was indeed Qin Ran who killed Kui Wang. They even helped to deal with the body, but someone mentioned that after that incident, Qin Ran's appetite suddenly increased by a lot. Even though his appetite was already very big previously, they also felt that the things he ate during that period of time were too ridiculous. Hearing this, Lu Xun remembered when he first met Qin Ran. He was unusually greedy for food, as if he couldn't get enough. He asked, "So, what can this mean?" At the moment, not much can be determined. In fact, many times, the statements don't mean anything. Han Bing explained. For some psyche mutants, tampering with memories is not a difficult task. Lu Xun froze after hearing that. Memories could also be tampered with. How crazy. Yes. And because of that, the research department gave a guess. Han Bing continued. They believe that the initial key character Qin Ran was just someone who was corrupted. Moreover, he was heavily corrupted. His true identity was Kui Wang, but he did not know and thought that he was Qin Ran. Meanwhile, the ability of the special corruption source 041 was to capture, devour, and assimilate other psyche bodies and create another copy of itself. However, it's just a guess. The research department didn't sign the confirmation of the final results and is not responsible for it. It took Lu Xun a long moment to accept this explanation, and then he couldn't help but ask, then, why did he initially seek revenge on Qin Ran? Also, there wasn't anything unusual about Qin Ran until his death. This is exactly the reason why the research department doesn't dare to come to a definite conclusion. Han Bing replied. But there are several directions that can be used for reference. One of them is that the psyche bodies that were captured at the beginning still have their own resistance. So they hate the true corruption source. The one who influenced passers-by to seek revenge on Qin Ran might not necessarily be the true corruption source. They could be psyche bodies that have already been captured by the corruption source, but are not completely integrated. The usage of these psyche bodies to affect passers-by is another hunting method the corruption source uses. Second, every psyche body is not perfect, just as every person has their own flaws. The psyche body's nature will have the primitive desire to grow and protect themselves, but this condition is unstable. Sometimes, the psyche bodies themselves will behave in a way contrary to their essential desire, such as strong self-destructive tendencies and self-hatred tendencies. In the past, there have been cases of psyche mutants who have produced the ability to create a psyche monster that will devour itself. Third, it's possible that the Qin Ran we saw was only a hatchling of some sort. Hatchling, Han Bing explained methodically. One thing that can be determined today is that it was because of the psyche corruption source Qin Ran that caused a deep corruption to Kui Wang, which caused Kui Wang to become Qin Ran. This change wasn't only in appearance, but even in memory and self-awareness. But until the end, when he met the true corruption source itself, only cognitive confusion appeared. So, the research department has a guess that the Qin Ran Kui Wang became was just a hatchling. As time passed, he wouldn't only completely turn into Qin Ran, he would even remember more, such as what form he was in and why he turned into this form. Unfortunately, at that time, because the city guard opened fire unintentionally, we lost this research target. However, the research is still going on. Maybe we can find some useful clues from other cases. Listening to her tone, there have actually been many similar incidents before. Lu Xun thought of the disasters that happened in the few surrounding satellite cities he had heard of previously. Before officially dealing with them, Lu Xun even thought that his condition was one of a kind and something others would never understand. When he first met the monsters in the cafe, he thought he had seen a ghost, but as he dealt with them more and more, he discovered that many psyche corruption events had probably happened in this city. It was just that the truth was probably hidden. Are there any others? Lu Xun saw a colleague wanting to come in and smoke outside the stairway, but when they saw him on the phone, they quietly left. So, he took the initiative to ask Han Bing and speed up the call process. Further research and analysis still need time. If there are results, we will inform you then, Han Bing's soft voice added. But in any case, Mr. Lu Xin has made a great contribution. Your 30 compensation has been transferred to your account. In addition, team leader Chen Jing also asked her superiors and applied for an additional 6,000 yuan. For you. Lu Xin nodded. Oh, in addition to the remuneration, Major Chen has arranged a comprehensive test for you. It should be soon. You should prepare. Test what test? It's a comprehensive assessment of your state and abilities. Han Bing slightly paused and then added. Before the official recruitment, according to the usual practice, there will be such a test. Official recruitment. Lu Xin's heartbeat accelerated, and he said lightly. Oh. Also, in this incident, we heard that you've used your gun. You can replenish the used bullet at the local security office. Even this is taken into account. Lu Xin was somewhat surprised, and he hurriedly said, Thank you. Thank you. I've caused inconvenience for you. After conveying official matters, Han Bing also became polite. No. You've worked hard. No. You've worked hard. No. You've worked hard. After hanging up, Lu Xin calmly smoked a cigarette at the stairway. He leaned on the railing, frowning. The smoke faintly dispersed, and he seemed to be thinking about the bizarre logic in these corruption events. Then, he suddenly threw the cigarette away and jumped lightly. 36,000. He was about to leave elegantly, but then he came back, put out the cigarette on the ground, and put it back into his cigarette case. Then, he jumped lightly again. Becoming an official employee. He let out a deep breath to remain calm before walking towards the office in a relaxed manner. Although he tried his best to control it, he involuntarily walked in a way that showed he was an official worker who no longer lacked money. Chapter 36 Teacher Xiaolu. Chapter 36 Teacher Xiaolu. In the small restaurant whose facade was blackened by the smoke and fire, a few diners were sparsely seated. Lu Xin slowly picked the green vegetable noodles in front of him with his chopsticks, while looking towards the counter. 2 fat chickens roasted till golden brown and dripping with fat were hanging behind the greasy glass cover at the counter. Their curves were full of temptation. Every inch was smooth and shiny, as though the pores were oozing the skin of the most primitive desire. They seemed to be teasing Lu Xin bit by bit and inch by inch, stimulating that urge in his heart that was tormenting his body and soul and that he was unable to hold back. When was the last time I had meat? Lu Xin was almost unable to answer that question. Although many restaurants today also sold some meat, they were all ridiculously expensive. Taking these 2 roasted chicken, a whole chicken cost almost 70 yuan. Just 1 chicken drumstick cost 20 yuan. 20 yuan. Usually, Lu Xin wouldn't even look at them, but now that he had made a huge sum of money, his ego was inflated. So, although he always reminded himself in his heart not to think about these extravagant things, he now couldn't suppress that hook in his heart. This caused him to look towards the glass cover frequently and the vegetable noodles in front of him to become tasteless. Sigh. After more than 10 minutes of internal struggle, Lu Xin stopped resisting. He finally got up slowly, moved his feet stiffly, and walked to the glass cover. Give me a drumstick, he spoke with difficulty. Then, for the sake of his dignity, he added, a smaller one. Okay. The boss behind the glass cover seemed to be laughing at the fact that Lu Xin succumbed to the temptation of his 2 big trump cards in the end and weighed the drumstick on the electronic scale full of oil stains and delight. Then, he quoted the price 17.50 yuan. Lu Xin returned to his seat with the drumstick wrapped in oil paper and slowly dipped it into the vegetable noodles. That way, the soup and noodles could have some sauce too. Lu Xin took half an hour to finish the meal and then walked out full of guilt. He then resisted the pain and spent a coin to take the bus, taking a shaky journey to Red Moon Elementary School in the east of the city. Seeing that Lu Xin came over again so quickly, the old man in the security booth gave him a look, but he didn't say anything. He still lowered his head to read the newspaper. Lu Xin walked into the elementary school with familiarity. and then came to the only classroom. Looking inside, he saw 10 of her children copying the multiplication table of 9 on the blackboard attentively. Lu Xun looked around and did not see Teacher Xiaolu. He didn't know what she was doing now. Thinking for a while, he took out the thick paper bag he had tucked in his arms and stuffed it into the rusty mailbox. After stuffing the paper bag, he turned around to take a look. While the old security guard was not looking, he pulled a bunch of flowers and pressed it on top. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief, walked lightly, and prepared to leave. Lu Xun. A gentle voice sounded behind him. Lu Xun's body stiffened. He pretended not to hear and walked quickly toward the door. Lu Xun, stand down. The voice behind him was a little anxious and was approaching quickly. Lu Xun immediately accelerated, walking faster and faster, and soon he was already out of the school gate. Mr. Son, stop him, the voice behind him sounded. But after the old man in the security post heard it, he just flipped his newspaper calmly. Don't run. That voice became more and more anxious. But how could she catch up with Lu Xun? The voice became further and further away. Ouch! Also at this time, there was a sudden cry of pain, as well as the sound of a wheelchair hitting something. Lu Xun was taken aback and hurriedly turned around. Then, he saw Teacher Xiaolu hitting her wheelchair forcefully while shouting, making the sound of a wheelchair hitting something. Meanwhile, she had a smile on her face as she turned to look at Lu Xun, looking slightly smug. When their gazes met, Lu Xun lost and could no longer escape. Then, Xiaolu moved her wheelchair, slowly came before Lu Xun, and raised her head to look at him. Lu Xun could only look at her now. Teacher Xiaolu had a pretty oval face, and her hair was soft and tied up in a refreshing ponytail at the back of her head. She wore a light yellow sweater with a lying and rolling cat printed on it, jeans, and a pair of clean sneakers. Compared to the gloomy tones of the world, she always looked bright and warm. Are you bullying me because my 2 wheels can't catch up to your 2 legs? When she came in front of Lu Xun, Teacher Xiaolu looked at him angrily and said in a somewhat depressed tone, No, I didn't hear you just now. Lu Xun could only smile and explain awkwardly. Then, he wanted to walk behind her and help her push the wheelchair. So, you're saying my voice is too soft? Teacher Xiaolu pulled his hand and led him in front of her again, raising her head to look at him. No. Lu Xun scratched his head with some awkwardness and drew his hand back. Okay, let's not talk about this. Did you bring me money again? Teacher Xiaolu turned her head to look in the direction of the envelope and asked, How much is it this time? Not much, Lu Xun replied somewhat awkwardly. He was unwilling to talk directly about this matter. It has only been a few days since the last time you brought money. And how did you bring so much last time? Teacher Xiaolu's face became somewhat serious. She even looked at Lu Xun's eyes sternly as she asked him softly, Did you do something bad? Lu Xun reacted for a moment before he understood why she asked that. He quickly shook his head and explained, No, I didn't. Teacher Xiaolu looked at him suspiciously. She sized him up and looked a little shocked. Do you still have your kidneys? Of course. I still have both of them. Lu Xun froze for a moment and hurriedly explained. I just found a part-time job recently. The boss is very generous. And the money I gave you is just the subsidy. Teacher Xiaolu furrowed her eyebrows. Has that boss head been squeezed by a door he gave you so much money? Lu Xun thought of Chen Jing's pretty head and thought that it hadn't been squeezed by a door. So, he could only shake his head and reply, No, you don't need to worry. I really didn't do anything bad. This part-time job pays pretty well, and they're very legitimate. Their headquarters is in the main city, and my base salary every month at this time is more than 5. They also have a lot of bonuses. I've only given you a small portion. As Teacher Xiaolu listened to Lu Xun, she looked slightly shocked and suddenly asked, You joined the scavenging team outside the city? Lu Xun quickly shook his head. No, don't worry. It's very safe. He hesitated in his heart. He wanted to tell Teacher Xiaolu about this, but he remembered the document said not to tell outsiders about the special corruption cleanup department until absolutely necessary so as not to cause unnecessary panic. Moreover, even those in Kin Ran's company who were involved in the special corruption incident for some reason, sometimes had their relevant memories erased. On the other hand, Teacher Xiaolu looked attentively and closely at Lu Xin's face. From Lu Xin's face, she couldn't see anything that would make her feel worried. Then, she slowly nodded and said, "I believe you. Never do those bad things." Lu Xin nodded. "Definitely not. I remember the old dean's words." Teacher Xiaolu went silent for a moment before saying, "Okay. Push me back." Lu Xin turned behind her obediently, pushed her wheelchair, and slowly walked toward the school. When he passed the security post, the old man in the booth laughed and flipped the newspaper, deliberately lifting it to cover his smile. Chapter 37 Best Life. Chapter 37 Best Life. Although a mess, Xiaolu was mentally prepared. When she arrived at the mailbox and took out the thick envelope, her face suddenly changed. She opened it just a little and looked at it, then immediately closed it again, even letting out a low cry of surprise. Then, she turned around and looked at Lu Xin with a wary and questioning look. Her voice had become slightly nervous, and she lowered her voice. "You really didn't do anything bad," Lu Xin could only explain helplessly. "All of these are legal income and I have paid taxes. That's also too much." Ms. Xiaolu hugged the sack and sounded worried. "Actually, it's already very good here. This group of little gods and beasts can have enough food and don't need to worry about their living. Some kind Samaritan looked for some teaching materials and I have been always making a trip to the administrative office. I hope to apply for a formal qualification so that all of them can get their identity and apply for a proper secondary school in the future. Everything is very smooth, so I really don't need so much money." Hearing Ms. Xiaolu's words, Lu Xin's mood became better. He felt like he had won back something when he saw Ms. Xiaolu's nervous expressions. He smiled and explained, "It's good to keep more. Give them more meat. As winter comes, think about adding more clothes. In the future, we have to switch to a bigger space. Also, your legs." He looked at Ms. Xiaolu's legs as he said slowly, "She was a very tall lady, but she was, unfortunately, wheelchair-bound." At this moment, small faces appeared near the window, and everyone widened their eyes and looked at Lu Xin and Ms. Xiaolu. Some of them were covering their mouths and laughing while some were whispering. Another naughty child was clutching his hand and making a kissing action. Lu Xin blushed uncontrollably when he saw the kids. Ms. Xiaolu looked up suddenly and glared at them. With a whoosh, all the faces disappeared. They went back to their seats and continued their work. Ms. Xiaolu seemed restless in her wheelchair. She looked around and took out some money from the paper bag sneakily, stuffing it under her clothes. Then, she passed the bag to Lu Xin and said, "Don't leave everything here. You give me so much. My small drawer cannot fit. Moreover, what if we attract unnecessary attention?" Lu Xin wanted to refuse, but he had no choice but to hold onto the bag after Ms. Xiaolu said that. Ms. Xiaolu said seriously, "Keep that first. I will look for you when I need it." Lu Xin kept silent for a while before nodding lightly. Also, Ms. Xiaolu looked at Lu Xin seriously and reminded him, "I don't know what exactly is your job, but it must be a tiring one or a dangerous one. Since they give you so much money, you must eat more. Don't only eat vegetables and tofu." "I will." Lu Xin took the money and smiled. "I eat chicken drumstick every day." The people who can afford chicken drumstick every day will not only eat chicken drumsticks every day. Ms. Xiaolu exposed Lu Xin's lies heartlessly and sighed. Lu Xin didn't know how to respond. Both of them stayed beside the window in front of the plants. One standing, one sitting, both silent. Only the pale sunlight was giving the world a dull layer of light. After a while, Lu Xin suddenly said with some hesitation, "Ms. Xiaolu, the thing that happened back then, what do you want to ask?" Ms. Xiaolu turned around and saw Lu Xin's confused and hesitant expression. She looked at Lu Xin seriously and smiled and then said with a low voice, "Little Lu Xin, don't keep dwelling in the past. Sometimes, forgetting is a bliss too." Lu Xin kept silent for a while before saying, "Don't always repeat the lines in old films. I have watched it too. Tisk. So boring. MS." Xiaolu changed the topic and said, "Come over to have some dumplings soon. I can add egg inside now." Lu Xin's mood also brightened up and he nodded. "Sure. What exactly happened in the Moon Orphanage back then?" Lu Xin was still thinking about this when he left the Red Moon Elementary School. He remembered the details of what happened in the Moon Orphanage vividly. He also remembered something that happened after the accident at the Moon Orphanage. However, the memories in between those were in a blur. He had always wanted to figure out what happened back then, so he would sometimes ask Zhang Xiaolu, but she refused to tell him. She always used lame jokes to change the topic. He had asked his family too, but none of them were willing to talk about it. Time passed, and he was too lazy to think about it sometimes. Many times, he just tried his best to help Ms. Xiaolu as he thought that rebuilding the Moon Orphanage was a two-person affair. He had the company of his family, so he wasn't able to help out and could only make more money. He had always felt that a life like this was very suppressive and endless. Now, he finally saw hope. He was able to work and earn money with his own abilities. Was there anything better than that? His mood improved gradually as he thought about this. After a few bus stops, he boarded a bus and threw in a coin. When he was almost home, he alighted one stop early and went to the supermarket near his street. Many individuals gathered there every night with their vegetables and meat. Many people from the satellite city tried their best to grow vegetables, and some opened a plot of land in between abandoned buildings or on the rooftop. Some even sneaked out of town and started a plot of land outside the farm of Qingyang City. Some even went hunting for wildlife to sell them in the city. Meanwhile, the administration office of the satellite city could only turn a blind eye to this. Occasionally, they would step in. Lu Xin bought the things he needed from the market and returned to his condo with many bags. By then, it was completely dark and there was only a street light a far distance away. It seemed dark and lonely. When he went up the building, the stairway was silent and pitch dark. The building was already very old, and along with the second satellite city, there were too many buildings for the number of people. Therefore, no residents moved in, and the families who stayed here in the past had all moved out gradually. The lift wasn't repaired. Therefore, Lu Xin walked up the stairs to the 4th floor. He just turned around the corner when he saw the warm light coming out from room 401. As well as his father's angered voice. "Naughty girl. Get back here. I will chop you alive." His father was furious and boiling with anger. His face was contorted with anger, and he scolded loudly with bloodshot eyes in front of the. Meanwhile, his sister was crawling on the ceiling of the corridor as she talked back. "Not going. Come out if you can. Come back. I'm going to kill you. Ha ha ha. Come out and beat me if you can." Lu Xin's father raged. Roar. His sister didn't admit defeat. Hiss. Lu Xin sighed. He slowly walked over while feeling the warm atmosphere of home. Chapter 38 Quiet Dinner. Chapter 38 Quiet Dinner. His father lost his temper again. That was normal. He was raging almost every single moment. Moreover, he would beat people up if he was furious, including Lu Xin's mother and sister. But he rarely beat Lu Xin up. That was because whenever he wanted to hit Lu Xin's mother would become angry and scare him. However, Lu Xin did not understand why his mother did not stop his father or threaten him more often. However, Lu Xin was a little confused as his sister talked back this time. In the past, when she angered her father, she would immediately sneak out or hide. "Brat, do you want to die?" Because of Lu Xin's sister's reaction, his father became more furious and began to stomp impatiently in circles outside the door. He scolded with a harsh tone and with an expression as though he was about to devour her. "Don't think you can talk back just because you ate something outside and become a bit stronger. You're eating those things without my knowledge if you can. Don't ever come home. If you come back, I will make sure you learn your lesson. I shall not return. Then, Lu Xin's sister was hanging on the ceiling with her messy black hair as she talked back. When I grow up. It's your turn. Do you think you still have the chance to grow up? When I grow up, I will tear you into pieces and turn you into a doll. Roar. Lu Xin gradually walked over as the two of them quarreled. You still know that you need to come back. His father's tall build blocked the light from the room. He was like the intense bloody darkness. When he saw Lu Xin, he became even more frustrated. His eyes stared deadly at Lu Xin. Lu Xin lowered his head and said, I came back with food. His father was stunned. As though he was unable to let out the built-up anger in him, Lu Xin raised his left hand and said, I also bought a bottle of alcohol for you. His father's twisted face froze for a moment. Lu Xin gradually looked up at his father and said, Can we have a quiet meal tonight? His father immediately fell silent. Although the anger within him was still very obvious. However, he no longer scolded his children. All right, Ms. Shen, you moved here, so we're considered to be neighbors from now on. The saying goes, better a close neighbor than a distant brother. We should take care of each other. Never mind. Never mind. You can take a good rest today. Come again next time. In the living room, Lu Xin's mother, dressed up elegantly, was making a call. However, she hung up quickly this time and said gently as she smiled and leaned against the windowsills. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you letting the two kids inside? There's a huge variety of food today. Quick, come in. The whole family is waiting for you to start eating. I have already embarrassed myself in front of my friends because of you. Lu Xin's father gave way quietly but emotionlessly. Lu Xin came in with the groceries while his sister still looked at his father cautiously in the corridors. His mother helped to lay the tablecloth and smiled as she looked at the groceries that Lu Xin got. You're in quite a good mood today. You went to the orphanage, right? Lu Xin nodded and put down his things. When they heard the word orphanage, Lu Xin's father and sister suddenly looked over. Their gaze seemed a little peculiar. A few moments later, Lu Xin's mother went to wash and cut the groceries Lu Xin bought. Meanwhile, Lu Xin's father and sister sat back near the table. This meal was eaten in silence, but it was a rare silence. Occasionally, Lu Xin's father, mother, and sister would quietly exchange gazes, showing strange expressions. After eating, Lu Xin went downstairs and did some exercises. Last time, with the help of his sister, he managed to solve the 041 special corruption source. However, afterward, he felt very tired and even had back pain the next day. He understood that this was because of a lack of exercise. He felt very tired every time he exercised. From then on, he made it a habit to go downstairs after dinner every day. To improve his physical fitness, he did some jumping jacks and ran 100 meters. Lu Xin felt that he was working very hard. He felt that everything was very promising, especially after finding the job of cleaning up corruption sources. Even the red moon in the sky looked a little more vivid. After Lu Xin jogged for a while and was considering whether he should do 10 more push-ups, the red moon's light faintly flashed. Suddenly, a dagger flew over from the corner. The dagger made no sound at all, but it was surprisingly fast as it flew towards Lu Xin's leg. Lu Xin was extremely shocked and only had time to turn around. Before he even turned around, the dagger already flew to his body. However, the dagger still did not hurt him. His sister gently landed from the street lamp beside him and, in a flash of lightning, grabbed the dagger midair. At this moment, Lu Xin finally shouted and looked at the shadows cautiously. Haha, no wonder you're in the same style as me. Your reaction is really fast. Lu Xin realized that there was nobody in the shadow. However, a voice was heard. Lu Xin hurriedly turned back again and saw someone slowly walk down from the side of the building. He actually walked down as though the building was flat ground, step by step. When he reached about 1 meter away from the ground, he gently jumped the rest of the way and stood up straight. It was a young man wearing a trench coat and a pair of large sunglasses. However, He had a big smile on his face. He raised his hand and smiled. I was just planning to test and see your reaction. Then, he walked towards Lu Xun with an outstretched hand. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gecko. Major Chen told me to come. Over. Gecko. Lu Xun quickly remembered the name. He knew where Gecko came from after hearing Chen Jing's name. However, he didn't shake his hand and instead frowned. Do you know that this is very dangerous? Dangerous? The man named Gecko was a little stunned. No way, brother. For people like us with the spider style, this is dangerous. Lu Xun quietly turned and looked around. His sister was squatting beside him and holding the dagger. She looked at him with malicious intent. She was staring at Gecko's neck and seemed as though she was going to give him a bite. Meanwhile, near the window upstairs, his father and mother appeared and stared down emotionlessly. It had been a while before his family worked together like that. I meant that you're very dangerous. Lu Xun sighed in a low voice and walked towards the other end of the street. Come with me. It's faster. Brother, do you really need to do this? The man named Gecko scratched his head. He followed Lu Xun while explaining embarrassedly. I was simply greeting you. We usually greet each other with guns. It's meant to train our alertness. I came over to look for you after crossing 2 satellite cities, and instead of inviting me into your house, you became so angry. He still wants to be invited into my house. Lu Xun really didn't know how to react. He thought about it and said seriously, definitely. In the future. Chapter 39 Aptitude Assessment. Chapter 39 Aptitude Assessment. May I ask why Major Chen asked you to come? Lu Xun asked Gecko after they had found a seat in an abandoned garden. It's something important. Although Gecko was annoyed that Lu Xun had decided to bring him to this miserable garden instead of inviting him to his home, he didn't cling to the unhappiness for too long. He soon forgot about Lu Xun's rudeness and became cheerful again. Gecko said in a mysterious tone, Brother, you surely are a big figure. The 6 monsters of Qinggang have all come to the 2nd satellite city just for you. The 6 monsters of Qinggang. Lu Xun was puzzled. Yes, 6 monsters. Gecko said with all seriousness. Scary. Strange monsters. What are they doing here? Lu Xun asked hastily. Surprised. What else? They are here to assess you. Gecko was confused. Has the headquarters not informed you? Assess. Lu Xun finally understood after a brief pause. Of course they had told him. In fact, he had been waiting for a while now. Han Bing had once told him that only those who passed the assessment could be officially recruited into the corruption cleanup department. He remembered that very clearly. However, there seemed to be very limited career advancement prospects in this department. Lu Xun wasn't too concerned about that, though, because an official contract was able to give him all the security that he needed. That's certainly good news. But soon, he became worried. Why are monsters involved in the assessment? Gecko seemed pleased at his confusion. He smiled mysteriously and said, You'll know when you arrive there. I see. Lu Xun didn't ask further. Then, he said, Sister, don't gesture at his neck. Puzzled, Gecko asked, Who are you talking to? My sister. Lu Xun thought that he didn't need to lie to other mutants. He explained with all honesty, She's gesturing at your neck now as if she wants to rip off your head. Gecko felt a chill down his spine. Lu Xun comforted him. Don't worry. She listens to me most of the time. Gecko tilted his body away subconsciously. What about other times? Lu Xun shot him a glance and slightly nodded. You surely do live up to your reputation. Gecko had wanted to crack more jokes, but he suddenly stood up and kept some distance from Lu Xun. He said, I love joking around. And I like it when other people joke about me too. But why is there a strange feeling when I joke with you? Maybe it's because I'm not joking. Lu Xun thought. Curious. He asked. What did others say about me? The clearance level of your information is super high. Gecko said with a smile. But they all say that you were very dangerous. What was I expecting? Any rumor in any company is biased and untrue, Lu Xun thought. Lu Xun decided not to pursue the topic any further. He asked, Then when is the assessment? They'll tell you when it's time. Gecko looked at the black digital watch on his wrist and said, "But it won't be long." Lu Xin was confused. "Is it still not confirmed?" "Hee hee." Gecko giggled. "Do you think it's a small matter to have all 6 monsters of Kingang away from the main city?" As he spoke, the screen of his digital watch suddenly lit up. A serious look suddenly appeared on Gecko's face. "Here it is?" Lu Xin asked at once. When, 15 minutes later at Kingjuo Mansion in the east of the city, Gecko's eyes brightened up. "Brother, those monsters are super bad-tempered. They hate latecomers. Sadly, we're nowhere near that occasion. It's time to show them what you've got." Before he finished his sentence, he had already started to retreat backward. When his back touched the apartment wall behind him, he suddenly put his feet on the wall and began walking on the vertical surface. After 5 quick steps, he straightened his back and stuck his body to the surface of the wall. Gecko smiled at Lu Xin and said, "Come on, brother. Let's see who'll reach there first." With that, he climbed up the wall like the shadow of a ghost and disappeared behind the roof in no time. Lu Xin was dumbfounded as he watched Gecko vanish from his sight. Then, he estimated the traveling time and walked down the staircase beside the garden into the metro station. Rumble, an old train covered in colorful graffiti, drove into the station. Lu Xin tapped his train card and entered the station. Did he not know that the last train goes to Kingjuo Mansion directly? He mused. When Lu Xin slowly strolled out of the metro station, he saw Gecko climbing down the building beside him, panting heavily. It was still early evening, and there were many pedestrians on the streets. Therefore, Gecko had to carefully avoid people's attention as he quickly turned around a corner when no one was watching. "I didn't lose." Seeing the strange look in Lu Xin's eyes, Gecko felt compelled to explain himself. "I noticed that you didn't catch up, so I turned back to look for you. How would I have thought that you'd taken the train? I would have reached a long time ago if I didn't have to move so inconspicuously." Although that might be true, Lu Xin didn't know how to respond. "Is it upstairs?" Lu Xin changed the topic and looked up at this tall building, one of the tallest in the entire satellite city. "That's right. They're probably ready. Let's go," Gecko said. He looked up at the building, which looked like an unconquerable giant from the ground floor. Suddenly, his eyes brightened up. "Shall we climb up?" Lu Xin shot him a look of mixed emotions and entered the elevator in the lobby. It was unusually quiet inside the entire building, and no redundant people were around. There were a few armed security personnel in the lobby and at the entrance of the staircase. They looked like straight steel nails, which gave the building a serious atmosphere. Lu Xin had never seen any place so strictly guarded in the satellite city. In his impression, even the security office, the administrative office, or the military camp of the city guards were nothing like this. Under Gecko's guidance, Lu Xin entered the building without breaking a sweat. He registered himself and took the elevator to the 19th floor. "This way. The professors are waiting." Shenjing had already been waiting at the elevator lobby of the 19th floor. She was dressed in a black suit, which gave her a competent and crisp look. "Okay." Lu Xin shook her hand unnaturally and followed her to the main office on that floor. "This assessment is a standard procedure before your official deployment. After you've passed, you'll be given a codename and the opportunity to be mentored and guided by the experts." Official deployment. Lu Xin was keen to notice the keyword. He suddenly felt less nervous now. Chapter 40 Guidance and Improvement. Chapter 40 Guidance and Improvement. As Chenjing briefed Lu Xin about the situation, she brought him to a spacious office. There, Lu Xin saw for the first time many items he had only seen on the TV and in the books before the Red Moon event. There was a water dispenser, a small and delicate projector, and a laptop with an incomplete apple on the front cover. The room was in disarray. It looked as if it had been set up just for this occasion. A handful of people were already waiting inside, including 5 researchers in lab coats, 4 security guards in black police uniforms, standing in the corners of the office with their guns, and an amiable old man in thin, golden frame spectacles seated at the office desk in the center. They are here to help you with your final assessment. There's a neuroscientist, a brain specialist, a psychiatrist, a mystic researcher, and others. Don't feel pressured, though. It's a rule to have security guards around because there was one time when an accident happened during the assessment which brought about disastrous consequences. Rest assured that it's much better now. Shenjing quickly introduced Lu Xin to the other people in the office cleanly and professionally. So, where are the 6 monsters of Qinggang? Lu Xin was confused. He hadn't noticed anything that resembled a monster. What 6 monsters? Shenjing asked. She looked puzzled. Lu Xin glanced at Gecko, who was walking behind him, but Gecko avoided eye contact and pretended as if he had heard nothing. The 6 monsters of Qinggang. I suppose he's probably referring to us. The old man chuckled and stood up. He shook Lu Xin's hand and introduced himself. Im Chen, the chief director at the Qinggang Special Corruption Research Center. Your assessment today will be chaired by my 5 colleagues and myself. After the assessment, the 6 of us will be guiding you in the next stage too. There's no need to worry. We're all fully experienced. The other 5 people nodded at Lu Xin. Lu Xin looked at the 6 of them one by one. There were 4 men and 2 women, and most of them looked like they were in their 40s or 50s. The oldest one was the gentleman before him whose name was Chen. He looks to be at least 60 years old. As for the rest, most of the men were bald. One of the women had luxuriant hair and wasn't wearing any makeup. She nodded at Lu Xin with a calm and friendly expression. Lu Xin hadn't been feeling nervous, but his heart suddenly started to pump faster under their gaze. Certainly, they are the 6 most competent, most professional, and most well-loved experts and professors in our Qinggang city. Their research in psyche mutations is top class, not just in Qinggang, but in the entire alliance too. Gecko walked over with a smile and took the initiative to introduce them. He acted as if he had mentioned nothing like the 6 monsters all along. Lu Xin then understood that he was trying to embarrass him. He looked at Gecko with mixed emotions. I trust that you two have already met each other. His name is Gecko. He requested to come here himself. Shen Jing then added, you two share similar powers. So, you could see him as a reference. A reference that's not a nice name, Gecko mumbled. Then, he greeted the people in the office with a bright smile that could hardly be concealed by his sunglasses. Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, step aside, please. A middle-aged woman in glasses waved her hand, gesturing that Gecko was blocking Lu Xin. Shen Jing then briefed Lu Xin on some important instructions about the assessment, though she was probably buying time for Lu Xin to relax. Then, the senior professor Chen brought the group out of the office toward the assessment venue. They wanted to test Lu Xin's first ability there. The ability to control one's body to high precision due to their strong psyche powers is one of the earliest abilities people have discovered. After the Red Moon event, and the most common one at that, the old man smiled at Lu Xin as he explained. When he said common, he glanced at Gecko and added, certainly. It's one of the most powerful ones too. Gecko nodded in satisfaction. Psyche mutants of this type can control their bodies several times better than normal people. And people with stronger psyche powers can control a higher percentage of their bodily constitution, which makes them more powerful too. In essence, you need a higher psyche magnitude to become stronger. Therefore, the evaluation of your psyche magnitude is one of the core assessments we're going to perform today. The data on your psyche magnitude will help us guide you better to minimize the risk of losing control. So may I ask what you mean by guiding? Lu Xin didn't want to continue to pretend that he could understand everything. He asked the most burning question in his mind. Apparently, the question caught the old gentleman by surprise. He looked at Chen Jing with a puzzled look on his face. They'll guide you, meaning they'll help you improve your mutated abilities. Shen Jing explained. For example, all psyche mutants of the spider style are natural fighters, marksmen, jugglers, and magicians. Because all of you can precisely control every bone and muscle in your body. Therefore, almost all skills involving body control and bodily extensions are easy tasks for you. However, not all mutants in this world are of the spider style. Her voice became serious. Different branches have occurred in psyche mutations. Besides spider-style mutants, there are other types of abilities too, including princesses, doctors, spirits, and dream makers. Every ability has its own strengths and weaknesses. As compared to experts and professors with abundant research and data analysis experience in mutation cases, psyche mutants themselves have less knowledge about how to make better use of their abilities or how to improve themselves. Sometimes, mistakes are made when mutants try to challenge themselves, and that may push them toward the verge of losing control. That's why mutants need guidance. You need proper guidance backed by statistical evidence to fully realize your potential safely. Well, that's why you're annoying. Lu Xin was new to those ideas. But Gecko suddenly started to mumble. Finally, someone with similar abilities as me has appeared. We can finally tell you all that we're not omnipotent. There are many things which you've deduced and thought that I can do, but the fact is that I can't. It's impossible. For instance, why do you think I can turn into a liquid? I'm a human, not a cat. That's why you need guidance. The old gentleman smiled and explained. You have acquired your abilities because your psyche mutated by chance. How are you so certain that you know more about abilities than us researchers? Chapter 41 Theoretically Speaking 1 Chapter 41 Theoretically Speaking 1 Translator 549-6339 This is the guidance and improvement of ability. Chenjing and the other professor's explanation made Lu Xin understand a lot. It turned out that mental alternators also needed training to be able to use their abilities better. However, he should be different from them. Right, after all, he had borrowed his abilities from his sister. So, how could he make himself stronger? Although he still had some doubts, he decided to listen to these people and do a good test. Firstly, after the incident with Qin Ran, he realized that the Special Pollution Department still needed to research on many mental pollution incidents, and research required data. Although it was difficult to figure out the situation that he had encountered, he could help them to do some data and find out the real problem. Thus, he only thought for a moment before saying, "How do you test it?" When Chenjing heard this, she was silent for a moment before she said, "Step by step." As she spoke, she picked up a document and casually ticked it a few times. Then, she led Lu Xin to an office. The old professors and experts followed behind, talking and laughing as they walked over. The lizard followed closely behind. Although it was wearing sunglasses, it could not hide its curiosity towards Lu Xin, or rather, its curiosity towards people with the same ability as him. The first thing we're going to test is your shooting ability. While they were talking, they had already arrived at a huge room with transparent bulletproof glass. At the end of the room were a few targets. A few staff members carried a few light green metal boxes up and placed them on the table near the wall. Lu Xin's scalp tingled when he saw the contents of the box. It was filled with guns, neatly placed in the grooves of the lining, exuding a chilling aura. Lu Xin did not know much about guns, but he could tell that there were all sorts of guns in the room. There were classic revolvers, Aureus, pistols, semi-automatic guns, submachine guns, light and heavy machine guns, and so on. The unique luster of these guns indicated that they were not toys. I don't think you've received any professional firearms training. So, I'm going to start your training now. Chenjing turned to Lu Xin. As she spoke, she took out a black pistol from the box next to her. She disassembled it, inspected it, loaded the bullets, loaded the magazine, and opened the safety. Then, she held the gun with one hand and fired a shot at the target opposite her. An image appeared on the display screen. It was the 8th ring. Chenjing passed the gun to Lu Xin and said, "All right, training is over." Lu Xin's expression turned strange. "It's over. What did you train me to do?" The bespectacled old man turned to Lu Xin with a smile and said, "In theory, you don't need to train. I just need to get familiar with it. For us, as long as we know how to untie the safety bolt and aim at the opponent, the training is complete." Lu Xin heaved a sigh of relief and tried his best to keep up with their thoughts. He took the gun and aimed at the target in front of everyone. The target was 200 meters away, and Lu Xun could only see a blurry image. He fired a shot. An image appeared on the display, and everyone came over to take a look. Oh, 3 rings. No, it's the 3rd ring on the next target. Everyone looked at Lu Xun with a strange expression. 3 rings next door. So this is a spider ability user. Just this. Lu Xun's face turned red. This shot was even worse than the one at Square Transportation Company. Don't be nervous. The lizard smiled at Lu Xun and said, "It's very difficult to shoot accurately at the beginning. You have to get used to it. After the bullet leaves the chamber, there will be a strong rebound force. Moreover, your movements when you hold the gun, the coordination of your muscles, strength, and so on will all affect the accuracy of the bullet. You need to feel the accuracy of the gun first, and then by changing the strength of your muscles, you can complete the coordination with it." Lu Xun took a deep breath and raised his gun again. However, when he raised the gun, his arm was already trembling involuntarily. The gun was not light, and no matter how hard he tried, the target was just a blurry mess. Lu Xun didn't know how to coordinate with the gun and fire the bullet he could only look around in embarrassment, trying to find his sister. "What is this?" Lu Xun's gun-wielding hand was held by a cold hand. Lu Xun turned around and saw his sister standing beside him, staring at the gun in his hand curiously. Lu Xun suddenly felt a strange change in his body. It was as if every muscle and bone in his body, even his heartbeat and breathing, were all under his control. With every breath he took, the feeling grew stronger. After 3 breaths, he felt as if he had become a precise machine. He looked at the target opposite him, and his pupils shrank. The target became unusually clear. Then, his hand was as steady as a machine. He gently pulled the trigger, and the recoil didn't even make his arm shake. 3rd ring, the words appeared on the display. However, before the people around him could even react, Lu Xun had already pulled the trigger. Pa. Another 2 bullets were fired. One at the 8th ring and the other at the red dot in the center. Shua. The crowd turned to look at Lu Xun with surprise in their eyes, anticipating his next performance. However, Lu Xun didn't fire another shot after firing the 2 bullets. Instead, he lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then, he suddenly crossed his hands and removed the barrel, the sleeve, the recoil spring, the cartridge, the trigger, and the magazine. He even removed the bullets one by one, turning the gun into spare parts and scattering them all over the table. The people around them were surprised. Even Lu Xun was confused and turned to look at his sister. "Shooting isn't fun." The younger sister was pouting and looking at the parts on the ground in disdain. "It's not bad to dismantle it." Lu Xun shook his head helplessly and turned to the others. "I don't really like to use this. Can I test for other things?" The others looked at each other, not expecting such an answer from Lu Xun. "Brother, we're born to play with guns," the lizard said in surprise. "How can the spider type play without guns?" Lu Xun could only smile and not answer. All right. He has already shown his talent for adapting to firearms. Let's try another one." A bald old man chuckled as he tried to smooth things over. He allowed a few fully armed soldiers to enter the room and stood by the wall, with guns in their hands. Then, he smiled and gestured for Lu Xun to stand in front of them. His little eyes blinked as if he was looking forward to it. "What's this for?" Lu Xun was immediately on his guard when he saw the cold guns in the hands of the 3 metal soldiers. "Dodge the bullets." The bald old man smiled and said, "In theory, spider-type ability users all have amazing perception and reaction speed, so you should be able to dodge the bullet at a distance of more than 3 meters. Don't worry," he consoled Lu Xun. "The soldiers are very experienced. They don't hit the vital parts, so you won't die even if you can't dodge it." Lu Xun looked at the 3 burly soldiers and the guns in their hands with a serious expression. He shook his head. He thought of the consequences of his injury and the possible reaction of his family. "Forget it." He looked at the old professor and said sincerely, "In theory, I might not die, but you might not. Chapter 42 Multiple Tests 1. Chapter 42 Multiple Tests 1. Lu Xin's reply left the senior professors dumbfounded. Fortunately, Chen Jing explained at this time, the data in this area can be clearly observed from the time he dealt with the special contamination source 041. Let's skip the test of dodging the bullets. After all, the time that the professors can stay in Satellite City 2 is limited, and we still have a lot of things to do next. Therefore, we should focus on efficiency. The professors could only agree, shaking their heads and sighing. Lu Xin's hair stood on end as he thought, what's with these old men's regretful expressions? However, the next test quickly caught Lu Xin's attention. Before the test officially began, he did not expect that there would be so many items to be tested. After the firearms test, Lu Xin went along with the rest of the tests, such as short distance speed, body sensitivity, memory and imitation of complex micromovements, and the seemingly impossible microspace infiltration. The results of each test were shocking. This shock was mainly directed at Lu Xin himself. During the test for the 100-meter race, Lu Xin ran 100 meters in 5 seconds with the help of his sister. At that moment, he felt as if all the muscles in his body were in sync and in the most reasonable state. He managed to complete the race. However, a professor with a big belly seemed to be disappointed. He shook his head and said, "This is your weakness. The fastest speed of a cheetah is 100 meters in 3 seconds. But that's only for ordinary animals. You should be able to burst out in amazing speed when you have developed the ability to precisely control every bone, skeleton, and muscle in your body. Of course, the human body is not particularly suitable for short-distance explosive power. You may need to figure it out and adjust it yourself." When the lizard was doing the test, the highest test result was 39 seconds. Much faster than you. So, why don't you try crawling? Lu Xin fell silent and rejected the offer. In the end, he only agreed to give it a try when he had the chance. The reason was simply it was too embarrassing. The pregnant professor shook his head to express his regret. During the physical sensation test, Lu Xin was able to accurately describe everything that touched his back even though he was sitting still, including the trajectory of the touch, the strength of the touch, and even the shape of the object. During the memory test of complex and subtle movements, Lu Xin could easily see through some subtle and delicate movements and repeat them with his control of his body. What surprised him the most was the microspace infiltration test. How could he, who was 175 meters tall and weighed 140 pounds, hide in a wooden box that was only 1 foot in size? However, geckos could easily hide inside. More importantly, with his sister's help, Lu Xin had managed to hide himself in there. Lu Xin's legs were hooked around his neck. His chest was almost touching his butt. His head was almost retracted into his body. His arms were twisted, and his body was bent into a ball. He hid in an extremely awkward position in a small space. His sister giggled and said, "Brother, have you forgotten that I could hide in the ventilation hole in the room when father beat me up?" The younger sister giggled as she boasted to Lu Xin that she could do better. However, not all of the tests were completed smoothly. For example, in one of the tests, an old professor held a sharp-looking knife and gestured it to Lu Xin. He explained, "In theory, spider-type ability users should be able to control the closing of the muscles of the wound after the injury to prevent excessive bleeding and even accelerate the healing of the wound. So, if you don't mind, I'll cut your arm first." Faced with Lu Xin's stern rejection, the professor put away his knife with a look of pity. Lu Xin was puzzled. Why did a researcher like him like to play with knives so much? During a telekinesis test, a researcher with thick black hair and a white coat took a bite of an apple and ran 3 to 4 meters away. He said to Lu Xin, "In theory, every mutant should have developed telekinesis. In fact, as long as one's spiritual power exceeds 60 units, they will develop telekinesis. It's just a matter of the strength of the telekinesis. Most aptitude users can't use telekinesis directly. They can only use it to sense other spiritual powers and avoid attacks. Your telekinesis has already observed it before. Come, work hard and take this apple. Lu Xun sat down on a chair as the crowd looked on. Lu Xun sat there for a long while before he finally turned to his sister helplessly. I'm your sister, not your employee. The younger sister was running around on the ceiling in boredom, and was very uncooperative. It's fine if you're in danger, but nothing's happening now. Why should I stupidly help you get the apple, but if you want me to take off his wig? As he said that, his eyes lit up as he stared at the head of thick, black hair. In the end, Lu Xun had no choice but to give up. He used his eyes to warn his sister not to have any ideas about the wig. And at the same time, he discovered a problem. So this professor was also bald. Do you need to rest for a day and do the corresponding tests tomorrow? Shen Jing came to Lu Xun's side and asked after she was done with the various ability tests, blood samples, and other procedures. What's next? Lu Xun asked. Shen Jing held the documents in her arms and smiled. The test after this is to see if you have the possibility of discovering other abilities. Can we not do this? Lu Xun asked hesitantly. Shen Jing noticed Lu Xun's expression and laughed. Sure. How about this? You only need to do one last test. Surprisingly, the last test was just a chat. A gentle-looking middle-aged woman in a white lab coat chatted with Lu Xun for more than half an hour. This should be C class. Right. At the same time, in another office, a few old professors were quickly sorting out their data. Unlike their usual smiling and kind appearances, they all had serious faces as they carefully checked or calculated the data that had just been tested. Some of their expressions became more and more serious, while some of them even looked a little fanatical. After they had tidied up, a bald old man with a big belly sighed. C class. A bald man in a white coat repeated and chuckled. Ability at C class. Potential. How was the psychological test? While they were discussing in low voices, a psychiatrist in a white coat walked in while flipping through some documents. The entire office suddenly became extremely quiet. Everyone looked up at her, as if her report was more important than everyone else's evaluation report. There's a big problem. The psychiatrist in a white coat took a while before he slowly spoke. What's the problem? Everyone seemed to be a little nervous. It's too normal. The psychiatrist took a while before giving an answer. He's even more normal than me. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. It's too normal. 1. Chapter 43. It's too normal. 1. It's normal. Everyone in the office had a strange expression on their faces when they heard the psychologist's analysis. Seeing the expressions of the people around him, the psychiatrist sighed and explained. After the Red Moon incident, everyone lived in the High Wall City. The depressing environment and life of despair caused everyone to have some psychological problems, but after chatting with him for half an hour, I found that he was very normal. It's normal, it's a little abnormal. I was warned by Professor Bai, so I didn't ask him about the explosion at Red Moon Orphanage. I only talked about his life at the orphanage as child, and his work and studies after he left. He answered me very cooperatively. In the end, I even asked him about his family. When he said this, he turned to look at Chen Jing and said, he didn't reject my question. He talks to me in detail about how he interacted with his family, the boundary between illusion and reality, and even seriously discussed the difference between schizophrenia, as well as the possibility of his family members existing in reality. To be honest, I almost felt that he was a student under me. The psychologist's words sounded normal, but everyone in the office felt a chill down their spine. There was an indescribable strangeness to it. He can't be too normal. Did he lie? Someone asked after a while. If he's lying, he won't be able to hide it from me, the psychiatrist said, shaking his head. It's also because he didn't lie that he's abnormal. After a short pause, she let out a sigh of relief and placed the record of the conversation on the table. She took off her glasses and rubbed the small holes on the bridge of her nose. I tried my best to talk to him about as many things as possible. In the end, I realized that apart from some of his memories being blurry, and the family that he described to ordinary people was not so easily accepted, this young man is optimistic, cheerful, positive, and kind. Then, she laughed bitterly and said, "I'm starting to wonder how a person like him could be a mental mutant. Optimistic, cheerful, positive, kind." Everyone in the office was silent for a while. The bald Professor Chen with glasses said, "Just hearing you say these words, I already feel that he's a little abnormal. How could a child who grew up after the Red Moon incident be so?" He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone in the office understood. The psychiatrist in a white coat put on his glasses and said, "I talked to him about this, and I found that he was deeply influenced by one person, the former director of Red Moon Orphanage. From his description, I could tell that the director was a person who remained clear-headed, rational, and had his own bottom line in those crazy, confused, and chaotic years. It was this man who protected some of the orphans, including him. In the orphanage, he taught them knowledge, told them about their lives, work, dreams before the Bloody Moon incident, and popularized literary works. All these had a great influence on him, such a director." Everyone in the office fell silent. They all knew how difficult it was to maintain such rationality in the years after the Crimson Moon incident. Chen Jing broke the silence. "What about the other professors? Did they find anything?" "To them, his family exists." A bald old professor raised his pen and said, "I noticed that he shifted his gaze a few times during the examination. From his micro-expressions, it seemed like he was looking at someone who didn't exist and even discussing something with the other party. Although he subconsciously concealed his actions, I can be sure that he really believed in the existence of such a person. And this is related to a guess we had before." The old bald professor spun the pen in his hand and said to the crowd, "Since he has 3 family members, if the spider-type ability comes from his sister, we can reasonably guess that he has 2 other abilities." The psychologist raised the pen in his hand and added, "I've talked to him about this. I followed his train of thought. If my sister can lend him an ability, can the other family members also give him an ability?" And his answer was that he was not clear. Please note that he didn't make it clear. He didn't deny it. The old bald professor nodded and said, "Maybe he just can't use those 2 abilities easily." Shen Jing was silent. She nodded gently and ticked the document in front of her. "There are 2 other abilities. They sound unbelievable, but they are not unreasonable." Another researcher with a wig said, "Because his mental energy level is indeed very high. Usually, we use the 30 deduction algorithm when we test the mental energy level. After all, it's too dangerous to let these mutants use their spiritual power with all their might. It's very likely that the risk of them losing control will be increased because of this kind of pressure test. Therefore, Professor Bai created this test method to make them use only a part of their telekinesis as accurately as possible. Then, through their performance, he can calculate the rough index of their overall telekinesis and calculate their real level of telekinesis. I did prepare an apple for him, but he didn't cooperate with the test." When they heard this, everyone in the office stopped what they were doing and listened carefully. This researcher was in charge of the rough assessment of the mental energy index, but everyone knew that his test had failed. Lu Xin didn't cooperate with him. If he didn't, how could he get the numbers? "My wig is crooked." The researcher looked at everyone and said, "When I left the house, I definitely put it on properly. After I got off the plane, I even went to the bathroom to adjust it. Also, because of my personal habits, no one will come over and touch my wig." From then on, I kept a distance of 5 meters from him. But at some point, he used a method that I didn't notice and touched my wig. Based on this, his mental energy level should at least be more than 400. At this point, he paused and added, "The 400 I said is just the bottom line. As for the upper limit, it's hard to say." Seeing that his colleagues around him were confused, he got a little excited. "What do you think?" He rubbed his wig hard, revealing half of his bald head. His expression was even a little fanatical. "After all, my wig is specially made. It's so tight that I have to pull hard to move it. But he can pull it secretly without me noticing. This is even harder than moving an apple. With such power, does it mean that he can even directly tear off my head or crush it?" As he spoke, He gestured with his head. How strong is the telekinesis that can make your brain splatter all over the ground? The surrounding atmosphere was a little quiet. Everyone quietly looked at his excited appearance and silently thought of that scene. Only Chen Jing sat in silence and sighed softly. If the explosion at Red Moon Orphanage is confirmed to be related to him, then it's not just a matter of his brain splattering all over the ground, it might be his entire body falling to the ground. Chapter 44 The Monster of King Ang 1. Chapter 44 The Monster of King Ang 1. In any case, if he can really pull your wig without you noticing at all, it not only shows that his mental strength is very strong, but it also shows that he has a very strong control of his telekinesis. The level of this spiritual energy is really high. It must be above 400. Or even, in a previous meeting at the guard station, when people had made a reasonable guess that Lu Xin's mental energy level was above 300, they were all surprised. But now, at least half of the people in this office were excited. Why do I feel that he might even exceed 500? No matter what, it's already extremely high. With such an initial level of mental strength, wouldn't it be strengthened 1 or 2 more times? It's possible to directly enter the second stage. In the surprise of the surrounding people, Chen Jing silently wrote down on the document, then raised her head and said, "Where are the others?" The other professors also expressed their opinions. Some people expressed their appreciation for Lu Xin's talent. Some people expressed their approval of the stability of his ability. There were also people who expressed a certain degree of regret for his refusal to use firearms. In the end, everyone's eyes fell on a middle-aged woman with permed hair and a rather elegant temperament. She didn't participate in the entire test, and she didn't even get close to Lu Xin. In fact, she was different from the other professors and researchers in terms of temperament. These professors were all a little fanatical, but she seemed to be calmer. I'm a researcher in the mysticism of the Crimson Moon. She saw everyone's eyes on her, so she said softly, "Actually, the main purpose of my visit this time is to confirm a fact. Whether it's Dr. Jukin's conversation or Professor Chen's observation of him, it all points to the fact that he does have a family that we can't see. To a certain extent, this does seem like a multiple personality disorder, and the reason I'm here is to make sure that this isn't a case of split personality." He continued after a slight pause. What if he really has a few spiritual bodies that we can't see around him and can give him powers? The other professors and researchers were stunned by his words. As researchers, they believed in facts and data. In fact, they more or less felt that they were not in the same boat as this woman. She was more like a witch than a scientist. The female professor, who claimed to be a researcher of the Crimson Moon mysticism, moved slightly and took out a small black box-shaped instrument from her body. She placed it on the table. One could see that the sensitivity value on it had been set to the maximum. "That's why I've been doing tests," the female professor said, "to confirm if there's another spiritual body around him. I've set up 10 of such instruments here at different angles and positions. It's pity that even with the most advanced detectors made by the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute and the most sensitive state, I couldn't capture any mental power fluctuations that don't match his personal movements. Logically speaking, if there were other spiritual bodies around him, we should have noticed some discordant traces no matter how consistent their movements are. Besides, he once said that his family was not very obedient." At this point, she felt a little regretful and said, "So, I can only admit that those family members were just his imagination." The surrounding professors all heaved a sigh of relief. The curly-haired woman continued, "Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the instrument is not sensitive enough." As she said that, she licked her lips slightly, her eyes shining slightly, and she seemed to have become younger. "If we can open his brain." The other professor's expressions turned strange. Professor Chen knocked on the table and said, "There's one more problem. The death of the dream creator." When he said this, he looked at the psychiatrist. The psychologist shook his head and said, "This is one of the questions that Professor Bai has mentioned that I cannot ask directly. However, I have made arrangements. Behind me, where he is sitting, there is a picture of the dream creator. If he has seen the dream creator before, he would have reacted accordingly. However, he acted as if he was a stranger to the dream creator. So, what we can be sure of now is, the bald Professor Chen concluded, he has great potential. His 3 views are very upright. His thinking is clear. He is divided and, you understand. The people around the table all nodded in agreement. At the same time, does this mean that he is indeed dangerous to a certain extent? Of course. It's definitely dangerous. Professor Chen turned his head and looked at Chen Jing. In the midst of these people's discussion, Chen Jing had already recorded their comments one by one. At this time, when she saw that everyone was looking at her, she closed the document and subconsciously spun the black neutral pen in her hand. After thinking for a while, she said, the remaining question is the main one. What do you think of guiding him? The professors looked at each other. Professor Chen raised his hand and said, "One agree." Seeing this, the others also raised their hands to vote. I agree. I agree. To be determined. With such great potential. Of course I have to guide him. I fully agree. The last person to raise her hand was the female mysticism expert. She slowly raised her hand and calmly said, in addition, I suggest that we arrange more tasks for him so that we can obtain the corresponding data. These words immediately caused a wave of agree and support voices. The initial result caused Chen Jing to hesitate for a moment. Based on her previous understanding of Lu Xin, she was confident that the 6 professors would agree to Lu Xin's suggestion. However, to her surprise, the 6 professors' statements were surprisingly consistent. The only thing they said was pending was that they would need time to analyze Lu Xin's blood sample, so they could not give him a final answer now. Moreover, according to the rules of Qingdang City, after 3 out of the 6 professors gave a positive opinion, the result would be out, because the 7th professor was Professor Bai, and he had agreed to it from the beginning. Little Chen Jing, do you know why we still support and guide him even though we know he has many strange things about him? Professor Chen seems to have noticed Chen Jing's confusion. He smiled and said, most of us have experienced the initial panic of the Red Moon incident, the confusion during the reconstruction of civilization, and the bewilderment of the mental pollution incident. So we have gradually understood that in the face of those twisted and strange things, it is useless to hide. The real solution is to face the difficulties, understand them, and then use them, and this young man has a good nature and great potential. But he has some states that we can't explain. Tell me, who else is more suitable for our research than this? Chen Jing reacted at once. She looked at the few professors who had little hair on their heads, and even the 2 female mysticism experts and psychologists, who seemed to be looking forward to it. They even had fanatical expressions. She was somewhat helpless. No wonder even people with mental mutations like to call them monsters. Chapter 45 Chapter 45 What exactly is the color 1? Chapter 45 What exactly is the color 1? Brother, when did you discover that you have the ability? Lu Xin and Gecko were alone in another office. A cup of coffee and a plate of candy were placed in front of each of them, but they clearly had no intention of touching the coffee. The lizard didn't seem to mind as it continued fiddling with the gun and knife in front of it. Lu Xin, on the other hand, didn't want to drink coffee in the middle of the night to avoid insomnia. Lu Xin did not hold back when it came to the candies. He was not sure if it was Chen Jing's arrangement, but there were more candies than the last time they were at the guard station. There was also a wider variety of candies. It must be because she remembered that her sister loved candies after the last mission. His sister had wanted to take the candy, but Lu Xin had refused. He would explain to his sister that children shouldn't eat too much candy, as it would damage their teeth. In reality, Lu Xin wanted to keep it as a reward, so that he would be able to calm her down when she threw a tantrum in the future. You discovered that you have the ability. Hearing the lizard's question, Lu Xin subconsciously turned to look at him. He didn't quite understand. The lizard answered with a smile. It disassembled a Beretta 92F pistol in its hand, wiped it clean bit by bit, and put it back. In front of him was a piece of black silk cloth, and there was another gun that was the same as the one in front of him. There were also 3 black daggers that were about 18 centimeters long. Messy names were written on the handle and the body of the spear, and he kept wiping as he cleaned and assembled the equipment. He answered Lu Xin's question. The first time is always unforgettable. Lu Xin thought back to his words. How long after I left the orphanage did I see my family? And when did they discover that they could borrow the abilities of their family members? That memory was always a little fuzzy and unreal. The lizard didn't wait for him to answer. It opened its mouth as if it couldn't close it. Hey! When I discovered my ability, it left a deep impression on me. I still remember it. It was winter, and it was snowing heavily. I was a kind person. I only had less than 50 yuan in my pocket at that time. But I saw a young lady working the night shift on the street in the cold wind. My heart softened, so I decided to help her with her business. She was very touched and very serious. But at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door of the guard station. I was so scared at that time that I went into the cabinet next to me with a whoosh. It was not until the people outside moved my cabinet to the guard station and 30 to 50 people with guns surrounded me, who was only wearing a pair of underwear, that I realized the cabinet. As he spoke, he pulled the gun and narrowed his eyes. So it's only a 30-centimeter high shoe cabinet. Lu Xin was a little confused. He looked at the calm lizard and thought, "Is it really a good idea to say this? You're one of us now that you've joined our department. You'll find out about my embarrassing past sooner or later." The lizard seemed to understand what he was talking about. It laughed and said, "How can it be the same if I tell you myself and if someone else tells you?" Lu Xin felt that he made sense. Besides, I'm not the only one with the rumors. The lizard put down its gun and started to clean its dagger. I'm telling you, there are only a few normal people in our department. Drunkards say that they can see dragons flying when they drink too much every day. They even say that they can tell whether it's a male or a female. It's a pity that the baby is so beautiful. That face, that figure, and it's unimaginably perfect. It can make all the men in the world go crazy. But it's just a simple-minded child. He then lowered his voice and whispered to Lu Xin. Also, our senior colonel, Chen, do you know the color of her undergarments? Cough. Lu Xin, who was drinking water, almost coughed. He looked at the lizard with a strange expression and asked, was it really a good idea to talk about the leader like this? Pink. The younger sister climbed in from an open window and said expressionlessly. She was still a little emotional because she had not been able to eat the candy just now. Pink. Lu Xin blurted out in surprise. Damn, you really know. The lizard was shocked and hurriedly said, what does it look like? Just as Lu Xin was giving his sister a reproachful look, the door was pushed open and Chen Jing appeared at the door with a stack of documents in her arms. Both Lizard and Lu Xin sat up straight subconsciously. The younger sister glanced at Chen Jing's chest with some resentment. She grabbed the wire and swayed with the wind outside the window. What are you guys talking about? Chen Jing walked in with a smile and put down the documents. Lu Xin and Lizard didn't dare to answer her question. Your test is over. Chen Jing was not too concerned about this issue. She flipped open the document and looked at Lu Xin seriously. She then switched to work mode and said, the detailed report will only be out in a few days. But we already have a general understanding of the situation, so it will be easier for us to make the subsequent arrangements. The guidance plan for you should be carried out soon. What we need now is to familiarize yourself with your own abilities before the guidance. As he spoke, he looked at the lizard and said, in this area, Gecko will help you. He has the same ability as you and is also an experienced ability user. In the early stage, he will be arranged to lead you to carry out a few cleaning tasks so that you can understand yourself as soon as possible. Alright, Lu Xin looked at the lizard. The lizard saluted lazily, as if it had already guessed the purpose of its visit. There's a cleaning mission tonight. Chen Jing split the document into 2 stacks and pushed them to Gecko and Lu Xin. This is a special pollution incident that has just been confirmed by the Special Investigation Group. The threat level is C-class. The headquarters has just decided to approve the cleanup. The mission will be led by the lizard. Lu Xin will be the assistant. Your main task is to familiarize yourself with the process. Lu Xin and Gecko both agreed. It could be seen that even the geckos would not dare to play around in the face of the cleaning task. Also, this is your temporary code name. Shenjing passed a piece of paper to Lu Xin. On it was freshly printed words. Special Operations Team Supernumerary Personnel. Ability Assessment C pending direction of Spiritual Mutation Spider Type Codename Individual Soldier. Patrol Area Satellite City No. 2 of Kingang. Security Level Low. Lu Xin took a look at it and didn't feel that it was any different from before, so he nodded in agreement. Why is my code name Shan Beng? Alright, you can set off at any time. Shenjing did not intend to explain further. She put away the documents and stood up. Lu Xin and the lizard also got up, but suddenly, Shenjing seemed to have thought of something. She walked back with a smile and gently pulled down the sunglasses on her face. She looked at the lizard and said in a low voice, "If you don't want to take off your clothes and dance on the most crowded street until your feet break, then you'd better not talk about me behind my back again. And don't talk about me with a newcomer, especially when you're using such a perverted expression. Understand?" The lizard looked into her eyes and its body tensed up. It nodded stiffly. Very good. Shenjing touched the lizard's head and turned to leave. Outside the door, he suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Xin. Also, I'm wearing black today. Lu Xin didn't even dare to nod. He could only sit stiffly. He had wanted to ask her about her promotion, but he didn't dare to ask now. Behind him, his sister's faint voice came. She's lying. Chapter 46 Chapter 46 The Book About the Crimson Moon. Chapter 46 The Book About the Crimson Moon. Hello, my friends. I'll be honest. Starting from the Crimson Moon wasn't published seriously. Many of my friends and old readers only found out about it after a long time. I'm used to writing Xingxia novels, so I don't know if I can handle this kind of theme. However, I found that everyone's feedback is quite good. So of course, I have to continue writing seriously. An author like me, handsome and talented, but no one acknowledges me, so I can only let everyone acknowledge my character. At first, I wanted to write this book because I had a serious depression last year. At that time, I thought a lot and wrote for a long time in the beginning, but I couldn't make up my mind. One day, I suddenly had an idea and published it. He had originally planned to write it for fun, but everyone could see that the main character's surname was not Fang. However, he had signed the contract and received a recommendation, so he had to take it seriously. He couldn't guarantee anything else, but the updates would be stable. As for the principle of this book, it was because I wanted to write about the feelings I had back then. Making money wasn't the main goal. In other words, I would try my best not to let it go dry. And I wouldn't pursue crazy updates to earn sales. Everything would be about quality. Since I've sent out the book in such a hurry, there might be some problems with the details. You'll refine them later. In the end, of course, the whole group first. Otherwise, it would be like playing a single-player game. Those who are interested can follow the I'll create or collect similar images of the monsters I've described in the book and post them on the platform. NQ Group 672 MIV 690 2024. This was mainly for people who were interested to gather together and chat, with suggestions for the plot. It would be easier to discuss. Finally, today is the winter solstice. Everyone, remember to eat dumplings. As for me, I'm a single dog, so I'll cook some noodles for myself. Damn, I think I said the same thing last year. When PS saw that some readers were worried, he added a sentence. In the future, Old Ghost will prepare 2 chapters a day and update steadily. That's right. He had no other advantage but stability. Chapter 47 Chapter 47 C-Grade Special Contamination Source 0391. Chapter 47 C-Grade Special Contamination Source 0391. It's so scary. The lizard was still talking with lingering fear, even after it walked out of the building with a huge backpack. Why are you so afraid of her? Lu Xin asked curiously as he followed behind the lizard. Looking at the lizard's carefree appearance at the beginning, He thought that he was really not afraid of anyone. Did you hear her asking me to take off my clothes and dance in the crowd? The lizard turned to Lu Xun with a serious expression. Did she really do that? Lu Xun asked in shock. She did. The lizard shook its head. Lu Xun silently thought of the scene and thought, this is indeed quite scary. Alright, time to work. The lizard came to the side of the road and stretched lazily. It turned to Lu Xun and smiled. Brother, since old Chen asked me to guide you, then I won't be polite. Our spider series is different from other ability series. We are most suitable to learn during action. I want talk about those theories and principles. In short, you just have to watch me do it. Lu Xun nodded. He knew how to treat an old employee. He wanted the other party to feel his respect, but he didn't want to appear too reserved. They had just arrived at the side of the road when a black jeep drove up to them. The two of them got into the car. The driver didn't even ask them where they were going and just drove them straight to the north of the city. In the car, the lizard handed over a box. Lu Xun opened it and saw a black wireless earphone. He had already used it once before, so he took it off and put it on his left ear. He turned it on, and the lizard did the same. Coming. Processing team line connected. Connecting to the information analysis team. In the channel, a cold and crisp voice quickly sounded. Testing the signal. Haha. The lizard immediately changed to a sneaky voice. My dear Linda, I've not heard your voice these days. I miss you very much. I'm not Linda. My surname is Tai. Tai Kui. The crisp voice replied. Lu Xun glanced at the lizard. The name Tai Kui doesn't match your beautiful voice. So I'll just call you Linda. Even if I just say it. It always makes my heart itch. It's so comfortable. Then you can call me Katrina. The female voice in the channel said. The lizard suddenly showed a constipated expression. Now, we will begin to report the information of the special pollution incident. Serial number C grade special contamination source 039. Target class C. Infection level low. Threat level intermediate. Incident summary special contamination source No. 039 was discovered by the investigation team 10 days ago. Lu Xun thought that he would be listening carefully to the briefing, but he didn't hear what Tai Kui or Linda said after that. This was because Gecko had already reached out to grab the headset and leaned its head toward him. It said mysteriously, "Did you hear that? Brother, this is the most important lesson I'm going to teach you. The information analysis team is our most important partner." Lu Xun expressed his agreement. The information analysis team could provide him with a lot of information in time. Think about it. If we don't have them to chat with us all the time, how boring would we be when we're out in the field? Lu Xun was speechless. Why was it so different from what he had imagined? Every person in charge of the information analysis team is specially assigned to the members of the special operations team. This is so that we can get along better and develop a tacit understanding. This way, we can get twice the results with half the effort when carrying out the cleaning mission. Also, think about it. We talk to them as soon as we go on a mission. If we talk to them as soon as we go on a mission, wouldn't we? The lizard winked at him with a look. Lu Xun subconsciously thought of the gentle and polite handbang. He wondered if she would be the one to receive him in the future. Therefore, for us who are out on field missions, support is the first element. The lizard was not stingy with its experience. It then let go of the headphones and laughed. Linda, call me Tai Kui, alright? Katrina, you didn't even tell me if you were single last time before you left. Linda's calm voice came from the channel. That's because I was in a hurry to feed the baby. The lizard's face was scrunched up, as if it had swallowed a fly. But soon, his face relaxed and he smiled. Don't joke with me. I'm not that gullible. Do you think I don't know that your information team is so strict? How could they allow you to bring a baby into the office? Who said my child is a baby? Linda said. Maybe he's in his 20s. The lizard's expression was as if it had swallowed 2 flies. The jeep soon arrived at a dark area in the northern part of the city. There were tall factories and wide lanes everywhere. But there was only one streetlight very far away, so it was very dark. From afar, they could see a factory with glaring lights. The lizard and Lu Xin got out of the car, and the lizard was carrying a long, narrow, and tall box on its back. "Dear Linda, I'm going to save the people in this city again. Do you have anything to say to me?" "There are." The female voice in the channel was silent for a moment before saying, "Don't call me Linda anymore. If you do, don't add dear in front of it." "Okay, Linda." The lizard waved its hand happily and suddenly raised an eyebrow at Lu Xin. "Let's go." Lu Xin was slightly taken aback as he watched the lizard's tall and sturdy body suddenly leap up and climb onto a brick wall that was about 3 to 4 meters high. It waved at him and then stepped on the wall with both feet to climb up. The lights around them were dim to begin with, so it was almost impossible to see its figure. Lu Xin heaved a sigh of relief before reaching out to the side. "Why don't you give me candy?" His younger sister's frightened little face appeared in the night, and her eyes seemed very resentful. Lu Xin reached out to grab his earphones before whispering to his sister, "Children will have bad teeth if they eat too much candy. You think I'm a child?" The younger sister seemed to be a little angry as she glared at Lu Xin. Lu Xin looked at his sister seriously and said, "You're a child. The pretty kind." The younger sister seemed to have choked. After a while, she raised her head and asked, "Is it the kind of beauty that can be pieced together?" "That's right." Lu Xin nodded earnestly. His sister stopped talking and seemed to be thinking, "Not only do I want to eat candy, but I also want to eat the black kind. The kind that is sweet and bitter." After a long while, the younger sister spoke again. She spoke resolutely and at the same time, she stretched out 2 hands. 10 yuan. "All right." Lu Xin calculated the number of candies in his pocket and nodded helplessly. Then, he stretched out his hand. His sister was a little happy. Her cold little hand finally fell into his palm and he gently held it. It was at this moment that Lu Xin felt his body become lighter. The solid wall in front of him seemed to have become flat ground. He climbed up the wall quietly and met up with the lizard on the top floor. The two of them followed the power line to the roof of an adjacent building. They climbed up a rusty water tower and squatted on top of the iron tower under the crimson moon. "Why did you only come up now? I thought you took the train there again." The lizard looked back at him and asked in a low voice, "Did you see the source of the infection?" Lu Xin followed the man's gaze and saw a factory about 300 meters away. Then, he squinted his eyes and zoomed in through the glass window of the factory. He could see the scene inside. This made his back slightly tense. In the night breeze, only Lu Xin could hear his sister's chuckle. Fun. Chapter 48 Working Machine. Chapter 48 Working Machine. The factory 300 meters away looked like a workshop, with rows of textile equipment. At this time, there were countless workers who were working overtime nervously. There were many such small factories in Qingyang City, especially satellite cities. Generally speaking, the children who entered or were born in satellite cities would enter such factories and start working after they grew up. After that, it was possible that they would stay in the factory for the rest of their lives. Although the refugees who had stayed in Satellite City for 3 years or the children born in Satellite City had the opportunity to enter school, it had to be said that a large number of people didn't care much about it. More people felt that instead of sending their children to school to fight and cause trouble every day, it would waste so much time. They might as well let them work early and earn some money. And Satellite City would never force them. It was funny to say that Lu Xin and Lu, who had grown up under the guidance of the old principal of the orphanage, knew the importance of learning. The old principal had warned them many times about the importance of learning, even in the most chaotic days. Therefore, the Red Moon Orphanage tried its best to let the children go to school and study. Of course, even so, it was normal to work overtime in the factory. However, there were not many who worked so late. Lu Xin had already noticed that it was around 2 o'clock at night. With his sister's ability, he could see that there were still many people working overtime in the factory 300 meters away. They were standing in front of long workbenches, dividing up the work. Some were washing cotton, some were transporting tampons, and some were spinning rough yarn. With the bright and dazzling lights in the factory, The whole work was tense and orderly, and it looked very enthusiastic. However, Lu Xun could see the problem with a single glance. All the workers were like sophisticated instruments, working in a daze and numbness. Some of their hands were already bleeding from the grinding, but they still felt nothing as they unwrapped the cotton balls. They didn't even realize that the blood in their hands had already dyed the cotton red. Some of them were so tired that they had to walk on their knees, but they still carried the small mountain-like woven bags and kept running. Some of them saw that there was a problem with the weaving machine and immediately put their hands in expressionlessly, forcibly correcting the mistakes. The machine stirred his hand, but he did not react at all. It was like a factory that could not feel pain or even sense anything. Did you see the source of the infection? The lizard's voice rang in Lu Xun's ears. Only then did Lu Xun come to his senses. He was the one who handled such matters, and he shouldn't be shocked by such a scene. He focused his eyes and soon saw a middle-aged man, who looked particularly excited among all the busy workers. He was wearing a crumpled suit and was sweating profusely, but the shirt and tie inside were still tightly tied. At this time, he was walking in the factory, waving his arms exaggeratedly and opening and closing his mouth, as if he was saying something loudly. Lu Xun glanced at the lizard and said, "Elicit him, what are you talking about?" The lizard didn't turn its head. It just lowered its head and said, "Listen carefully. We should be able to hear you." Lu Xun furrowed his brows and turned to the other side. The younger sister glanced at the lizard coldly. Her eyes seemed to narrow slightly under her messy hair. At the same time, Lu Xun's pupils contracted slightly as he could see everything in the factory in greater detail. Even the muffled sound of the machine turning due to the distance became clearer and clearer. Then, he quickly caught the man's loud voice. "Work! I must work. We're all the lucky ones who survived the catastrophe. Why are we still alive when everyone else is dead? Look, in this city, so many people are living like dogs. What's the point of their lives? They can't make a lot of money in their lives. And they have no hope of entering the main city to live in their lives. In the wilderness outside, there are countless lunatics wandering around. Many people don't even have enough to eat because they don't have a job like us. So, we can only work. Only by working harder can we enter the main city to live. If we don't work, we'll starve to death like those people outside the city. Fight if we don't work. What's the difference between us and the dead?" The words he shouted were filled with passion, and his voice even sounded hysterical. His voice was already hoarse and even filled with blood, but he seemed to not feel it at all. He was howling like a beast, using all his strength to shout out. As he shouted, the people around him worked faster and faster. The expression on everyone's face became more and more fanatical. On the ground, there were even some people who were so tired that they had collapsed on the ground. At this time, they stood up. Unsteadily, they looked at the machine and cotton as if they were looking at the only meaningful thing in their lives. "That's the source of the pollution." Lu Xun's eyes narrowed as he asked in a low voice. "Old Chen said you can see mental monsters?" The lizard chuckled. "What can you see?" Lu Xun took a closer look and shook his head. "I can't see this. I can only see a person there. The same as me." "That's right. The short fatty in the suit is the source of the pollution," the lizard said with a low laugh. "Strictly speaking, he hasn't become a source of pollution yet. He should be considered a person with a mental mutation. However, such a person with a mental mutation is even scarier than a source of pollution. He has already affected nearly 100 employees in that small factory. Moreover, people like him who can't restrain their powers and can't even communicate normally can be directly classified as a source of pollution." In the channel, Linda's voice, or Tai Quiz, sounded. Yang Yuanxing, the head of Yuanxing Textile Factory, 40 years old, he entered Satellite Town at the age of 27 and started this factory with all his might. However, he didn't manage it well and was on the verge of closing down several times. 10 days ago, someone discovered something strange happening in the textile factory and reported it to the guard station. However, due to the lack of manpower, When our investigation team arrived, the situation was no longer under control. The people in this area were already moderately infected and would madly attack anyone who entered the factory and tried to stop them from working. Or they would contaminate others and become one of them. Now, everyone in this factory has been working for 2.5 days without eating, drinking, sleeping, or resting. If we don't stop them, all of them might work until they die, and Zhang Yuanxing might completely lose control at any time. By then, the range of his pollution will increase greatly, and it might even spread to several factories nearby. Therefore, the headquarters has ordered us to clean up the place immediately. Chapter 49 Countdown of 30 seconds. Chapter 49 Countdown of 30 seconds. Clean it up directly. Lu Xin's heart sank when he heard the voice on the comms channel. How? There were nearly 100 people in the factory. Don't worry. Our target is not the workers. The lizard seemed to have read Lu Xin's mind. It chuckled and said, our job is to clean up the source of the pollution, not to kill the contaminated. Although our first priority is always to prevent the pollution from spreading, it's better not to stain our hands with blood if possible. Moreover, based on the current situation and the previous investigation team's report, the ability of the source of the contamination is more to affect the people around it rather than assimilating them. Therefore, those workers are only slightly contaminated. They can still be saved. So, we just have to kill the director. Lu Xin heaved a sigh of relief. No. The lizard shook its head. We can't kill him now. If we do, he'll probably release a mental plague before he dies. All the moderately infected will rush to other places uncontrollably, causing great danger to the surrounding areas. However, they shouldn't be able to escape. Look around and you should be able to understand what I'm referring to. Lu Xin didn't even need to look around. It was pitch black in all directions, with only a few street lamps illuminating the deathly white areas. In the darkness, Lu Xin could tell that the enemy was a tightly guarded army. If the workers in the factory were to escape, they would be shot and killed immediately. The satellite city would not allow them to escape. It was just like the time at the cafe. Thinking of this, he frowned. We have to clean it up immediately, but we can't kill it. Then, Linda, give me some advice. Lizard laughed. Even though he couldn't see, Lu Xin could guess that it was Linda on the other end. She frowned. But since it was related to work, she answered seriously. Our mission this time is to cut off the source of the pollution and stop it from affecting the workers. Then, we will immediately seal it. This way, the support team will have a chance to enter the factory and send the polluters to the hospital for treatment. Therefore, my suggestion is to use a specially made tranquilizer gun and deal with it from a distance. We'll force the source of the contamination to fall unconscious instantly. After a slight pause, she seemed to have considered that Shan Bing was also listening. As the one being guided, she had to let him understand the reason for her every suggestion. She then explained, Zhang Yuanxing hasn't completely lost control yet, so he still has some human characteristics. This makes the tranquilizer gun plan feasible. If he loses control completely, it'll be useless. Lu Xin nodded as he listened intently. He didn't even consider whether or not she could see it. The lizard listened and suddenly interrupted. This guy can affect 100 people at once, which means that his mental strength is not low. Maybe before the bullet hits him, it will form a powerful telekinesis to affect or even stop my bullet. So, if you agree to this plan, he'll also give orders to the support team to set off an explosion on the east side of the factory in 30 seconds. The powerful sound and shock wave will attract some of Zhang Yuanxing's attention. This way, even if he has telekinesis, it will be unstable because he can't focus, and that will be the time for you to shoot. However, you only have 1 second, your only chance. Hee hee, my dear Linda, your voice is so nice. The lizard chuckled. A heavy breath was heard in the comms channel, and it seemed that she was feeling helpless. But before she could say anything, the lizard laughed and said, "One agree." After saying that, He opened the long box on his back. Inside was a long and cold sniper rifle. The lizard's hands moved up and down, and with some crisp and ingenious caw-caw sounds, it quickly assembled the various parts onto the gun. When the bullets were loaded, his legs were hooked onto the iron bars, and he was hanging upside down. The black muzzles were aimed at the factory 300 meters away. In the channel, Linda's voice also became unusually calm. The countdown begins. 30, 29. Time seemed to slow down, and everything around them became extremely quiet. Only Linda's calm counting sound could be heard in the channel, and the faint sound of machine turning in the factory 300 meters away. Lu Xun was seriously experiencing all of this. Even his sister, who was standing beside him, was looking at the lizard with her head tilted, as if she was curious about everything. Lu Xun also realized that the lizard's movements were somewhat different from his sister's. He had hooked his legs around the railing, while he lay down on the ground with his gun aimed at the factory. He looked like an agile and precise spider. As for his sister, who was squatting by the side at most, she was a little strangely cute. Count down to 1. Get ready. As these thoughts flashed through Lu Xun's mind, Linda's voice came to an end. It was also at this moment that a bright light suddenly appeared in the east. What followed was a loud rumbling sound. At the same time, Lu Xun saw from the corner of his eyes that the lizard's lips had curled up slightly as it pulled the trigger. He looked into the factory, and as he zoomed in, he saw that the glass seemed to be shaking because of the loud explosion. The other workers in the factory seemed to be unaware and continued to work, but Zhang Yuanxing was slightly affected and subconsciously looked in the direction of the explosion. It was also at this moment that a red needle-like bullet pierced through the glass. Lu Xun shouldn't be able to hear anything from 300 meters away, but he did hear a soft kai sound. The red needle was nailed to the back of Zhang Yuanxing's neck, and blood bloomed. Even if it was an anesthetic bullet, if it could fly 300 meters and hit the target, the force was surprisingly strong. Zhang Yuanxing was directly hit and flew out. He fell to the ground. The surrounding lamps and plastic pipes were all twisted to a certain extent at this moment. After he fell, he seemed to want to get up, but he only used a little strength before slowly falling back down. The anesthetic seemed to be very effective. It's done. The lizard instantly put away its spear, straightened its body, and returned to the top of the tower. It smiled and said, Linda, what do you want to tell me? On the channel, Linda seemed to be slightly relieved, but her tone was unusually cold. You should proceed to the next step. The lizard laughed and took out a glass helmet from his backpack and held it in his arms. He then turned to Lu Xun and smiled. Let's go, brother. It's time to wrap things up. As he spoke, he fell straight back, lying down on the water tower that was more than 30 meters high. Chapter 50 This is called Professionalism 1. Chapter 50 This is called Professionalism 1. This. For a moment, Lu Xun thought that the lizard had committed suicide. He looked up and saw that just as the lizard was about to fall to the ground, it quickly reached out and grabbed the water tower. It accurately grabbed a bump on the water tower. Then its body strangely turned in the air and its feet stepped on the water tower. As if it was going to fall, it changed its direction and easily darted out. Under the red moon, he was like a strange worm, quickly and strangely crawling toward the factory. Lu Xun turned to look at his sister, only to see her staring in the direction the lizard had left in. She seemed a little angry. She suddenly grabbed Lu Xun and the two siblings jumped high into the air. As they fell, they landed on an electric wire next to the water tower. Using both their hands and feet, they followed the electric wire and dashed toward the factory building like ghosts. Lu Xun was only one step behind the lizard when he entered the factory. As Zhang Yuanxing fainted, the entire factory was filled with a strange atmosphere. Although Zhang Yuanxing had fainted, all the workers were still stiff and mechanical as they handled the work in front of them. The entire factory was filled with a pungent and spicy smell, mixed with a strong smell of blood and even the smell of urine. That was because they were so busy that they didn't have the time to go to the bathroom. Their physiological problems were all solved on the spot. As for the lizard and Lu Xin, they didn't even bat an eye. Using the tranquilizer gun to knock Zhang Yuanxing down was only the first step. Taiqi's voice came out of the channel. Zhang Yuanxing's mental state has changed and he's on the verge of losing control. The effect of this anesthetic, which can make an elephant sleep for 3 days, is uncertain. He may wake up at any time. To be safe, we have to put a special seal on him to prevent him from affecting others again. And what you need to do is, while listening to Linda's words, Lu Xin followed the lizard and came to Zhang Yuanxing's side. The moment Linda said the words guard him, Lu Xin was already standing by the lizard's side, looking around warily. The lizard was very fast and agile. It came to Zhang Yuanxing's side and immediately hooked his neck with its toes. Then, it put the glass hood with an iron buckle on his head. It wasn't done. It took out 2 pairs of handcuffs and a pair of anklets from under its leather coat and put them on Zhang Yuanxing. Looking at Zhang Yuanxing's tightly bound body, Lu Xin was certain that he would be fine even if he woke up. Haha, done. The lizard sat on the ground and tilted its head back proudly. Brother, am I good? His current appearance really seemed a little arrogant. However, Lu Xin felt that the lizard had the right to be arrogant at this moment. After all, he had watched the lizard deal with the pollution incident. Although he had been nagging, he had not wasted a single moment and had not made a single mistake. This is called professionalism. As Lu Xin thought about it, he began to look forward to being a professional. Well done. In the channel, Linda complimented emotionlessly, and then said immediately send a support team to the field, the omnipotent support group. The lizard laughed as it looked up at Lu Xin. Brother, shall we find a place to have a drink later? Just as Lu Xin was about to agree, his sister suddenly pulled him back. He turned around and was stunned to see a desk next to him. A young girl in a red dress was curled up under the messy office desk that was filled with all kinds of documents and bills. She looks to be only 7 or 8 years old. She was holding a cotton doll in her arms. The doll's body was made of coarse cotton, and the 2 buttons on the doll's eyes were sewn together. She was wearing a red dress, which made her look very clean. Her 2 black eyes were staring timidly in the direction of Lu Xin and the lizard. She seemed to be a little afraid and a little confused as she whispered, Big brother, why aren't you guys working? Who is she? Lu Xin's heart was filled with shock and alarm. Now, everyone in the factory, except Zhang Yuanxing, was working crazily and uncontrollably. Even though Zhang Yuanxing had passed out, they were still repeating the previous instructions. But why was there a little girl? There's a little girl here. It was also at this moment that Lizard had discovered her. With a strange expression, he whispered into the channel, What little girl? On the channel, Linda's voice slightly lowered. She looks 7 or 8 years old, wearing a red dress, with 2 pigtails, and between her eyebrows there's a mole. The lizard quickly and quietly described her. At the same time, it raised its hand gently, wanting to take a picture of her. However, the little girl under the table had already crawled out slowly. She looked at Lu Xin and the lizard quietly and tilted her head slightly. Brother, everyone else is working. Why are you? Are you not working? As her voice rang out, the entire factory suddenly became unusually quiet. Only the sound of the machine turning continued. At that moment, all the busy workers stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Lu Xin and Gecko. It was as if they had only just noticed the 2 outsiders, or rather, the 2 who were not working. Then, some people's expressions gradually became distorted, while others became angry and looked at him with hatred and gloom. This strange change caused the lizard's raised hand to freeze slightly, and it didn't continue to make any obvious movements. A little girl with a mole between her eyebrows. On the channel, Linda's voice came out. According to the information, Zhang Yuanxing has a daughter, 8 years old. Her voice trembled slightly, but she died a year ago. The cause of death is because Zhang Yuanxing was busy with work. He didn't take care of her, so when she went to pick up a certain woolen toy, we've been sucked into the machine. The piercing lights, the dull and boring sounds of machines turning, and the hostile and angry gazes of the surrounding workers. The little girl in front of him had a strange questioning expression. All of this formed a strong and absurd composition. The lizard's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and its voice was as if it was afraid of alarming something. It whispered, "Secondary contamination source." Chapter 51 Secondary Contamination Source 1. Chapter 51 Secondary Contamination Source 1. What's a secondary source of contamination? Lu Xin was also looking at the little girl with the plush toy in her arms. He opened his mouth slightly, but he didn't dare to make any big movements. In the channel, Taiqi's explanation quickly sounded. The secondary contamination source is the main body of the contamination source. It's a split entity that's born due to some reason. It has a certain connection with the main body of the contamination source, but it also has a certain degree of autonomy from the current situation. It's very likely that Zhang Yuanxing missed his daughter too much after the mutation, so he used his own mental power to create a new daughter. You have to be careful. This kind of contamination source is even more troublesome than the main body in particular. If the source of the contamination can be seen by all of you, the mental energy level must be very high. As she quickly explained everything, the sound of pages being flipped through was heard. The factory was unusually quiet. The machines were still running, but it created a strange silence. "Brother, why did you or you not working?" The little girl was still looking at Lu Xin and the lizard tenderly, but her delicate and young face was now twisted in a strange way. The blinding light of the incandescent lamp shone on her face, causing her facial features to become somewhat deformed. The voice was so strange that it sent chills down one's spine. "Dad said that everyone has to work. Those who don't work should be punished." Following her words, the workers who were staring at Lu Xin and the lizard in a daze began to move slowly. They walked toward Lu Xin and the lizard and picked up their cutlasses, steel rulers, axes, and other items. The anger on their faces became more and more obvious, and they gritted their L11. It was as if he hated Lu Xin and the lizard to the core and wanted nothing more than to tear them to pieces. The lizard standing behind Lu Xin suddenly gritted its teeth and raised its hand, sending a dagger flying forward. A ding was heard. The dagger went through the girl's forehead and nailed onto the table behind her. This girl did not have a physical body. However, the lizard's action seemed to have provoked the girl. She suddenly shouted, "Why aren't you working?" The sound seemed to have a ripple-like power, spreading out in an instant. "Work, work, work. Damn it, you should die." Suddenly, all the workers in the factory seemed to have gone crazy. They shouted with a fanatical expression and rushed forward one after another. Some reached out their hands. Some opened their mouths wide, like a group of beasts. Swish! The lizard pulled back and dodged the attacks of 2 or 3 people. Its body climbed along the wall and reached a height of several meters. While he dodged the things and wooden sticks that were being thrown up by the crazy workers, he anxiously said to Taiqi in the channel, "Linda, quickly think. Is there any other way to get rid of this secondary source of contamination?" Taiqi's voice sounded a little anxious in the channel. It's difficult for spider-type ability users to deal with this secondary pollution source directly. I suggest you retreat immediately. I'll ask for reinforcements from the headquarters. Princess-type ability users like Doll should deal with her. Are you going to let Doll make a move again? There seemed to be some obvious hesitation in the lizard's voice. And these workers. Lu Xin had already hidden himself on top of a pile of textiles, so he was temporarily safe. Listening to the conversation between the lizard and Taiqi, he immediately realized the problem. These workers had been seriously affected by the situation. They had developed a great hatred for him and the gecko. Once they retreated, they would definitely chase after him and the gecko. In this way, they would inevitably face the army that had sealed off the outer perimeter. In order to prevent them from escaping, there would only be one end for these people. The lizard had said before that dealing with the source of the contamination would always be the first priority. But after all, this was close to 100 lives. Lu Xin suddenly gritted his teeth and looked at his sister. "I'll try." As he spoke, He had already jumped down and his figure weaved between the crazy factory workers. You can deal with the secondary contamination source of a pure spiritual body. The lizard was clearly taken aback as it quickly jumped down from the wall, drawing away some of the fire for Lu Xin. Not good. Stop him. However, Tai Qi's voice suddenly sounded in the channel, and it was a little strange. However, even though she said to stop him, she hesitated and did not immediately finish her sentence. Chu Thread. The lizard knew her very well and immediately guessed what was going on. It whispered to her and pressed a button on the headset. Soon, Tai Qi's voice sounded in the channel. He can indeed deal with the secondary contamination source directly. You can't deal with the secondary contamination source that's purely a spiritual body because you don't have the special ability to use telekinesis. And you haven't received similar training and guidance. But he's different. He has the ability to harm spiritual bodies. The previous incident with contamination source 041 has already proven this point. However, we can't let him do this. The lizard was a little nervous and extremely surprised. It said anxiously, Why? Tai Qi's voice slightly lowered. Not long ago, Senior Colonel Chen gave me a document. It states that although his mental state is extremely high, the risk of him losing control is not low. Therefore, he is strictly forbidden from dealing with things that can easily put a lot of pressure on people, even if he knows that the other party is only a secondary source of contamination. If he has the image and appearance of a little girl, if he deals with it personally, it may cause him unnecessary pressure and psychological shadow. The lizard was shocked and even found it difficult to understand. That was obviously fake. The mind is an illusory state. No, Tai Qi replied in a deep voice. Preventing him from losing control is a higher priority than this mission, so we can't take the risk. The lizard continued to question Lu Xin, but it was already closing in on him. At this time, almost 100 people in the factory were rushing towards them. When so many people were squeezed together, it was an indescribable chaos and congestion. Even the spider-type ability users, under the condition of ensuring that they were not injured and not causing too much fatal injury to the people around them, the speed of their rush was very slow. At this moment, Lu Xin, who was already closer to the girl, had already made his way through the pipes on the roof and was getting closer to her. Brother, let's go and deal with her. Okay. His sister's eyes were sparkling as she spoke to him excitedly. Lu Xin knew what his sister meant by settle and immediately rejected her. The younger sister pouted unhappily, causing Lu Xin's speed to slow down by half a beat. He was almost struck by a shovel flying toward. Because she looks very pitiful, they all said that it's fake. It looks real. As Lu Xin answered, he ran 7 or 8 steps against the wall, bypassing the heads of a group of workers who were frantically chasing him and throwing all kinds of things at him. He then pulled at a row of wooden shelves around him, and the entire wooden shelf collapsed. All kinds of wood and goods were piled up into a mountain, blocking the group of crazy workers who were chasing behind. Meanwhile, Lu Xin landed lightly in front of the little girl. He looked at the little girl who was holding a plush toy and said seriously, Little sister, stop it. Chapter 52 Chapter 52 An Obedient Child 1. Chapter 52 An Obedient Child 1. He wondered if the secondary contamination source had enough consciousness. But if she did, she would have a question mark on her head. Her face was still contorted, and her eyes were burning with rage. It was as if she wanted to kill her 2 brothers who had no work. However, when she saw Lu Xin suddenly walk up to her and say such a thing to her, she was clearly dumbfounded for a moment. Her bloodshot eyes were fixed on Lu Xin. Then, she suddenly shouted, Work, damn it. Her voice was a little hoarse and sounded similar to Zhang Yuingsheng, the factory manager who had fainted. As she screamed, the crazed workers behind her became even more frenzied. They used all their strength to rush forward. In their current state, they were no longer able to rationally dismantle the shelves that Lu Xin had pulled down. Therefore, they used all their strength to pull the shelves with their hands. They didn't care how many people were knocked down by the shelves. They used their teeth to bite the shelves. not worried about cutting their mouths. Even Zhang Yuansheng, who was wearing a glass helmet, seemed to be waking up. Lu Xin was overwhelmed by a complicated mix of emotions. This little girl made him think of himself and his little sister. Since Zhang Yuansheng could split into such a secondary contamination body, could his family be the same? So, he talks to this girl to see if she was like his sister. Unfortunately, this girl seemed to be completely irrational, and like his sister, she could not speak and communicate. This made him feel a little helpless. In fact, it was very easy to deal with this little girl. He also knew that if he didn't deal with this little girl, the situation would only get worse. If all the workers in this factory started to escape, it would mean that the pollution was spreading. It was not a good result for anyone. However, looking at the little girl's appearance, he had a strange feeling. Perhaps this little girl was not real, but he had seen many people who were not real. He didn't know how he would feel if he dealt with this little girl. Did you stop him? At this moment, Taikui was already asking in the channel nervously. However, the lizard that was running around the wall seemed to be hesitating. It had already caught a ball of iron wire in its hand. And a few seconds ago, it had the opportunity to throw the ball of iron wire to trap Lu Xin. This was part of its plan. If it had no other choice, it would have to tie Lu Xin up and take him away. They could only wait for Dal to come and deal with the source of the infection. As for the workers in the factory, the reason why people hated and feared mental pollution sources the most was because of the inevitable casualties. However, he hadn't really made a move yet because he had some doubts in his heart. Don't stop him first. Hearing the urging in the channel, he whispered. He didn't make a move directly. You're not going to do anything. This time, it was Taiqui's turn to be puzzled. Then, how was he going to deal with the source of the pollution? The lizard mumbled to itself, assuring itself that it would have a chance to stop Lu Xin at any moment. They look like they are negotiating. While Lizard and Taikui were filled with anxiety and worry, Lu Xin was also having a headache. His younger sister seemed to be getting more and more impatient. She looked at the little girl with a faint gaze. Under her messy black hair, her eyes were shining. Behind him, the frenzied workers had almost torn the wooden frame apart and were about to rush in like a swarm of bees. However, the little girl in front of him was still madly questioning him. Why aren't you working? Why aren't you working? People who don't work should die. Damn it. After hearing her voice for so long, even Lu Xin felt that he was not working hard enough. At the same time, his heart was filled with a sense of frustration. He really wanted to just grab her and then. Lu Xin's anger grew so intense that it almost broke through his rationality. However, at this moment, a sigh was heard. Suddenly, the incandescent lamp above his head buzzed, and the light flickered. The machines around them seemed to have stopped at this moment, and the rumbling sounds of their engines had slowed down. Sigh. A faint voice sounded. Looking at you and your sister, it's really not suitable to deal with these things. Lu Xin turned around in surprise and saw his mother. She was dressed in a fitting white suit with a pearl necklace around her neck and an exquisite wedged hat on her head. She had a satchel in her hand and a pair of black high heels on her feet. She looked as if she had just been shopping and had accidentally walked. Here, she slowly walked from the depths of the factory, and the flickering lights added a sense of mystery to her. Lu Xin was clearly surprised to see his mother here. You're already an adult, but you haven't even had a girlfriend before. How do you know how to educate a child? His mother didn't say much to him. She just smiled and slowly walked forward. Work 1. The girl had been screaming in a twisted and crazy manner, but her voice suddenly stopped, as if she felt a great threat. She screamed and glared at her mother. Little girl, you shouldn't be thinking about work at your age. The mother squatted down in front of the little girl and smiled gently. Why didn't you go to school? The girl looked at her warily, as if she was extremely hostile. What kind of irresponsible father must he be to instill in such a young child the idea that he must work? What kind of stupid father must he be to not be able to take care of his own daughter and let her get into an accident because of work? Her mother said gently, as if she cared for him. In the distance, Zhang Yuansheng, who was tied up and unconscious, suddenly twitched violently. It's obvious that you didn't take good care of your daughter and caused her death. Yet you still think that you're doing this for your daughter's good. You're doing this to take care of your daughter and give her a better life. That's why you're so busy with work. You even think that your daughter should understand you and support you in your work. How selfish must you be to have such thoughts? Her mother continued to speak in an elegant manner and in a gentle tone. The little girl's face also seemed to reveal some confusion. However, she stared at the woman in front of her, and gradually, her fanatical and angry expression prevailed. Work, work, she shouted. But it was only one more time, because her mother's face had already turned serious. However, it was only for a moment before a smile appeared on her face again. She slowly reached out her hand to the girl. The girl seemed to be a little afraid and stepped back slightly. However, her mother's hand still reached in front of her and took the plush toy from her arms. Then, she reached into her bag and took out a pair of scissors. Children must be obedient. Otherwise, she smiled gently and looked at the girl. Scissors moved closer to the plush toy. Crack. The head of the plush toy fell off and rolled to the little girl's feet. The little girl's fanatical expression froze on her face. Her mother was still looking at her gently, but her voice was slightly cold. Aren't you an obedient child? Hearing her gentle words, the little girl finally couldn't control herself anymore. Her face showed a frightened expression. Suddenly, her whole body retreated with force and then disappeared in an instant. Zhang Yuanxing, who was twitching in the distance, also quieted down. All the crazy workers in the factory also stopped what they were doing. It was extremely quiet. Chapter 53 Mental Damage 1. Chapter 53 Mental Damage 1. The frenzied clamor and the sudden silence formed a strong contrast. Tai Kui, who was in the channel, also noticed the sudden disappearance of the voice, and asked anxiously. Not far away from Lu Xin, the lizard holding a ball of iron wire was stunned for a moment before it replied in a low voice. The secondary contamination source has been cleaned up. Tai Kui was even more shocked than when she first heard about the secondary contamination source. Was it by him? The lizard took a deep breath and replied in a low voice. I can't tell you the exact situation, but it's not what you think. Switch back to the original channel. Even though Tai Kui was also confused, she quickly made a decision. When they switched back to the same channel as Lu Xin, Tai Kui's voice sounded again. Mr. Shanbing, has the secondary contamination source been eliminated? At this moment, Lu Xin stood in front of the fallen shelves and watched his mother's figure disappear into the red moonlight with his sister. Even he was a little surprised and confused by this scene. However, it was obvious that the source of the pollution had been resolved this time. The little girl seemed to have disappeared, and the creepy sense of danger in the surroundings was no longer there. Hence, he could only reply slowly. Yes. Well done. Tai Kui obviously had a lot of questions. But when she opened her mouth, she only gave a word of praise. When her voice rang out again, she was already speaking to another channel. The support group can enter the arena. Ta 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 ta. A few minutes later, a heavy and powerful sound was heard. The door of the factory was slammed open, and a group of people from the support team rushed in. They were wearing black, heavy protective suits, helmets with glass masks on their faces, and even their legs were equipped with places to place guns. After they rushed in, they immediately rushed to the workers in the factory. They were well trained and moved in an orderly manner. The 4 people who came in first rushed straight to Zhang Yuanxing, the factory manager. They were carrying a long iron box that looked like it was made of glass, but its 4 corners were inlaid with steel. The material was far from ordinary glass. At first glance, they seemed to be carrying a glass coffin in. They put Zhang Yuanxing, who was still in a deep coma with his hands and feet tightly bound, into the glass box, locked the 3 big locks on the left, and connected the oxygen equipment through 2 pipes. Then they hurriedly carried the box out. It took less than 20 seconds to get there and back. They were so professional that it made people wonder what profession they had been in before. Meanwhile, The other members of the support team had already rushed to the other workers in the factory. One of them quickly put on a special tool with a glass eye mask, a mouth and nose shield, and a canvas belt in the middle. The other one tied the hands and feet of the workers tightly with plastic straps. Then, they fell down with a push. One of them raised his head, and the other raised his feet, and they quickly ran out of the factory. Watching them work so deftly and swiftly, Lu Xun felt a unique sense of beauty. And these workers, during this period, seem to have lost their souls. Not struggling at all. They are very lucky. At some point, the lizard had appeared beside Lu Xun and said with a smile, because it's only medium pollution, and most of them are affected, there's less erosion, they can still be saved. The support team will send them to the Special Treatment Center for psychological treatment. Can he be cured? Lu Xun asked. At least half of them can be cured, yes. The lizard replied softly. However, after such a pollution, there will be some after effects. The treatment center is only ensuring that they will not have any consequences that will affect others. After they are treated, even if they are cleaned up, they will experience a period of depression and depression. Those with families and happy lives should recover faster or even be completely cured. But at the same time, some of them will never be able to get rid of depression. And they might even. He raised his hand and made a falling motion, sighing. There's no other way. The consumption of my spiritual power is too severe. Lu Xun understood what the lizard was trying to say. He also knew how the patients with severe mental damage felt. He had experienced the feeling that his life was gray, and it was so depressing that he felt like he was going to be swallowed whole. He could not feel any happiness, not even anger, only endless frustration and empty loss. How many people could survive in such a state? But this result is very good. How many people do you think are in this factory? The lizard laughed. If we don't intervene, I'm afraid that none of these 100 people will survive. So, even if they are half cured, there was a saying in the past that saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda. We've at least built a skyscraper on this trip. Right. Don't worry, he patted Lu Xun's shoulder. Besides, they'll definitely be able to cure more than half of it. At least 70. Lu Xun nodded. He knew how to calculate this. Even if he felt depressed, it wasn't because he couldn't save everyone. He wasn't that pedantic. He just recalled that dark life and felt touched. You've done a great job, brother. I'm curious, the lizard said with a smile. How did you deal with the little girl? Lu Xun noticed that Taikw's breathing had become weaker. He understood that they all wanted to know what he was doing and might even be a little nervous. However, how should he explain this? She and her sister couldn't help just now. It was her mother who solved it. However, Lu Xun was used to having his own secrets revealed to the Special Pollution Department, even though he trusted them to a certain extent and hoped that they could analyze and cure him. He had his own opinions on what to say and what not to say. So he did not rush to answer. He smiled and said, You didn't see it just now. What am I looking at? The lizard helplessly spread its hands. I saw you squatting beside the little girl and snatching her toy. This toy is a real one. Lu Xun glanced at the plush toy on the ground. His body and head were separated. So I tried to scare her, he said with a smile. It turned out to be quite effective. The lizard looked at the plush toy on the ground and motioned for the support team members to bring it along. Then, his expression was somewhat helpless. So, you snatched the toy of this secondary corruptor and twisted its head off. Then, the secondary corruptor was so scared by you that it retracted all its mental power and returned to its main body. It's like this, Lu Xun replied after some serious thought. The lizard circled around Lu Xun and mumbled, Brother, this is unreasonable. You can't do it, Lu Xun asked. I've never heard of it. The lizard shook its head slowly. Lu Xun revealed a thoughtful expression and said, Then this must be your problem. Chapter 54 Cutting off the logical chain 1. Chapter 54 Cutting off the logical chain 1. Lu Xun's words left the lizard speechless. He felt that there was something wrong with this logic, but he couldn't tell what it was exactly. Brother, why do I feel like you're a little perverted? He asked after a while. Lu Xun was left speechless. But at this moment, Taikui interrupted Lizard in the channel. From the analysis of previous cases, the source of mental pollution is composed of distorted biological mental energy fields. Most of them maintain their survival and reproduction instincts. Therefore, to a certain extent, intimidation works, especially against mental monsters. I've had the experience of capturing a mental monster and showing fear, so the method that Mr. Shan just said has a certain theoretical basis. Linda, did you have a change of heart? Lizard's expression was a bit strange. Why do I feel that you? Shut up, Beatrice scolded. She hesitated for a moment and said, however, this is usually only theoretically possible because both the spiritual contamination and the spiritual monsters are distorted to a certain extent. Therefore, their reactions to fear are different. Some will go berserk because of fear, and some will show excitement beyond common sense because of fear. In addition, according to your report, the spiritual body directly dissipated and completely lost its influence on the other workers in the factory. It doesn't look like it was intimidated and fled. It's more like the logical chain was cut off. She paused for a moment before she continued. Mr. Shanbing, did you do anything else just now? Yes. I saw you talking to her just now, said Lizard. Don't say anything. Taikui scolded the lizard. She then transformed into Linda and said to Luzin, Mr. Shanbing, you can tell me now, or you can write it in your report later. Luzin fell silent in the face of such a polite and gentle question. He realized that these people were really not easy to deceive. In fact, now that he thought about what his mother had just done and said, he was also a little confused. He recalled his mother's words. She seemed to be talking to the little girl at that time, but it was a little strange. For example, she mentioned that the little girl should go to school, and that as a father, he should take responsibility for his mistakes. She also specifically pointed out that a real little girl would not really support her father's work like this. Her behavior was unreasonable. Of course, after explaining all this, it was indeed a deterrent. The little girl panicked when the scissors went down. I think this little girl's behavior is unreasonable, Luzin slowly replied. If she's just a secondary source of contamination that split off from the main body of the contamination source, then her logic and will actually came from the main body of the contamination source. Zhang Yuanxing. That's why she continued to influence these workers after Zhang Yuanxing was forced into a coma. She even made them madly attack the people who came to stop her work. So, the main logical chain of this secondary pollution is that Zhang Yuanxing thinks that his daughter should understand him. Because he didn't take good care of his daughter, he felt extremely guilty and used his mental power to split into another daughter. However, because he subconsciously wanted to reduce his pain, this secondary pollution source, his behavior, and his will, supported him. This daughter is just Zhang Yuanxing's imagination. She doesn't really exist. So, as long as we expose this, Luzin felt that he could explain everything. However, she also had a feeling that she was not explaining herself. She was just trying to recall what her mother had done. Then, the logical chain of special contamination source 039 has been cut off. Taikui's voice sounded in the channel with some excitement. Mr. Shanbing, you've done well. That's it, the lizard asked in a daze. I'm sure many people would have been able to analyze such a logical chain of analysis if they had enough time and energy, Linda said, with a smile on the channel. But in such a dangerous and tense environment, it can only be said that Mr. Shanbing handled it perfectly. It's Mom who handled it perfectly, Luzin muttered in his heart as a strange feeling welled up in his heart. The reason why he could speak so eloquently now was because he had analyzed his mother's behavior and words. But how did her mother see through Zhang Yuanxing's mind? While the two of them were conversing, Lizard was frowning at the side. He looked at Luzin for a moment, then listened carefully to Linda's voice on the channel. He mumbled softly. It's obviously an act of scaring a little girl, but it makes so much sense. Alright, I'm done. At the same time, Linda's cheerful voice sounded. Contamination source no. 039 has been confirmed to be cleared. The rest of the cleaning up will be taken over by the support team. Members of the special operation team can withdraw and head to the King's UO building for inspection. This channel is about to be closed. What's the hurry? Linda, I still have things to do, Lizard said in a hurry. Tyquiz's voice paused for a while before she continued. What is it? Can you help me write the work report this time? We can't. Tyquiz's voice paused for a while, as she refused him ruthlessly. The child is hungry, Taikui answered calmly. The lizard's face suddenly looked uncomfortable, as if it had swallowed 3 flies. As Lu Xin and the lizard left the site of the pollution and headed for the King's UO building, Taikui, who was at the special contamination headquarters in the main city, had already sorted out the cleanup report and sent it to Chen Jing along with all the audio files. After Chen Jing reviewed it, she shared it with several other professors through an instrument. Isn't this performance a little too surprising? You already know how to use a logical chain to clean up the pollution source, so quickly the bald professor with the big belly laughed. This is great. I'm even more confident in his guidance application. If old Shen has any more objections, throw this report in his face, the bald professor said. Professor Chen said excitedly as he read the report twice. He then said, Can't you guys see? Although his explanation is perfect and all the theories and actions are in line, the slow explanation in the audio makes me more inclined to believe that he didn't have a theory first and then put it into practice. It's the exact opposite. The others all looked at him in confusion. Professor Chen smiled and said, he did it first, and then he found the theoretical support. It's a typical case of consciousness being faster than thought. The other professors listened to him and had thoughtful expressions. Of course. This isn't a bad thing. Professor Chen's eyes were filled with excitement. This kind of performance just proves that his potential is indeed greater than we thought. Since that's the case, why don't we guide and train him while we study him? Let's go. When we get back, we'll throw this report at old Shen's face. Chapter 55 Work Report 1 Chapter 55 Work Report 1. This was Lu Xin's first time going through a complete workflow. He followed the lizard out, and first checked the equipment of the support team members who were guarding the factory. Then, he got into the car that had been parked at the entrance of the factory. It was the car that had pulled them in earlier. Together with the lizard, they arrived at the Kingjuo building. There were suddenly fewer guards in the Kingjuo building. It could even be said that they were almost invisible. It must be because the experts and professors had returned to the main city. The staff who stayed behind led them to an office where 2 staff members in white coats handed Lu Xin and Gecko a document each. Lu Xin lowered his head to look at the document and saw that it was filled with strange questions. For example, he wrote down his name, checked his basic information, and even did some simple reasoning questions. By the time Lu Xin was done with the questions, the lizard had already finished filling in the form. He turned around and saw Lu Xin calculating with a serious expression. Just swipe it a few times. This is just a routine test. Field agents like us are more likely to be contaminated than others because we're in contact with the most contamination sources. The 3 questions in this document are directed at our memory, cognition, and simple logical reasoning. Writing a name is to verify the handwriting. Usually, after a person's mind is contaminated, there will be some subtle changes. And the handwriting is one of them, even for us spiders. Without a comparison, it is difficult to write the same handwriting after being affected. The basic information is a person's cognition, so it has to be changed every time. The last question is a logical reasoning problem. Let me see. Is a blind man who lives alone. He has an obedient guide dog to accompany him. Every night before going to bed, A would extend his hand out of the bed and let the guide dog lick his palm until he fell asleep. One night, as he lay in bed, A stretched his hand out of the bed as usual, and the puppy's wet and lovely tongue licked his palm to sleep. However, when he woke up the next day, he called the puppy's name but didn't hear the puppy's response. When he checked the room, he found that the door was already open. At this time, he heard the broadcast. A cunning and perverted thief has recently appeared in the residential area. Thinking of this, Couldn't help but vomit. He felt a strong sense of fear. Question: why would it do this? What the hell is this question? The lizard's face turned a little green as it looked at him. You actually answered honestly. Lu Xun nodded and pointed at the screen with his pen. Look, the puppy can't open the door on its own. Which means? The lizard looked at his serious expression and its face turned green. It's normal that you can't figure out this question. Lu Xun lowered his head in guilt. No matter what, the document was still accepted and handed in. After that, there was one last thing. Write a report. This thing is the most troublesome. Every time we complete a cleaning mission, we have to record in detail how we completed the mission. Of course, we also have to record the bullets and other items we used during the mission, the lizard said as it held the report. Actually, I usually go back and slowly write this report. Sometimes, I just don't hand it in and let Linda help me write it. But now, I'm taking care of you as an old man, so I can only accompany you and bite the tip of the pen. Seeing the lizard writing obediently, Lu Xun had no choice but to join in. Fortunately, Lu Xun had gotten used to writing reports in the company. He only recorded how he observed the process of following the lizard to the factory, how he saw the lizard kill Zhang Yuanxing, how he accidentally discovered the existence of secondary sources of contamination when they entered the factory, and how he took the risk to try it out because he knew that the workers would die if he left the secondary sources of contamination alone. Of course, just like what he had said, he had ignored his mother's appearance. In fact, he was also a little confused. He knew that his mother would go out sometimes, and sometimes she would say some scary things. However, his mother and sister were different. His sister would often come out to look for him and sometimes even pester him to play. Especially after he borrowed her power, she appeared even more often. On the other hand, his mother rarely appeared in front of him. No one knew what she was doing. This time, when he was in a difficult situation, she suddenly appeared to help him solve it. This was very rare. Lu Xun knew that if he were to write about his mother's appearance, he would be questioned. However, he could not answer these questions. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he preferred to ask his mother first and figure it out himself. Al, yes. Just write it like this. I can cross out the part where I flirt with Linda. It's mainly your loss. It's okay. I know you didn't shoot. In fact, it doesn't matter if you write it down. Just save more bullets. Lu Xun looked at the lizard in surprise. I'm telling you how expensive this thing is on the black market, the lizard said with a serious face. Lu Xun had no choice but to steal a glance at the staff member beside them, who seemed to be unable to hear or see them. Then, he secretly filled in too. That's right. Here's the reward. The lizard continued. Because you're learning from me. The reward is me. What's wrong with you? Lu Xun's serious expression caught the lizard's attention as it spoke. He could not help but feel slightly stunned. The problem with the payment. Lu Xun hesitated for a moment before replying in embarrassment. Shall we discuss it again? Is there a need for that? The lizard's eyes widened. I think it's a good idea to discuss it. Lu Xun said with a nod. You just want a share of the reward, don't you? The lizard asked after a moment of silence. Lu Xun's heart struggled for a moment before he nodded honestly. Brother, it's not worth it. The lizard sighed. I thought you were going to kill me just now. Write it down. Half each. Lu Xun quickly wrote down the application to split the reward, then thanked the lizard sincerely. Thank you. After Lu Xun handed in his report, the staff handed him another document and said, Mr. Shan Bing, this is the professional training mat Senior Colonel Chen has specially arranged for you. From tomorrow onwards, I hope you can sign it and attend it on time. Training. Lu Xun glanced at the document with the words Special Pollution Cleaning Course and was a little surprised. Yes, I am. The location is the conference room on the 4th floor of the guard hall. The staff said. It'll last for 3 months. And we'll have 3 hours of training every day. Lu Xun was a little hesitant after hearing this. He didn't expect the training to be so long. Wouldn't it delay his work? You can freely choose whether it's in the afternoon or at night. The staff member seemed to have anticipated Lu Xun's reaction and continued. Also, Senior Colonel Chen has specially reminded us that, during the training period, we will be given 100 yuan as food and transportation allowance every day. We can also ask the guard department to prepare food for us. Alright. Lu Xin signed his name on it. Brother, you're the most obedient ability user I've ever seen. Even Lizard couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He walked out with Lu Xin and laughed. Now, there's only one last step left. Is there anything else you'd like to learn? Lu Xin asked. The lizard's expression turned serious. Yes. And the most important thing. I'm going to teach you how to prevent losing control. Chapter 56 Chapter 56 Chapter 54 Unique skill to prevent losing control. Lizard version. Chapter 56 Chapter 54 Unique skill to prevent losing control. Lizard version. Lu Xin's expression turned serious upon hearing what the lizard said. From the first time he met Chen Jing, Lu Xin knew that it was important to prevent himself from losing control. Those who didn't lose control were those with spiritual mutations. If it went out of control, it would be the source of pollution. Therefore, he attached great importance to this last step that Lizard was going to teach him, and hurriedly followed him out. After they left the house, the two of them got into the jeep again. After giving a random location, the jeep drove them straight to the center of the satellite town. Lu Xin had grown up in the satellite town, so he was unfamiliar with the bustling city center. However, the lizard gave him a sense of familiarity that left him flabbergasted. He wondered if it had been prepared for this most important lesson. How to prevent yourself from losing control is a huge problem. In the car, Gecko said to Lu Xin in a serious tone, "What do you think losing control is?" Lu Xin replied carefully and seriously, "The source of pollution. That's what happens after losing control. And losing control can be summarized in one sentence," Lizard explained. That is, being captured by emotions. Captured by emotions. Lu Xin slowly repeated the lizard's words. Deep in thought. Everyone has 7 emotions and 6 desires. The gecko said seriously. There are happy and unhappy. Like and hate. It seems that we can control it ourselves. Many people say that we should keep ourselves happy and optimistic. But in fact, that's not the case. Human perception is made up of 7 emotions and 6 desires. When you are happy, you will be happy. When you are sad, you will be sad. If one day, this emotion overpowers you, such as being unhappy, then you will be unhappy no matter what you do. You think that you'll be happy just because you've obtained something or done something. But that's just an illusion. The real situation is that when you're unhappy, you don't want to do anything or have the desire to get anything. Even if you force yourself to do it, you won't feel happy. You'll even feel disgusted and repulsed. Whether you're happy or unhappy, it's up to your emotions, not you. Lu Xin's expression turned serious as well. He was still a newbie when it came to spiritual mutation, contamination, and other aspects. Now that he heard what Lizard said, he felt that it made sense. Losing control, on the other hand, often means that your emotions are so strong that they overpower your rationality. Or rather, they drown you. To an ordinary person, if they are submerged, they will become sick. However, when a person possesses a strong mental power at the same time, this will become a source of contamination. Not only will it affect themselves, but it will also affect and assimilate others. This is mental contamination. And we are people with such strong spiritual power. That's why we lost control. And the danger is so high. Lu Xin finally understood what was going on. He looked at the lizard with gratitude. That's why we have to prevent ourselves from losing control. Yes, the lizard nodded. Whether it's for ourselves or for others, we have to ensure that we won't lose control. A holy light appeared on his face. And this is the most important lesson I'm going to teach you. Lu Xin nodded his head in respect. You'll study hard. The lizard nodded in satisfaction. At this time, the jeep had already arrived at the city center and stopped in front of a building. The jeep's driver looked at the lizard and Lu Xin with a strange expression through the rearview mirror. He waited for them to get out of the car before leaving. The parking lot was called Blue Ocean, and the neon lights could be seen from a few miles away. After entering the building, the lizard led Lu Xun through a well-guarded narrow alley. It felt like they had entered the underground. At the end of the alley, the lizard strode forward with a solemn and dignified gait and pulled back the thick curtain. Lu Xun's eyes widened in shock. Lu Xun had never seen such dazzling lights before. A noisy and crazy crowd. A short skirt that was covered in sequins. An attractive young girl who had been painted with makeup. And a variety of fresh and tempting fruits and snacks that were rarely seen on the market. They looked like contaminated and twisted dancers. Did you see that? The lizard looked at Lu Xun with a serious expression. This is the medicine we use to prevent ourselves from losing control, including but not limited to mental comfort. So this is. Lu Xun was dumbfounded. Right. This is what I'm going to teach you. The most important lesson, the lizard shouted in a serious tone. If you want to maintain a good mental state, you must ensure your own desires. Desire represents human nature. It's the capital we are born with. When a person has no desire, or when he is fully suppressing his desire, he will gradually be controlled by his emotions. From this, we can draw a conclusion. His serious face gradually turned into a smirk as he glanced at the young people on the dance floor. If you don't want to become lunatic, you have to be crazy. Few more times when you're awake. Ha ha ha. Lu Xun's eyes widened as he watched the lizard ruffle its trench coat and strode toward the crowd. The man's exaggerated movements and style, as well as the huge sunglasses on his face under the dim light, immediately attracted a lot of attention. Many people looked at him with disdainful eyes, but the lizard did not avoid them. Instead, it stuffed its hands under the trench coat. When he pulled it out again, his hand was already full of money, and he threw it forward. Wow! The crowd cheered and squatted down to pick them up. The lizard laughed and took the two girls to the sofa. Alcohol, women, noise, and the body dancing madly on the 15-centimeter high heels on the rainbow stage. In just a few minutes, Lu Xun had seen colors and dresses of the lowest and highest heights that he could not even imagine before. In such an environment, Lu Xun's ears were burning and his heart was racing. Was this the way to fight against losing control? Indulgence. He had to admit that this was completely different from the time he lived in a dilapidated apartment building, living a two-way life every day, secretly stuffing the money he earned into the orphanage. At that time, there was indeed a kind of pressure on his heart, making him unable to feel any emotional fluctuations for a long time. In his heart, it seemed that he did want to indulge this once. Moreover, according to the lizard, this was also part of the job. Vaguely, a new door seemed to be opening. Just as the door was half open, Lu Xun suddenly remembered something and pulled the lizard back. He asked the lizard in a serious and trembling voice, "Will the headquarters reimburse me?" The lizard almost spat out the wine in its mouth. A minute later, Lu Xun finally felt a little better after he was far away from the ear-piercing noise and felt the cold wind blowing on his face. No reimbursement. And you say it's part of the work. Hee hee. Chapter 57 Lunar Eclipse Research Institute 1. Chapter 57 Lunar Eclipse Research Institute 1. Even though Lu Xun worked until late the day before, he still arrived at the office at 9 a.m. the next morning. After having hope, he always had more motivation than usual. The project Lu Xun had been appointed to take over was already on track. The lazy, drooling, and shirking brother Zhang was in charge of market research. He was in charge of contacting the various fiber filter cloth factories in Satellite City No. 2 to evaluate their product quality. Then, the greedy and narrow-minded sister Sun was in charge of price comparison. Normally, Lu Xun didn't need to handle this kind of work. Moreover, the piles of documents that used to pile up in the office had strangely decreased. Therefore, Lu Xun was quite relaxed and felt like he could have an entire day of free time. However, he did not plan to relax too much. Lu Xun got back to work as soon as he arrived at the company. He went to the factory to check the quality and price of the products. It wasn't that he wanted to force himself, but after working in the company for so long, he knew the rules of the office very well. He was the person in charge of the project. If he didn't understand the market and let brother Zhang and sister Sun handle it in the middle, then there might be some problems. Brother Zhang was a little greedy. Now that he had this power, it was easy for him to cheat and get kickbacks of course. Lu Xin didn't really think that it was a bad idea to collect kickbacks. He was only worried that brother Zhang was too greedy. If he caused big trouble, it would be difficult for everyone to clean up. Under such circumstances, the more he knew about the market, the more honest they would be. He had to be serious at work. After all, the next model employee selection was about to begin. After a day's work, Lu Xin got off work on time and headed to the guard station for his professional training. Shen Jing's arrangement was very reasonable. After all, he had to do this kind of work. How could he do it without a certain professional knowledge? What's more, the daily food and transportation allowance was so high. However, Lu Xin still chose to do it after work in the evening so as not to affect his work at the business company. Lu Xin, Senior Colonel Chen arranged for me to come. After arriving at the guard station, Lu Xin reported his name like a police officer. Hello, Mr. Lu. Please follow me. The girl on duty in the hall carefully observed Lu Xin's face before standing up. She brought Lu Xin into the elevator and they went all the way up. The guard station was the security department of Satellite City No. 2. The first floor was the report area. The second floor was the offices of the various departments. And the third floor was where the head guard and the others held meetings. However, this young lady had brought Lu Xin directly to the fourth floor. When they walked out of the elevator, they found that the place was quiet, and there was almost no one in sight. There were no cameras in the corridor either. She led Lu Xin to a rather spacious office, where he was the only one in it. In front of the long office desk, there was a huge LCD screen. On the table, there was already a document bag. The young lady served Lu Xin a CUD of coffee and asked him what he wanted for dinner. After that, she quietly left the room. Hello, Mr. Shanbing. Lu Xin had just taken a sip of his coffee when some snowflakes appeared on the LCD screen in front of him. The snowflakes quickly stabilized and a screen with the title Special Pollution Category distinction popped up. At the same time, a gentle voice sounded. Lu Xin recognized the voice as Hanbing's, who had gone on a mission with him before. Hello, he said. After he finished speaking, he suddenly thought that he did not know if Han Bing could hear his voice. Han Bing responded quickly. Hello, I'm Han Bing. He'll be in charge of your basic theory training during this time. Oh. Lu Xin quickly nodded his head. He didn't expect her to be the one to train him. He had thought that she would be a bald old professor. He felt a little pity in his heart. If only Han Bing's appearance could appear on the screen. It wasn't that he was lecherous, but that anyone would want to know what a girl with such a nice voice looked like. Right. Alright. Before I explain, I hope you can remember it. Han Bing's voice rang softly in the office. Everything about the source of mental pollution is too mysterious and difficult for ordinary people to accept. It's very easy to cause misunderstanding and confusion, so it's still a secret to ordinary people. Everything we come into contact with, even the one with the lowest level of confidentiality, is top secret to ordinary people. Therefore, the content of the training and the documents sent to you must not be seen by ordinary people. If you accidentally leak it, please inform the headquarters and we will arrange for someone to deal with it. Alright. Lu Xin agreed in all seriousness. Shen Jing had also said such words to him in the beginning, but it had not been so formal. Alright, please open the documents on the table. I'll explain it to you according to the table of contents. If you don't understand anything, you can interrupt me and ask me a question. Han Bing said gently. Alright, Lu Xin replied as he picked up the document bag on the table. It was a thick and heavy document, and there must be a lot of content inside. There was even a fresh wax seal on the seal, waiting for him to remove it. It was a sign of its importance. After Lu Xin opened the document, Han Bing's voice became more rational. 27 years ago, the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute was the first to come up with the concept of mental pollution. Back then, They were still known as the Crimson Moon Research Institute. However, this concept was not recognized by the public at first. It was only in recent years that it was gradually familiarized and accepted by the major highwall cities. So, strictly speaking, the research on special pollution has only been going on for less than 30 years. Many theories have been proposed and proved, but many are still in the theoretical stage. As more and more unique sources of contamination have appeared in recent years, we also need to study more data and cases that are difficult to distinguish between true and false. Simply put, the research on special pollution is far from over. Therefore, our philosophy has always been that doubt and practice run parallel. We may not be able to explain all the doubts and mysterious phenomena, but we will keep searching until we have the answer. All right, I understand. Lu Xin nodded his head in understanding. Weren't their family also the ones they wanted to give an answer to, but couldn't? All right then. We'll start the official training now. Han Bing seemed to like Lu Xin's cooperative attitude, and her voice sounded a little more relaxed. Your training will mainly start from two aspects. The first is mental pollution, which includes the classification and level of special pollution sources, conventional cleaning methods, and unconventional case analysis. The other is the spiritual ability aspect, which includes ability series, extension, analysis, and so on. Next, I'll start explaining to you the classification of special pollution sources. Chapter 58 Chapter 58 A Life Worthy of Gratitude 1 Chapter 58 A Life Worthy of Gratitude 1 Before the official start of the training, even though Lu Xin was aware of the existence of this special contamination and had experienced it 3 times, he still had not formed a systematic concept of it. This was especially true after the special pollution incident with 041, which had not been explained officially. It made him feel that even the Special Pollution Control Department's research in this area was not complete. The scariest thing about mysterious incidents was that they could not be explained. But fortunately, the cute thing about this group of people was that they kept trying to explain. During the training, Lu Xin began to gain a deeper understanding of the different types of special pollution. Although he was surprised by the vast amount of information, at least he now had a way to enter this mysterious world. Even though his family's appearance had given Lu Xin company, this matter still troubled him. There were a few times when he tried to figure out what was going on with him, but he never got an answer each time. He had gradually gotten used to it. Now that he could systematically and in-depth access to this knowledge, he had a little hope in his heart. Perhaps one day, I can figure out what's happening on my own. This gave him some motivation. Of course, apart from this reason, being trained was also something to be thankful for. If it was just to make use of him, then the other party wouldn't have wasted so much effort to teach him so many things. Training him meant that he valued him. In comparison, the small matter of having chicken legs in the dinner prepared by the guard hall seemed a little insignificant. The training continued from that day on. From that day on, Lu Xin would come to the classroom on time every day. Other than the 3 hours he spent there, he would listen attentively to the lectures and ask Han Bing questions. In the remaining time, he would also summarize and take notes. Sometimes, he would even try to discuss with Han Bing, analyzing some of the special pollution incidents that had yet to be confirmed, and making some speculations. However, in the next few days, the lizard did not appear again. Lu Xin asked Han Bing and found out that Gecko was mainly responsible for familiarizing himself with field missions. In other words, Gecko was also training Lu Xin, but it was more practical. While Han Bing was more inclined to theoretical knowledge, it seemed that it would not be so easy to encounter geckos without a clearing mission. Lu Xin felt a little regretful. Last time, he had left without saying goodbye, so he felt a little guilty about Gecko and wanted to apologize to it when they met again. She hoped that he could forgive her. With so much enthusiasm, Lu Xin naturally didn't have the time to patrol. Even in the company, he could not work overtime. He could only guarantee that he would handle the work seriously at work. Fortunately, the company's business was progressing quite smoothly. When Lu Xin started his own in-depth market research, the information that Brother Zhang handed in quickly became more detailed and realistic. The project was soon on the right track. One day, just before the end of the day, Brother Zhang sneakily came to Lu Xin's stall and placed an envelope on his desk with a smile. "Little CEO Lu, this is the manufacturer's." Lu Xin was surprised that he would call him Little CEO Lu since he had not been promoted yet. He opened the envelope and took a look. It contained about a month's salary. He understood that this was the commission given by the manufacturer when he made the purchase. Moreover, it should have been carefully calculated and given to him. He nodded and smiled. "Brother Zhang, you've worked hard, haha. It's not hard at all. It's still more satisfying to work with little CEO Lu." Brother Zhang left with a smile and suggested that he treat Lu Xin to a meal. However, Lu Xin rejected him and said that he would pay for the meal next time. He then watched Brother Zhang leave. Then, he looked at the investment on the table and sighed. "I'm also starting to get a commission." While feeling emotional, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Would this affect his campaign for the role model employee? This doubt quickly disappeared the next day. At noon, the head of department came over happily to invite Lu Xin to have a smoke. He smiled, revealing his yellow teeth. "Little Lu, you've done a great job on the project this time. At first, I was a little worried that you wouldn't have any experience since it was your first time leading a project. In the end, you've handled it well. The clients in the main city have already sent us emails expressing their approval of our work and are prepared to continue working together." "That's what I should do," Lu Xin replied humbly. "Oh right. I don't think anyone can beat you for this month's model employee." The head of department was overjoyed, and Lu Xin was overjoyed. In the past, he had worked very hard and worked very late, so it was not surprising that he was awarded the model employee. Now, he rarely worked overtime, but the company was still considering giving him the model employee award. It was very gratifying. From the looks of it, there would be a day where he would be successful if he worked hard. The director seemed to agree with this. When he was about to finish his cigarette, he asked casually, "Also, that little Lu, do you still bring a gun to work?" "I did." Lu Xin nodded and answered honestly. "And the bullets are full. You don't have to worry about me." "Director." He, don't worry. The department director's expression clearly changed. He then laughed dryly. "Work hard. I'll apply to the company to promote you to a supervisor next month." "Thank you, Director." Lu Xin expressed his gratitude sincerely. Not only did he have to consider giving him a model employee, but he also had to promote him. At this moment, Lu Xin felt that his years of serious work had finally paid off. He was grateful for his current life. After the training, Lu Xin took the last train home. They followed the dark stairs and went upstairs. Room 401 was warm and quiet. Seeing that the lights were off, Lu Xin knew that his mother had gone out again. In the quiet room, the lights were dim. Only the neon lights outside the window shone in through the glass, making the ground appear blurry and ever-changing shadows. On the street downstairs, the sound of drunkards laughing or crying could be heard from time to time. When they passed by the kitchen, they could see a black shadow that was like a mountain of meat through the translucent frosted glass. It almost filled the entire kitchen, and it rose and fell with the sound of deep snores. It was his sleeping father. From the crack in the ceiling near the door, his sister's babbling voice could be heard. She was singing softly, "Little doll, you're very scared. I'll look for my mother after dark, but I can't find her. I don't know where Mom went. Little doll, don't be afraid. The crow on the tree told her that Mommy is right beside you. She's smiling at you." Lu Xin closed the door gently with a smile on his face. His sister was singing often. Chapter 59 Chapter 59 Is Family Real? Chapter 59 Is Family Real? After having dinner at the guard station, Lu Xin sneaked back to his bedroom. The house they lived in was a two-bedroom apartment. It was not big, but it was very heartwarming. Usually, Lu Xin would stay in the second bedroom, his mother in the master bedroom. His father would stay in the kitchen, and his sister would sleep in the ceiling. compartment near the door. However, most of the time, she would squat on the sofa, hug her teddy bear, and watch cartoons all night long. In his small bedroom, Lu Xun sat down in a simple room with only a bed, a chair, and a desk. He turned on the lamp and began to read through the documents and materials related to the special pollution in silence. At the same time, he was also waiting for his mother to come back. It was time to find an opportunity to have a chat with her. Ever since the factory incident, he had always wanted to have a good talk with his mother, but he never had the chance. Recently, her mother's whereabouts had been a little strange. She often went out, saying that she had made new friends. The treatment method for secondary sources of contamination. Lu Xun was quietly reviewing what he had learned today under the table lamp that could only illuminate a small area. The impact of the secondary contamination source acting as the main source of contaminations will affecting the surrounding environment. Most of them were the main sources of contamination, and they were made up for the loss of emotions. A small number of cases have proven that the main body of some pollution sources has the ability to split into two or more secondary pollution sources. Most of the secondary polluting sources are an extension of the main body. No cases of distinguishing the two abilities have been observed. Treatment method: eliminate the main source of the contamination and find the logical chain of the primary and secondary sources of contamination. Independent secondary contamination source casehold has not been confirmed. Lu Xun was more concerned about this part of the theoretical knowledge. When he saw the secondary contamination source of special contamination source No. 039 in the factory, he had been paying more attention to it. He wanted to know if this situation could explain his current problem to some extent. Although the secondary contamination source looked quite different from him on the surface. For example, secondary sources of contamination could be sensed or even seen directly. As for his own family, there was no way to detect it. Another example was the secondary contamination source. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little silly and there was no way to communicate with it. As for his own family, not only could he communicate with them, but they also had their own personalities. However, even though the difference was quite big, this was the spiritual mutation that was the closest to his own condition that he had seen so far. Therefore, when it came to learning this, he was particularly serious. Tap, tap, tap. After an unknown period of time, Lu Xun, who was engrossed in his studies, heard the sound of heels stepping on the tiles in the corridor. He knew that his mother had returned. Thus, he carefully got up and gently pushed the bedroom door open. The sound of footsteps came to the door, and then the door gently opened. The house began to light up as his mother turned on the lights. Her mother was dressed in a white suit, a red top hat, and a light makeup. She looked elegant and charming under the dim light. She closed the door gently and took off her low-heel shoes. Then, she placed the bag on the coffee table and changed into her slippers. She smiled at Lu Xun and said, "LTS, so late. Why aren't you asleep yet?" "Yeah, I've been waiting for you." Lu Xun nodded. "Oh, I'm sorry. I had too much fun." His mother laughed and placed a hand on Lu Xun's shoulder as they walked into the house. "Miss Chen is a good person." Miss Chen. Lu Xun was helpless. Her mother would often make some friends, but Lu Xun had never met them. When he first saw his family, there was a time when he really wanted to figure out his situation. At that time, he had asked who these friends were and what they looked like, but his mother only smiled and replied, 111 Introduce you two to each other if there's a chance. In the future. After a while, when Lu Xun asked again, her mother only sighed. Either she had returned to her hometown, or she had not seen him for a long time. Lu Xun sat down at the dining table and his mother poured him a glass of water. She sat at the side and massaged her legs, which seemed to be tired from shopping. She asked with a smile, "How's work been?" "It's pretty good." Lu Xun nodded, and after a moment of silence, he said, "The incident at the factory in the north of the city. Ayo, you still remember?" Seeing Lu Xun's serious expression and attitude, the mother covered her mouth and laughed. I thought you had something important to do. Silly child. I was just passing by and saw you and your sister standing there in a daze, helpless against a young lady. You're so stupid. That you're cute. How could I not ask you? Passing by. Lu Xin was obviously not satisfied with this answer. He was silent for a moment before he said softly, You've been going out a lot recently. What are you doing? Of course. We're going shopping. Although I have to take care of my family, I also have to have my own life. Right, her mother replied with a smile. Lu Xin was left speechless by this reply. Sometimes, he felt that his family was too normal. If it was in the past, he would not have been able to ask any more questions at this moment. But now, after all, he had learned a lot of knowledge and theories about the special pollution, so he slowly considered it and asked softly, The little girl I saw at the factory last time, is she a real person? When the mother heard this, she smiled. Silly child. That's a fake. It's just a split spiritual body. Lu Xin nodded and said slowly, Then how about you guys? As soon as Lu Xin asked the question, his father's snoring in the kitchen suddenly stopped. His sister's bright eyes were peeking through the gap between the ceiling. You even have to ask such a thing? Lu Xin's mother chuckled at his serious question. Silly child. Shouldn't we be looking at you? Lu Xin sat down at the table indifferently, not knowing how to react. His mother chuckled and said, We're a family living together, accompanying and helping each other. Isn't that a real feeling? If the company of your family is not real, then what do you think is real? Lu Xin's heart was filled with a strange emotion when he heard these words. He thought of his own life, which was very real. Ah, that's right. As if suddenly remembering something, his mother took out a letter from her bag and handed it to Lu Xin with a smile. I saw your letter in the mailbox downstairs just now, so I took it for you. It's from the orphanage. I didn't peek at you. Why did she send the letter? Lu Xin's expression eased slightly as he accepted the letter. Her mother stood up and walked to her room while replying casually. She's calling you over to eat dumplings. Chapter 60 Red Roses 1. Chapter 60 Red Roses 1. The letter was indeed sent by Teacher Lu from Red Moon Orphanage. The phone at home was only used by his mother and Lu Xin did not even know the number. Naturally, Teacher Lu could not find him through the phone, so she would write to him whenever she needed him. The letter said that the orphanage's qualification had been approved, and the children would have the opportunity to enter the school in the future. She was very happy. In addition, he had invited Lu Xin before, so he decided to make some dumplings and invite Lu Xin to eat with him. He actually did it. Lu Xin was a little surprised. In fact, he knew very well what the Red Moon Orphanage was like now. There were too many places that did not meet the standards of the administrative office. The place was small, and the conditions were poor. She was the only teacher and the security guard. With such conditions, how could she get the qualification to be an orphanage without the formal qualifications? It was even more impossible to get funding support from the administrative office. Although Teacher Lu used to go there often, she always returned in disappointment. Sometimes, even Lu Xin felt that it was useless for her to run like this. But Teacher Lu's answer was, he was free anyway. He had no choice but to let her do as she wished. However, he did not expect that she would actually do it. Does this have something to do with me? Lu Xin thought about Senior Colonel Chen, who seemed to have a lot of connections in the satellite town, and he was also uncertain. He could actually feel that the Special Pollution Cleaning Department attached great importance to him, and they were wary of him. They wanted to be close to him, but they were also careful. He had always appeared calm and slow, but this was because he was sensitive to such things. No matter what, this is a good thing. I still have to make a trip there. Lu Xin made up his mind and lifted his head to see that his mother's bedroom door was already shut. The entire house was so quiet that it felt like she was the only one there. He had wanted to ask her, but she managed to get away with it. Lu Xin had no choice but to finish the glass of water in silence before returning to his room. The next day, Lu Xin finished his work at the business company and informed Han Bing through the satellite phone. Then, he got on the bus early, planning to go to the orphanage in advance, so that he could help Teacher Lou with the cooking. When he was close to the urban area where the Red Moon Orphanage was, he got out of the car early and walked on the road leisurely. Every time he went to the orphanage, it was always when he was the most relaxed. This was because her family, including her sister, would never come to the orphanage with her. After walking for a while, Lu Xin decided that he should buy them some gifts. He then walked into a shop with flashing neon signs, like the other shops in Satellite Town. Although this shop was not big, it was still full of goods, and they were generally divided into two categories. One kind was produced today, with rough packaging but looked brand new. The other kind had exquisite packaging but looked a little old. The former was often produced by other satellite cities or main cities, while the latter was often brought in from outside the city by the Wasteland Search team. From the shelf life, they had naturally expired, but many of them did not affect the taste at all. After a while, Lu Xin bought a few packets of biscuits, a large bag of candy, and a few other packets of candy before walking out. Children's gifts were easy to choose, but he was not sure what to give to Teacher Lou. At this time, the sky was already a little dark, and the night was heavy and hanging down. Not far away, under a dim yellow street lamp, a little boy was squatting. He was skinny, but his head was a little big. He wore gray clothes, and his hair was dirty. He held a straw basket in his hand, in which there was a pile of trimmed roses of different lengths, which even looked a little wilted. He was shouting in a low voice, "Is there anyone who wants to buy it?" When Lu Xin walked past him, he raised his head and looked at Lu Xin with his dark eyes. "Brother, do you want to buy my roses?" Lu Xin looked at his thin face and the dust on his body. He subconsciously slowed down and said, "How much is one branch?" The little boy looked a little happy. 10 pieces. Lu Xin pulled out his hand from his pocket and shook his head. "I'm not buying." The little boy was a little nervous. He looked at Lu Xin with a pleading look and said, "Big brother, buy one. My roses have magic. If you buy it and give it to your sweetheart, she will definitely fall in love with you." Lu Xin looked at the roses in the basket and shook his head. She'll scold me for wasting money." As he spoke, he took out a coin from his pocket and placed it in the little boy's basket. He continued to walk forward. The little boy stared blankly at Lu Xin's back as he walked away. He then looked down at the 1 yuan coins in the basket. He was a little confused. "Stop following me." A commotion could be heard from a distance. A young and fashionably dressed girl with round glasses was waving her hand as she walked quickly in their direction. Her face was filled with impatience. Behind her was a young man with glasses, a jacket, and jeans. He wanted to catch up with the girl, but he didn't dare to, so he could only jog behind her. Yuan, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly become like this?" However, the girl just walked quickly and repeated what she had said earlier. "Don't follow me. It's very annoying." "Okay." The little boy lowered his head and called out weakly, "Did anyone buy roses? Give it to your girlfriend. She will fall in love with you." A man and a woman quickly walked past him. After a few steps, the young man suddenly thought of something and quickly ran over. He panted and said, "How much is it?" The little boy looked up at him and said, 10 pieces. "So expensive." The young man looked in the direction the girl was walking. He gritted his teeth and took out a piece of paper money. "Give me one." Then, he picked up the rose and quickly chased after the girl. "I said I don't want your apple, and I don't want to see you again, so please don't bother me anymore." No matter how fast the girl walked, she couldn't be faster than the boy. Finally, she caught up with the girl in front of an apartment building. However, the girl's face was filled with disgust. She seemed to be worried that the boy would follow her upstairs. So she decided to explain it to him downstairs. "You're so annoying like this. We've broken up. And you're a man. Can you not be such a rascal?" "I'm not. Scoundrel. I really didn't." The young man's expression was angry and a little puzzled. "I just don't know why it suddenly became like this. He was still fine last night. How did he become like this all of a sudden?" That's how relationships are. What else do you want to ask? The girl looked at him in disgust. If you keep doing this, I'm going to shout. The young man subconsciously took a step back. What do you take me for? Why do you need me? Are you shouting too loudly? The girl only frowned and looked at him coldly. I'm going upstairs. It was as if this expression finally made the young man come to his senses. He weakly lifted the apple in his hand, but lowered it again. He silently handed the rose in his hand over and whispered, Then you accept this rose I promised you before. I know I'm no longer qualified, but you should at least take this flower. The girl looked at the rose and then at the young man. With a cold face, she grabbed the rose. The young man raised his head to look at her, his arms slightly open. The girl immediately took a step back alertly and said with a cold face, What do you want to do? The young man also took a step back and slowly squatted down. It wasn't until the girl turned around and went upstairs, slamming the door hard, that his voice rang out with a sobbing tone. I just don't understand. You were fine yesterday. But why are you so wary when I want to hug you today? The girl who went upstairs looked annoyed and was about to throw the rose away. However, just as she was about to throw it out, she saw the rose from the corner of her eye. It was a little red and purple, and her heart suddenly moved. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little reluctant. Chapter 61 Chapter 61 The Man Who Drinks Coke 1. Chapter 61 The Man Who Drinks Coke 1. It was already 8 or 9 o'clock at night when they left the orphanage in Satellite Town. Except for the places where geckos often went to, it was already very quiet at 8 or 9 o'clock. It was quiet in the streets, with only the light of the street lamps illuminating the darkness. Walking on such a street, one could almost hear their own breathing. It was as if he was the only one left in the world. Occasionally, in the streets, there would be a rat running by at an extremely fast speed, or a homeless man hiding in a cardboard box, staring at people. Lu Zhen walked slowly with his hands in his pockets. It was a very fulfilling night. He could see that Teacher Lu was in a good mood. The group of silly children were also happy when they saw that their teacher was in a good mood. Of course, the more important reason for their happiness was that they finally had dumplings. Today, they also received so many biscuits and candies from Lu Zhen. It was like the new year. Lu Zhen put on an apron and started making dumplings with the children. As he watched them sing and dance, he felt it was so embarrassing. He didn't think that the songs that were out of tune for hundreds of meters and the clumsy duck-like dance were nice at all. He also didn't think that it was fun for an eagle to eat a chick. Unfortunately, he could only sit among a group of naughty children, clapping mechanically and showing a stiff smile. The most pleasant time of the night was sitting on the steps outside the door with the old security guard. They had a plate of peanuts and a plate of cold dumplings and drank his precious, but spicy Lao Bai Gan. However, it was a good night. Lu Zhen didn't like the children singing and dancing, but he wanted them to be well-fed and happy. Moreover, Teacher Lu's smile that came from the bottom of her heart was really beautiful. Lu Zhen strolled slowly through the streets as he reminisced about the night's events. The streetlights cast many shadows on him. Immersed in his thoughts, he didn't seem to notice that when he passed by the door of a shop that was still open, there was an extremely thin man with a big beard and a pair of black glasses sitting under the patched parasol in front of the shop. He sat on a plastic chair with his legs crossed, drinking Coke with a straw in his mouth and smiling at himself. He didn't notice that when he passed by a street corner, in front of a painted wall, there was still the same man with a cigarette in his mouth and 2 in his pocket. He leaned against the wall in a relaxed posture and smiled at him. When he was about to reach the nearest subway station, the man sat in front of the wonton stall at the entrance of the subway. He smiled at Lu Zhen as he waited for his boss to serve him the wonton. Lu Zhen suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the man. His eyes seemed to be out of focus. The man met Lu Zhen's gaze and revealed a happy smile. Lu Zhen looked at him quietly, while the man smiled affectionately. Lu Zhen looked at him quietly. The man was smiling happily. Lu Zhen looked at him quietly, and the man's smile froze. Lu Zhen then pulled out his gun from his bag and pointed it at the man. The man was slightly shocked to be pointed at by a gun. However, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, a smile appeared on his face again, as if he wasn't worried about Lu Xun shooting at him at all. Then, Lu Xun suddenly pulled the trigger. In this quiet night, the sound of the gunshot was ear-piercing, loud, and frightening. A few customers at the blunt stall were shocked by the sudden gunshot and fell to the ground. The owner of the snack stall screamed and almost fell. However, to his surprise, the man's body suddenly tilted strangely at such a close distance. He supported himself with one hand on the ground, and this sudden movement allowed him to dodge the bullet. He seemed little angry. Lu Xun didn't answer and continued to fire at the man. Ha pa pa. The man's body suddenly became twisted. He supported himself with one hand on the ground, but his whole body suddenly bounced up. He stepped on the aluminum car of the wanton stall, and his whole body bounced out. The wanton stall's car was kicked far away by him. Out of the 3 bullets, only one grazed his arm, but it was obviously not a serious injury. Are you crazy? While he was still in midair, he looked at Lu Xun with a look of surprise and anger. He cursed and fled into the distance. Lu Xun, on the other hand, gritted his teeth and gave chase. At this moment, he strode forward with the gun still in his hand, ready to shoot him when he had the chance. However, the man was surprisingly agile. After he jumped out, he pressed and bounced on the wall next to him with his feet and hands, and then threw himself further forward. When his body began to fall, he opened his hands outward. There was nothing in his hands, but his body bounced up. It was as if he had stretched out his hand and grabbed 2 invisible threads. This made it so that he didn't need to worry at all. His body rose and fell, as if he was flying in the air. In comparison, Lu Xun, who was running on his 2 legs, was naturally slower than him. In the blink of an eye, he had put quite a distance between him and Lu Xun. When he turned around to look, he was surprised. He didn't expect Lu Xun to be so slow. He was surprised, but he also subconsciously revealed a mocking smile. This smile made Lu Xun even angrier, and he chased after her even faster. Even if his lungs were about to explode from running, he still wanted to catch up with this person. As he ran, he soon reached the end of the road. In front of him was a building pit. The road had suddenly broken off here. At the end of the road, there was a guardrail, and below it was a dark danger. Further away, under the illumination of the distant lights, the steel bars and the brick walls that were as broken as teeth looked a little hideous. If he followed the path, he might find a deep pit or an upside-down, sharp steel bar. The man easily reached the end of the chasm. He leaped up 3 to 4 meters and reached out with one hand as if he was grabbing an invisible thread. Then, he used the force to swing and pounced on a section of the broken wall of the dilapidated building. His entire figure seemed to be about to disappear into the darkness. At this moment, he turned around and looked at Lu Xun, as if he was thinking he wouldn't chase after her anymore. Right. However, he did not expect Lu Xun to jump over without hesitation when he reached the end of the road. However, Lu Xun's body was as clumsy as an ordinary person's. How could he have charged over like him? Jumping into the building pit was simply courting death. Younger sister. Lu Xun's heart was already screaming as he jumped down. Just as Lu Xun was chasing after the person, a small black shadow was approaching him from the roof and floor behind him. She was extremely fast and quickly closed the distance between them. Just as Lu Xun jumped off the broken bridge, she also pounced on him. He spread his arms and hugged the sinking Lu Xun as he chuckled. "LV caught you." It was also at this moment that Lu Xun's body suddenly became more agile, and he stomped down with his foot. In the darkness below, there was a sharp section of a steel pipe. If one stepped on it with force, one's foot would probably be pierced. However, Lu Xun was completely unaffected by the cut. Instead, he took the opportunity to leap into the air. Under the red moon, his figure became like a ghost. Chapter 62 Chapter 62 The Headless Horseman 1 Chapter 62 The Headless Horseman 1 Even though the man was escaping nimbly from the front, his attention was still on the back, especially when Lu Xun jumped into the building pit from the end of the broken road. The man was shocked and wondered if the man would fall to his death. However, Lu Xin's clumsy figure suddenly became unusually agile. His body tensed up and he jumped into the air. Then, he grabbed a steel bar and quickly bounced forward. The speed was so terrifying that they were 2 to 3 meters away from each other in an instant. The man in front of her was shocked. He immediately sped up, like a ghost in the night, and rushed forward. 2 figures, one in front and one behind, were in hot pursuit in the night. Sometimes, it appeared under the light, and sometimes, it was hidden in the darkness. Whether it was an electric pole, an apartment building, or an abandoned high-rise building in front of them, their speed was not affected at all. Sometimes they ran on the ground, sometimes they jumped directly to the side of the building, ignoring gravity and flying. This man was obviously serious, and his figure was extremely strange. He stretched out his hands and bent his legs slightly. With a pull and pull, his speed suddenly increased a lot. However, Lu Xin had already clenched his teeth and caught up with him. He was even more agile than the man. He could easily pass through the messy wires in the air and the narrow gaps. He was like a spider, or rather, a ghost that was intermittently visible. He was like a bloodthirsty prey that was being chased. Even the light that shone on his face looked extremely strange. Under the light, his face was still serious and calm. When he rushed to the next light, his pupils had turned dark and his face had a playful smile. They were both extremely fast, but Lu Xin was clearly faster. Just now, when his sister couldn't make it in time, the other party had easily left him behind by almost 100 meters. But now, this distance was getting closer and closer. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters in Lu Xin's eyes. The other party's figure was becoming clearer and clearer. However, this area was originally close to the edge of the high wall city. As they chased, they quickly approached the tall walls of the city. There were no more buildings in front of them. It was a 1,000-meter-long open space with only wild grass growing. Further away, there was a tall wall that stood in the air, as if it had blocked half of the night sky. Without hesitation, the figure dashed into the wasteland and rushed toward the high wall. Now, the distance between Lu Xin and his opponent was only about 60 meters. Without affecting his agility and speed, he raised his gun, without hesitation, and fired a few shots at the man. No matter how accurate the bullet was, it would slow down after traveling 50 meters. In particular, the man's figure was like a civet cat. As he swerved and slanted in the wilderness, the bullets missed, only splashing up pieces of grass. Further away, on the high wall, 400 to 500 meters to the left, and more than 1,000 meters to the right, there were dazzling lights shining at the same time. They were shooting in their direction. It should be the patrolling soldiers on the high wall who had heard the gunshots and immediately reacted. In the dark night, the 2 lights were like 2 extremely bright swords. It was a pity that even though the beam of light was tens of meters long, the wasteland was too big. The figure quickly reached the high wall. It was wide and thick, large enough for an entire army to run on. The entire wall was smooth and polished, but in the man's eyes, it was as easy to climb as a ladder. He easily climbed up the wall and went straight to the top. He saw that the other party was about to rush out of the high wall and escape out of the city. Sister, kill him. Lu Xin gritted his teeth and made his decision. He quickly reloaded the gun and threw it into the air. From his point of view, his sister had jumped into the air. Her small body was still in the posture of rushing forward, and her 2 small hands had already caught the revolver that had just been reloaded. Then, she aimed at the figure who was climbing up the high wall at an astonishing speed. It was almost impossible to see clearly. A strange smile appeared on her small face covered in black. Then, she fired a few shots. The recoil of the revolver almost sent her weightless body flying back. However, the 3 bullets flew forward with extreme precision. One of them hit the spot where the figure was leaning against. One of them hit the lower part of his body. However, the third one was extremely accurate. It even took into account his speed as he shot up and shot straight at his head. In Lu Xin's eyes, he could even feel the bullet slowing down. It was flying toward him at a slow but precise speed, as if there was some kind of magic to this slowness. The person who was climbing up the high wall suddenly stopped and turned around subconsciously, under the dark sunglasses. He seemed to have a surprised expression. Then, with a PA sound, the bullet hit his neck, blood spurted out, and his neck was torn apart. His entire head flew out, and his body hung on the high wall alone. Lu Xin was taken aback by this scene. His revolver used ordinary bullets, which were less powerful. It was only because it was relatively simple to make that it was popular in high-wall cities. He didn't think that such a shot would be able to kill this person, especially if it broke his neck. Perhaps it was because his body was more fragile than ordinary people. Lu Xin didn't hesitate to catch his falling sister and rush forward. However, he had only taken 2 steps when the headless corpse that was hanging on the high wall with only one arm suddenly trembled. Then, with its hands and feet crossed, it quickly scuttled up and flipped over the high wall in an instant. Lu Xin's heart sank as he hurriedly made his way up the wall. In the wilderness outside the wall, a motorcycle roared and a beam of light flew away. By the time he had climbed up the wall, the motorcycle, which had its throttle fully turned on, had already whizzed forward for 70 to 80. Lu Xin's vision had also become extremely sharp due to the excellent moonlight. He saw that there was only a piece of flesh on the neck of the figure on the motorcycle. It was empty. The headless corpse rode the motorcycle and quickly disappeared into the depths of the wilderness. Lu Xin suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. Who's there? Raise your hands immediately, or I'll shoot. On both sides of the high wall, heavy and fast footsteps could be heard. A flashlight was being waved by the hand, and the high-intensity light source was coming from it. It was so white that it was blinding. Lu Xin could sense that there were many soldiers pointing their guns at him from behind the blinding lights. There's an ID in my pocket, Lu Xin said in a deep voice as he raised his hands to show them his gun. He used his eyes to stop his sister. Perhaps it was because he was more serious now, but his sister squatted by the side obediently. Someone stepped forward and quickly took out a document from the left pocket of Lu Xin's shirt and handed it to the officer beside him. Then, they heard a burst of panic. After a while, all the guns were put away in unison. The blinding light from the flashlight had also disappeared, leaving only the light from the long-range flashlight. Captain of the 4th Patrol, Sai Chen, a man who looked like a senior officer, came up to Lu Xin and saluted him. He then handed back his identification. May I know what happened? Lu Xin kept the documents and heaved a sigh of relief. I have to make a call. Chapter 63 Ability User Outside the City 1. Chapter 63 Ability User Outside the City 1. The Headless Horseman. After receiving Lu Xin's call, Shen Jing seemed to have suddenly sobered up. Yes, Lu Xin replied in the shortest possible time. I met him near the elementary school and felt that he was up to no good. I wanted to catch him, but he was very fast. I wanted to catch up with him, but I couldn't. He didn't fire until the end, but he didn't expect that he would still climb over the high wall without a head, get on the motorcycle that he had prepared, and leave. His driving skills are very high. Don't touch anything for now. Wait for me. Shen Jing hung up the phone very quickly. Around Lu Xin, the other soldiers had already spread out under the orders of their team leader, sealing off the entire area and keeping their guard up. They couldn't hear Lu Xin's conversation, and only the team leader, who was slightly closer to them, could hear a few words. However, when he heard the keywords beheaded and highly skilled, he was left feeling a little creeped out and confused. Even now, he still had no idea who Lu Xin was. However, he recognized Lu Xin's ID and knew what kind of authority it represented. Therefore, he could only think hard about the scene he had just seen in order to respond to the upcoming inquiry. He did see a motorcycle speeding away, but under the lighting and speed, he couldn't see if it had a head or not. Of course, this didn't mean that he thought Lu Xin's words were unreasonable. When he saw Lu Xin standing on the wall without any climbing equipment, He felt that it was unreasonable. He also knew that there was a special department in the main city. Some of his brothers in the city patrol army would often be transferred to that mysterious department, and it was difficult to see them again. Moreover, the people who were transferred to that department were often divided into two groups. One was a troublemaker who was extremely difficult to discipline and had even made serious mistakes. They were either on the verge of being expelled or had already been expelled. The other type was the elite of the elite. Usually, they would often hear that a certain patrol army was suddenly dispatched to seal off a certain area and ensure that no living creature could come out alive. However, such a sealing task was often given without any explanation. Many times, the seemingly tense sealing task was suddenly cancelled for no reason. So, this guy who looks like an ordinary person should be quite powerful, right? In his heart, he was silently guessing. Very quickly, what happened next proved his conjecture. First, a team of soldiers with better equipment and a higher military rank than them arrived. They were even equipped with the Lunar Eclipse series handheld plasma guns, known as the nemesis of lunatics. Although they could only fire one plasma bullet at a time, the power was terrifying. It could turn 3 or 4 people in close proximity into ashes with one shot. Although there were not many of them, only about 20 of them, they immediately took over the command of everyone as soon as they arrived. Then, they strictly guarded the surrounding area. The city patrol army was outside, while they guarded the inside. They had no intention of explaining anything. However, they still did not come into contact with the young man. That was until a helicopter arrived with loud noises and bright lights. He saw a tall, short-haired woman in a black suit walk out before the helicopter had even stopped. He immediately looked away, but when the woman passed by him, he straightened his body and saluted. For a warrior like him who knew how to distinguish a person's temperament, he could realize how powerful this woman was. "Where did you lose that head?" After Chen Jing alighted from the helicopter, she immediately walked toward Lu Xin. She did not shake hands with him but asked him directly. "It should have fallen in that direction." Lu Xin pointed to the spot based on his memory. They had arrived here before Chen Jing. The members of the support team in black protective suits immediately walked towards the area. Because 2 teams of soldiers had sealed off the area, even the grass had not been moved. "How did you notice his abnormality?" During this time, Chen Jing asked Lu Xin in a serious manner. "I was just walking on the road when he looked at me," Lu Xin replied after some thought. And Chen Jing frowned slightly. "Then I shot him," Lu Xin said. Chen Jing's expression changed. "You shot him because he was looking at you?" "No, I just turned my head to look at him at first. He appeared in front of me 3 times. Lu Xin answered slowly. "I was walking in a straight line, and I didn't see him following me or overtaking me. However, he would still appear in front of me and smile at me as if he was trying to provoke me. This kind of provocation is common in the streets of Satellite Town, so I didn't pay much attention to it. I just turned around and looked at him until he stopped smiling." Chen Jing's face was a little strange as she imagined the scene. And then I fired," Lu Xin said. Chen Jing's expression seemed to be a little strained. "I shot for a reason." Lu Xin paused for a moment before he continued. "I saw a living thread crawling out from behind him, like a roundworm. He must have thought that I can't see these threads, so he's at ease and smiling. But when I saw the threads reaching for my forehead, I was sure that he had ill intentions. So, I fired." Chen Jing heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. Lu Xin's reaction was perfectly normal, but for some reason, he felt that something was off. "After that, you were the one who chased him all the way here." Chen Jing calmed down slightly and continued to ask, "I want to know why he's acting so strange." "So I've been chasing him all this time," Lu Xin said with a nod. As he said that, he raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the high wall, but his speed was very fast, different from the gecko's. And me, I could see that he seemed to be able to reach out some strange tentacles, like threads, and hook onto something from a distance. It was like flying. It was difficult for me to catch up with him in places with more buildings. Until here, He was about to climb over the high wall. So, I decided to kill him. Even though Chen Jing could have made the same decision in such a situation, she still felt a little strange when she heard Lu Xin's firm words. Just because he's a little strange, you want to kill him? It's because he appeared next to the elementary school. Lu Xin shook his head and answered. Lu Xin's reply was calm. However, Chen Jing suddenly understood Lu Xin's main point. The reason why he wanted to kill the man was because the man had appeared next to the Red Moon Orphanage. In other words, even if the man had come for Lu Xin, it would not have triggered his killing intent. However, the man's appearance next to the Red Moon Orphanage meant that he might be a threat to the orphanage. Therefore, Lu Xin decided to kill him without any hesitation. She didn't say anything immediately, but thought about it slowly. You haven't been recruited for long, and you haven't dealt with many mental pollution incidents. Each time, you've been cleaned up well, so you shouldn't have any grudges with others. In your previous life, did you come into contact with anything else? No, I've been living in the satellite town. Lu Xin answered after some thought. Chen Jing's brows furrowed slightly, as if she had thought of something, but she did not say it immediately. The other party hit a car outside the wall, which means that it's very likely that they are from outside the wall. After a while, she nodded and said in a low voice, one guess the aptitude users outside the city are trying to cause trouble again. At this moment, the support team in the distance came over and reported. One found it. The missing head. Chapter 64 The Mind-Modified Human 1. Chapter 64 The Mind-Modified Human 1. Very quickly, two members of the support team, who were wearing heavy protective clothing and had 3 or 4 specially made plastic pipes connected to their faces, brought over a transparent glass box. In the box, there was a human-shaped object. Lu Xin looked over and saw that it was the man he had seen earlier. His face was full of beard and looked very ordinary. There was even a frozen expression of shock on his face. The cross-section of the neck was uneven meat. It looked like it had been pulled off. To a certain extent, it was like a broken wooden stake. Looking at the head, Lu Xin suddenly felt a sense of horror. He didn't know if his reaction was slow or weak, when he saw the headless body suddenly come to life, climb over the wall, and run on the motorcycle. He didn't think there was anything strange. After Chen Jing came over, she kept telling her about the strange man and didn't have time to be surprised. It was only when he saw the head in the glass box that he reacted. It can still run without a head. It's so scary. Judging from the time, your reaction is too slow. Chen Jing looked at him and said. Lu Xin could only continue to stare at the head. This doesn't make sense. Although I didn't study much, I did go to school, and my grades were good. A person's consciousness and thoughts all came from the brain. All the actions and reactions of the whole body were also the connection and feedback between the brain. If you don't even have a head, how did you continue to run? Chen Jing glanced at his somewhat wooden face, as if trying to find a matching surprise and panic. There were some, but not many. She turned her head and continued to look at the glass box. Suddenly, she said, let's do the 3 basic tests. The 2 members of the support team nodded. One of them carried the box, and the other took out a finger-long laser pen and pointed it at the head's eyes. They flashed twice, but the laser shone on his dark eyes. But there was no reaction. Then, he put away the laser pointer and took out a small metal hammer. He knocked on the outside of the box. The sound of metal clashing spread through the box and into the head's ears. But there was still no reaction. The 2 members of the support team looked at each other, then opened the glass cover, turned around, and faced Chen Jing. Chen Jing looked at the head and said in a low voice, you should have blinked. Her voice sounded a little different from usual. It was unusually deep. The sound seemed to be a lot heavier, but also more penetrating. It was as if he was talking to a person. He winked at the head. What happened next made Lu Xin's hair stand on end. The head that seemed lifeless suddenly trembled, and its eyelids squirmed as if it wanted to open. However, due to his lack of strength, he only opened his eyes a little and then stopped moving. She can actually communicate with a head. Lu Xin was already looking at Chen Jing with a strange expression. You should tell me who you are. Chen Jing ignored the look in Lu Xin's eyes and continued to ask in the same tone as before. Lu Xin glanced at Chen Jing and saw that her pupils had turned red. Even he had the urge to tell her who he was, who his sister was, who his mother was, who his father was, where his home address was, and so on. However, this was only a slight thought before it disappeared. Chen Jing naturally did not care about the people around her at this time. When she said these words, she had been carefully looking at the box. It was just a head, so it couldn't make any sound. Therefore, she wanted to distinguish something from the shape of the lips. Unfortunately, the head's movements were very slight. After a slight tremble, it stopped moving. I failed. Chen Jing did not seem to be moved. This reaction was within her expectations. She raised her hand and put her sunglasses back on the bridge of her nose, then said to the staff of the support team, "Cut it open." The two members of the support team were not surprised. They immediately squatted down. One of them placed the glass box on the ground and gathered a set of 4 light bulbs that could provide 3-dimensional lighting without shadows within a certain range. The other one took out a full set of surgical equipment from his bag. There was a saw, a knife, a pair of pliers, a hook, a spoon, and a pregnancy test paper. Lu Xin suddenly felt that something was off. Why does it feel like this reinforcement team has everything? While he was still in shock, a series of saws, scalpels, pliers, and hooks were used together, and the head was cut open. Through the light source, Lu Xin could see what was under the skull. It was gray and somewhat shriveled, suffused with a deathly aura, like moldy jelly. One of the members of the support team even poked it with his finger, which was wearing an iron-made fiberglass glove. There was no elasticity at all. This is the source of the contamination, Lu Xin asked in surprise. Although he had never gone to the main city to study at a university, he knew that a normal person's brain would never be like this. This is a modified human. Chen Jing answered Lu Xin calmly. I've told you before. There are many systems for ability users. Spider-type abilities are the easiest to understand because they affect one's body more. However, there were also many different types of abilities that could affect others. It's true that a person who has lost his head shouldn't be able to move. But under certain special circumstances, it's nothing. As she spoke, she turned to Lu Xin and said, "Have you ever seen a puppet?" Lu Xin could only nod in response to this question. A person can't move after losing their head, Chen Jing said. But what will happen to a puppet if it loses its head? Lu Xin's face was filled with shock. There's such an ability. Although he had already started his training, he had only been exposed to knowledge related to contamination sources. He had yet to fully come into contact with people with different systems. Therefore, the look of surprise on his face was really strange. Of course. In response to Lu Xin's answer, Chen Jing replied, "My ability is somewhat similar to this. However, this one is even more exaggerated. He modified people into a tool that can be controlled by the mind. If I'm not wrong, this should be the work of a puppet ability user. And this ability user should be quite powerful." The puppet series. A strange feeling welled up in Lu Xin's heart. A living person who looks like he could smile and talk was actually just a puppet. He suddenly felt that this world was crazy. There are many different types of abilities based on the direction of the mutation. As if reading Lu Xin's mind, Chen Jing furrowed her brows and said, as time passed, new abilities were discovered. According to the latest report released by the Alliance Research Institute, there were 9 known ability systems, and the puppet was one of them. Even for you, there are professors from the main city who are suspicious. The bald one, he suspects that you don't belong to the spider type, but that you have a new type of ability. He also suggested that we change the ability category on your file to family happiness. Lu Xin did not know what to say. The professors were all bald, so he had no idea which one Chen Jing was talking about. Looking at his expression, Chen Jing said with a blank expression, "Don't worry. It's already been rejected." Lu Xin heaved a sigh of relief. "All right. Send the evidence to the Research Institute for further investigation to see if we can find more valuable clues." Come with me, Chen Jing said to the two members of the support team before leading Lu Xin to a jeep at the side. She did not know who had driven the jeep over, but she got into the car and sat in the driver's seat. The car keys were still there, so she started the engine. No matter what, we must take this matter seriously. The disaster that the Church of Technology brought to Satellite City No. 4 years ago can't be repeated again. Chapter 65 In-Depth Investigation 1. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Lu Xin relaxed and began to think. The incident that happened 4 years ago in Satellite City No. 4 had caused a huge commotion. Even he, who was just an ordinary office worker at the time, had heard of it. At that time, the Highwall City was welcoming a high-speed development. New generations of children were born and grew up in the city. More and more wilderness refugees outside the city were attracted by the stable life and sufficient food in the Highwall City. Therefore, it brought the pressure of a population explosion to the Highwall City. Many construction projects were put on the planned schedule at that time. However, at that time, the priests of science and technology suddenly appeared. They wore mysterious white cloaks and carried beautiful high-tech products that were beyond ordinary people's imagination. They descended among the people of Qingying City and declared their teachings to them. Countless people of Qingying City were attracted by the mystery and the pure land that they preached. They fell into the arms of the God of Technology. It was said that he had taken away almost the entire fourth satellite city, more than 70 of the residents. Later, in order to fill the vacancy of Satellite City No. 4, many people moved in. As a result, there were many vacant houses, abandoned factories, and buildings in Satellite City No. 2 and other satellite cities. To some extent, it could be said that the visit of the Church of Science and Technology had solved the problem of population growth that many people had been worried about at that time. As an ordinary person, Lu Xin only knew about this. It was as if the matter was as simple as that. The Church of Technology had come and left with its believers. But now that he had experienced so many things, he naturally knew the specific truth. It must have been more intense than he had imagined. He could hear it from Chen Jing's tone. She had treated that incident as a disaster in Qingying City. Then, who is behind this? Looking at the pale road ahead, Lu Xin felt a little depressed and asked subconsciously, there are many possibilities. Beyond the high wall, there are many problems left behind after the catastrophe. No one can solve them, other than those who have lost their minds and are heavily polluters, or the lunatics. There are also many human organizations. Since we can find people with mental changes in the high wall city, recruit them, and guide them, it is also possible for them. Moreover, they are usually crazier and more unscrupulous in the use and development of their abilities. As Lu Xin listened to Chen Jing's words, he suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. Although Chen Jing's voice at this time was still very calm and powerful, however, Lu Xin felt a sense of exhaustion and disappointment. This was something that he had never seen since he met Chen Jing. Who? As for Chen Jing, she also seemed to feel that her words were inappropriate. She quickly adjusted her state of mind and said, but no matter what, our Qingying City isn't made of paper. If anyone wants to attack us, they must be prepared to pay the price. She then turned to Lu Xin and said, as the party forced to defend, we have to consider all the problems. Since the other party came to you first, it means that they have some plot that we don't know about. It's even possible that other than you, the other aptitude users in Highwall City have also been targeted. You must be extra careful during this period of time. Lu Xin nodded. As Chen Jing spoke, she seemed to be considering it. Suddenly, she said, also, since the other party has appeared near the orphanage, we can't rule out the possibility that they already know about your relationship with the orphanage, or that they are heading towards the orphanage. No matter what it is, there's a chance that they'll attack the orphanage and affect you. Just in case, we need to move the people from the orphanage to a safer place, away from the high walls. He didn't think about what would happen to him if something really happened to the orphanage. He would probably be very angry. He had fired at the genetically modified human earlier because he was worried about this. However, he didn't have a good solution to this problem. Could it be that he did nothing all day and just stayed at the orphanage? After all, there was only a vague possibility, and the possibility was not very high. It was more likely that the other party had come for him, and he had implicated them by guarding the orphanage. On the other hand, Shen Jing had proposed a solution with just a few words. Thus, he thought for a moment and nodded seriously, saying, "We'll go and convince Teacher Lu." He hadn't thought of how to explain it to Miss Lu yet, but after thinking about it carefully, it shouldn't be a big problem. Sister Lu still believed in herself. However, moving and looking for a new place would be very troublesome. Explain what? When Shen Jing heard this, she frowned slightly and said, "Don't waste your energy on such a small matter." As she spoke, she held the steering wheel with one hand and pulled out the satellite phone with the other. She said, "Arrange all the necessary procedures immediately. Use the reason of demolition and reconstruction to move all the residential areas in Area C3 to Area A4. Also, pay special attention to a place called Red Moon Primary School. Arrange a good location for them. Rent. Of course we're going to accept it. We'll do everything according to the usual procedures." Lu Xin's eyes widened as he listened to her words. His mood reached its peak before it plummeted again. If only they didn't collect rent. Go in. After Chen Jing had made the necessary arrangements, the jeep stopped in front of the guard station of Satellite City No. 2. She asked Lu Xin to wait in the conference room on the 4th floor while she went out to deal with some reports and decisions. Soon, she came back with a document. "I've already received approval from the headquarters. I'm about to make preparations for both sides." Shen Jing pushed one of the documents in front of Lu Xin and said, "The first step is to mobilize the sentries and reserve army personnel outside the city to conduct a strict inspection of all the residential gathering points and black markets within 100 miles of the High Wall City. These gathering points and black markets rely on the resources of our High Wall City to survive to a large extent, but they are not willing to really join the High Wall City. This is also the place with the most hidden dangers. Whether or not someone has their eyes on the High Wall City, our actions will convey their attitude. First, we have noticed them, and, second, we take this matter very seriously. If we can force them to stop because of this, that would be the best result. The second matter is related to you. From today onwards, we will carry out an in-depth investigation and cleanup work on the special pollution source. All members of the special operation team will have to cancel their leave and be on standby at all times. You too, if necessary, you can temporarily apply for leave from the company you're working at." Even though Lu Xin was concerned about his work in the company, he could still tell the difference between what was important and what was not. Then, with a learning attitude, he asked again, "Why is the pollution in the city also deep check?" He had thought that this matter had come from outside the city, so he only needed to take measures against it. In response to Lu Xin's question, Shen Jing calmly replied, "Because I'm worried that someone will use the special pollution incident to cause chaos in the High Wall City. Something like this has happened before." While Chen Jing was explaining the mission to Lu Xin in the office, the guard station outside was getting busy. Only Chen Jing knew that after she came, she immediately began to arrange for an investigation on more than two things. The third task was to speed up the investigation of all the details and files related to the Red Moon Orphanage. She couldn't rule out the possibility that the people outside the city had come for the orphanage, the mysterious explosion, and Shan Bing, who had great potential. The Red Moon Orphanage was either fine or had a big problem. Chapter 66 Special Source of Contamination 0721. Chapter 66 Special Source of Contamination 0721. Seeing that Chen Jing was taking this matter seriously, Lu Xin naturally had to do the same. When the leader was anxious, he could not help but be anxious. Although he had always wanted to do both jobs well, when Chen Jing had clearly asked him to take leave from the business company, he had to do it. After all, in terms of salary, the difference between the base salary of 5,000 and 1,000 was quite obvious. Even so, Lu Xun still felt a little apologetic when he asked for leave the next day. After all, Lu Xun knew that the project he was in charge of had just gotten on track and there were still many things to be done. If he asked for leave now, he would be suspected of being the boss of the project. He didn't have much confidence in his words, so he tried to probe. Director, I want to take a leave of absence. Leave? The dean was stunned for a moment. Then his face lit up. How long? It won't be long. Lu Xun dodged the dean's gaze and gave the answer he had already thought of. My sister is sick. I have to take care of her recently. His sister, who was hanging on the chandelier, suddenly looked at him in surprise. When the dean heard this, he sighed and said, No problem. No problem. Taking care of my sister is more important. Lu Xun didn't expect the dean to be so reasonable, so he quickly promised. Don't worry, Director. I'll come back to work once my sister is well. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. The department director waved his hands. He laughed as he spoke, his mouth unable to close. Our company has a humane management system. I'll give you a few more days of approval. Just like that, Lu Xun effortlessly applied for a week's leave. He then left the office with his backpack, escorted by his director. Even after he had walked far away, he could still see his director standing on tiptoes at the top of the stairs, looking at him. This made Lu Xun feel a little emotional. It seemed that the dean was still reluctant to part with him. She had taken a leave of absence at her busiest time, and even though he was reluctant, he still approved it for her without any hesitation. He didn't even ask. Such a humane company was too rare in this era. He decided to return to work as soon as possible after he was done with the investigation in the city as a way to repay the director. After applying for leave, Lu Xun had a rare moment of leisure time. Chen Jing had already arranged an in-depth investigation of the surrounding satellite cities. A rare tension could be seen in the guard hall. Even on the streets, teams of police uniforms or spirited aunties with red armbands could be seen. They led people into one community after another, holding a signature book in their hands, and sometimes carrying a few bundles of vegetables or sausages. There were many more drunk driving checks on the streets alone. This caused the city to change all of a sudden, and there were fewer big sisters carrying their children and selling copies of movies. During this time, Lu Xun had been staying on the 4th floor, which was previously used for training. According to Han Bing, this was called being on standby. A real in-depth investigation was a cumbersome and massive workload. Even the special investigation team of the headquarters was too busy to handle it, let alone a special operations team member like Lu Xun. Therefore, the investigation team was often the core of the investigation work. Then, the police officers of the various satellite cities' guard halls and the uncles and aunties of the street offices were mobilized to investigate the area. The investigation team was in charge of identifying traces of the source of the pollution. As for members of the special operation team like Lu Xun, they would rush over to deal with the source of the infection when it actually appeared. It could even be said that a portion of the sources of pollution could be resolved by the investigation team if they were confident. The main purpose of the in-depth investigation is to clean up the hidden dangers, even without the influence of the aptitude users outside the city. This time, we would still carry out similar work frequently. In fact, there are many potential sources of pollution in this city, which are under our surveillance all the time. So, Mr. Shanbing, you don't have to be anxious. We just need to wait here for the notice from headquarters. Han Bing seemed to have noticed Lu Xun's anxiety. There might be many similar things in the future. Lu Xun nodded in understanding. However, after thinking about it, he felt that instead of waiting here, it was better to quickly deepen his professional knowledge training. So, he was relieved and continued to study the document. Anyway, it was quite comfortable to stay here. Not only was there an unlimited supply of coffee, but there were also 3 meals a day. Breakfast was usually plain porridge and boiled eggs. Sometimes, there were also crispy pancakes. At noon, they often had 3 vegetarian and 1 meat lunch boxes. The meat lunch box sometimes had chicken legs and sometimes pig. Trotters. In the evening, there were different types of food, and it was usually served directly by the policewoman. Lu Xin had a bowl of fat sausage, noodles, a yuxing shredded pork mixed rice, and even a box of fried chicken once. There was actually such a thing. This kind of life was simply something he didn't even dare to think about before. She just stayed there and did nothing. But she had such good food for herself. Furthermore, the daily food allowance had even reached 200 yuan. Lu Xin felt that they were treating him so well that he felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, this kind of life finally welcomed a turn for the better on the third. The red light on his earpiece flickered, and Lu Xin took a moment to react before he hurriedly put it on. "Shan Bing, there's something I need you to deal with." Han Bing's voice rang out. Suspected special contamination source 072. Location No. 2 Satellite City. North Mining District. Block C. Target class suspected class C infection level no data at the moment. Threat level intermediate. Attribute with Block C as the center. A sense of fear from an unknown source has enveloped the surrounding area and is spreading. As soon as Han Bing's voice rang out, Lu Xin had already stood up and walked to the room next door. Here, he was listening to Han Bing's story while changing into a set of action clothes that had been sent to him from the main city. 10 minutes later, he went downstairs and took the elevator to the lobby on the first floor. At this time, a jeep was already waiting outside the door. Now that Lu Xin was familiar with the working process, he got into the jeep under the guidance of a staff member in the lobby. At this time, in the channel, Han Bing was explaining the introduction of this suspected contamination source incident. The cause of the incident was a report from a resident of the mining district, claiming that someone was following her and obviously had bad intentions. After the police arrived, they questioned the suspect and found out that he was also a resident of the mining district. He only met the person who reported the case at the intersection and then went straight home. In other words, there's no such thing as tracking. It's just a delusion of the person who reported the case. At first, we thought it was just a misunderstanding caused by excessive tension, but during the interrogation, the police officers found something strange. The entire mining district, not only the woman who reported the case, but also the suspect who was questioned, and even the residents of the entire district are in an inexplicable state of tension. They are constantly shrouded in fear and even have hallucinations. They are in the cracks of the door, behind the curtains, staring at everyone with suspicious eyes. In just 2 or 3 days, 2 residents of the neighborhood had quarreled over a small matter because they were too nervous. It escalated to a fight and they used knives. In the end, one of them was killed and the other was sent to the wasteland reclamation. Some people are drinking like crazy because they suspect that the water is poisonous. There are households with many cats and dogs, but they don't dare to go home because they suspect that the cats and dogs at home are plotting to hurt them. This abnormal phenomenon was reported by the guard department after analysis. Therefore, the investigation team was involved. During the investigation, we can confirm the existence of mental pollution. However, we have encountered an obstacle. What kind of obstacle? Lu Xin asked in a low voice. They can't carry out the investigation because of fear, Han Bing replied. Part 1 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.